Alright, you guys, welcome to the video. It's me, Ciara, aka Ciara the Bonus, and we are here live on Twitch. Make sure you guys drop a follow to the Twitch to pull to the live stream and be a part of the conversation. Right now, it's finally time. Y'all, I've been wanting to react to this video forever. FD Signifier, literally one of my favorite YouTubers, one of my favorite thinkers on YouTube. If you guys enjoy his content, I like to react to a lot of his content and kind of have conversations around it, especially on Thursdays. Thursdays are food for thought Thursdays because I react to a lot of stuff like music, video reactions. There's a lot of brain rot in there, but honestly, like, I just do that just to like make sure I can balance things out. But it's time to bring the more thoughtful things back and more nuanced conversations, because honestly, that is like the core of what I like to do across the board. So I try to bring that to like every type of video content, music reaction that I do. But this type of stuff, the truly deep and nuanced conversations, this is the type of stuff I like to do. And if you guys check out my Drake and Kendrick reactions, like from the beef, then you guys will see I didn't keep it short. We had full-on conversations and it was very in-depth. So if you guys appreciate that, this is the channel for you. This is probably going to be my longest reaction I've ever put out, but I definitely want to get my take on the record for this. So I really don't care like how many people watch it. You know, I'm just putting this out for people that enjoy it or want to like be a part of the conversation. I actually watched like the first 12 minutes of this just to kind of get an idea where he was going. So we're starting at part 1, which is like 13 minutes in. But y'all definitely go check out the original video from FD Signifier. But yeah, let's see what he got to say. Make sure I leave a like, comment, and sub. We're gonna go ahead and get into it. I'm what the culture feeling, the full story of Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. Oh, and I am putting my own documentary out about this. It's just stuff keep happening. So it's like, I'm gonna just take my time with it. Honestly, it's gonna take a really, really long time. So for all I know, it might not come out till next year because stuff might keep happening from now to the end of the year. And I want to put in as much information as possible. Like Kendrick dropping that Black Air Forces or Watch the Party Die song. That was crazy. Drake releasing 50 million songs that no one cares about. That was crazy. So we're going to keep going. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Especially when it's hip-hop's biggest and best willing to put their status on the line in order to prove who's better. And that is what we got when Kendrick Lamar took a direct shot at Drake. And to underplay how impactful that moment was.
Oh, he talk about control?
To underplay hip-hop as
maybe
it's
like
a competitive thing, and it's also just like, I'm probably one of the few people that really lives this rap life. Like, I really live this rap life for real.
Right. You live the rap life so much that you like created a like persona to fit what you thought the right life was. But truthfully, rapping is just a thing. There is no true lifestyle associated with it. You know, that's the problem with Drake. He feel like he needed to like, it's like, bro, whatever. Let's keep going. Y'all know what it is with Drake. We all know.
I'm really like that.
I ran through the general backstory as quickly as I could.
It's like, bro, like rappers, I'm gonna say it, rappers come from a variety of backgrounds. Like there's no one thing that's truly associated with being a rapper. It's art, it's expression. Like you could be expressing yourself coming from the suburbs or from the hood or from somewhere in between. Like there's no like, I just don't understand that mentality. It's like, you should have rapped about what your upbringing was like. Oh wait, but it's not interesting, so you have to make some shit up. Okay.
Y'all know me, but
I digress.
That's still just the general backstory of hip hop for those who just don't know. And I realize a lot of people that are younger don't know this stuff, partly because old heads like myself haven't bothered to teach it in a way that y'all appreciate. So hopefully y'all appreciated that. Either way, we're only really warming up. We got a lot. We got a lot to get to. What comes next is one Aubrey Drake Graham and why he was and is such a divisive figure in hip hop. A lot of people don't like Drake for a lot of reasons. And as an OG Drake hater, I have to point out that many of those reasons aren't all that good.
OG
They're not
Drake
solid arguments against Drake and what he is. They often betray a misunderstanding of him and a misunderstanding of why his presence in hip hop was a problem to begin with. It's 2008 and Aubrey Drake Graham is trying to be possibly the most unlikely rap superstar.
Wait, this was a 2008 interview?
In the history of hip hop.
Whose basement was he
far,
in?
You know, definitely, I could have had a record deal already. I'm just looking for the right
His voice, bro.
situation.
10 years earlier, the idea of someone like a Drake being a megastar in hip hop would have been unthinkable. But within those 10 years, before those 10 years, in fact, something major happened. Hip hop changed, and that change was actually a person named.
Yo, this Kanye West right here.
2 words, Chi-Town, Southside, worldwide, cause
one of the GOATs. Fortunately or unfortunately. Regardless, you know what you think about Kanye, the reality is he's influenced like most of our favorite rappers. Like even the ones that don't have Kanye's style, he still influenced him. I respect the influence. There's nothing that's going to change that. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he does or says, but like, I don't know, bro. Money changes you, bro.
rep that till I
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
1 waist, 2 guests, 1 wall, 20 plaques.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
Oh my God. Y'all know the crazy thing about that interview? The context. Sway was telling him, basically, I think he was talking about his brand collabing with Nike, Adidas, all like, you know, fashion, his creativity. And Sway was basically saying like, yo, dude, if you know you are the culture, if you know you hold the keys to the culture and you are influential and creative and innovative, why are you working with them? Why do you not have your own brand? Why don't you build this up yourself? Essentially, that's me really simplifying it. And Kanye got mad and said, you don't got the answers. Now, isn't that crazy? Years later, after Kanye falls out with Nike, Adidas, all of them, right? He falls out with all of them. And I'm sorry, y'all. It's just wild thinking about it. Falls out with them. And he sees why essentially Sway was saying what he was saying. You know the power you're bringing to them. You're bringing the culture to them. You're bringing relevance to them. Y'all remember Adidas wasn't even looked at as cool back in the day. Adidas, I mean, around the world, maybe. But like here, it was Nike, checks over stripes, da-da-da. And that's why Kanye went with Nike. Then he was like, you know what? I want to be different. Let me make Adidas cool. And he did just that plus way more. They're still stealing his designs to this day. So you see, when they, whoever they is, right, the people in power, decide that they've extracted enough from you and they're ready to discard you, they will do just that. So I find that kind of fascinating, right? Because that's essentially what Sway was trying to tell him, but he wasn't trying to hear it because he was, oh, I'm getting this money, making money moves, billionaire status. Oh, I'm richer than Jay-Z, which he's still not that it matters, but like, oh, I'm richer than Jay-Z, da-da-da-da. But it's like, you're only rich because you're working with them, right? Even though the value of your creativity and what you bring to the table should give you that much money, you can't get in those doors without them approving you and you doing what they want you to do. And they can pull the rug from under you at any time. At any time, they can pull the rug from under you. That being said, like, Sway was right. He was right. I mean, Kanye probably wouldn't publicly admit it, but it's like, think about it. There's no doubt that him working with those brands gave him heightened visibility, but he's still bringing more to the table to them than they are to him, right? Because they can pull on the strings of all their networks at any time and basically blackball you. And that's the dangers of working with them. That's the dangers of using your relevance and your ability, your impact to boost them, because now they've extracted all the value out of you and they can just dispose of you at any time. So it's just wild how like that was such a like iconic moment and things like that. But like in hindsight, he was right. Imagine if Kanye built his Yeezy brand by himself independently. I just heard that Yeezy made over $1 billion last year. I believe it could be more than that. But I heard that Kanye's Yeezy brand made $1 billion last year. Now think about that. He's been building this Yeezy brand for years, for over a decade, I believe. Imagine if Kanye had built his shit independent. His stuff is independent now. Imagine if he had built it independent since then. Yeah, it might have been harder. Yeah, it might have taken more work. But if he did what Sway was talking about and built it on his own 10, they wouldn't have been able to just snatch the opportunity and the connections away from him. He would have forged his own path and his own connections without it, with people that was loyal to him, right? Even if the stuff he says is crazy, right? He wouldn't have to deal with that and being basically humiliated in front of the whole world. You just wonder, bro. You just wonder.
If you can communicate this product, you can make money off the product. Because look at Gaga. She's the creative director of Polaroid. I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras?
Fuck you, pay me. Screaming, Jesus, save me. You know how the game be. I can't let them change me. Cause on Judgment Day, you gon' blame me. Look, God, it's the same me.
I know he's gonna wild out and he's gonna do something crazy. Everybody wants to know what I would do if I didn't win.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know.
Ever since the emergence of gangster rap, the aforementioned gatekeepers have required a level of realness and hardness from rappers in order for them to get access to true stardom. And this transitioned to the rise of gangster rap in the early 90s. Before that point, hip-hop was much more varied in its presentation and more capable of fun and levity, even sensitivity, which as a black male-dominated genre seems unthinkable now today, but that's because gangster rap flattened all of those other features of hip-hop down to a singular thug image. Think DMX or Tupac or even Jay-Z to an extent. But
that's crazy because Tupac had that range too. Didn't he do ballet?
There was always the PM Dawns, the Arrested Developments, the Diggable Planets, and so many others before gangster rap began to dominate. And this happened because the corporate interests that controlled hip-hop recognized that the black thug image was the most marketable to white audiences, at least at that time, and that is until Kanye broke that mold.
Crazy. I can't even pronounce nothing. Pass that for Stacey.
Kanye West was not a thug. He was a weird arts kid who was into anime and obsessed with Ciara. He could draw and paint and play the piano, but he decided that hip hop and rapping would be his medium of choice. He had a hell of a time getting everybody else to figure that out though.
We shine because they hate us, floss because they degrade us. We trying to buy back our 40 acres.
Because he wasn't really gonna fit into the gangster rap image that dominated hip hop when he first arrived. But after years, he eventually got a chance, and when he did, everything about hip hop changed. I've made 2 whole videos on Kanye's rise and fall. They'll be in the description.
Yeah, he was really a nerd for real.
I probably need a 3rd one at this point for reasons I'm sure if you know Kanye, you already understand. But in that video, I didn't talk about the exact moment where the true shift in hip hop around Kanye occurred, which was a contest between Kanye and 50 Cent in, I believe, 2004.
Oh yeah, didn't they say like Kanye West era starting kind of like ended 50 Cent?
50 Cent was a very traditional, typical hip-hop megastar. He was like a gangster.
You know what? He was, but at the same time, he's a troll. But you know what? I don't know who the first troll of hip-hop was, but I always credit like Eminem with like introducing trolling into the culture, and then 50 Cent definitely carried that torch.
A rapper grown in the lab. In fact, the generic image of gangster rap that we often think of today that you may see depicted in movies and film is probably based off 50 Cent. He made his name by dissing other rappers. He was a former street thug, drug dealer, whatever his backstory is. He had survived being shot himself. He had big muscles. He even wore bulletproof vests as shirts. Meanwhile, Kanye was
they just started doing that shit again.
Literally at the end of a trilogy of albums talking about how hard it was for him to drop out of college and pursue his dreams. There couldn't be more of a contrast in terms of what hip hop was going to be at the time and going forward. 50 Cent had scheduled his album to be released on September 11, 2007, and Kanye was set to release a week later on September 18th. And then Kanye, doing what Kanye does, we just didn't know it was some Kanye shit at the time, decided he would move his release date up a week to be in direct competition with 50 Cent.
What was going through your head when
Oh, is that why J. Cole said, see, look. He was like, I'm gonna drop the album same day as Kanye, just to show the boys the men now like Kanye.
He would move his release.
Did he actually do that? Did J. Cole actually do that? I'm trying to think. He might have. See, I didn't know that's where that came from, though.
Stay up a week to be in direct competition with 50 Cent.
what was going through your head when you decided to release the same day as 50?
It took longer for the art, and we had to move the date back for the artwork alone. Then I said, let's just do 9/11, and he said 50 got that date. I said, okay, let's go.
This was genuinely not a good business decision. 50 was a rap superstar whose last 2 albums had been huge hits. And while Kanye had also had great releases and sold a lot of records, the thought was that he just wasn't meant to directly compete with someone like 50. He'd likely not just lose the contest, but also money in the process, as those with just enough money to buy one album would have to choose. This is, by the way, 15-ish, 17 years ago when streaming services weren't a thing. So if you wanted to hear an artist's new album, you had to go to the store and buy it for $10 to $15, which meant that hip hop fans that only had $20 to spare, they had to choose which album they were going to buy.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's big for hip hop for us to be coming out on the same date, but Kanye West doesn't stand a chance. You know, I'm gonna tell you that early.
Let me guess, he outsold him. Now look, I don't know. This album, I feel like I know some songs off this album.
And then Kanye outsold 50 Cent by several 100,000 units.
Damn.
In the moment, I don't think people understood how significant this was to hip hop, or specifically to the power of the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers had already been dealing with a diminishment of their powers by the advent of the internet. But now we had these non-traditional forms of hip hop beginning to overshadow the forms of hip hop that they were most in control of. To me, this is greatly the beginning of the end of the influence of the gatekeepers. Because see, the gatekeepers were powerful because they decided whose music got to the masses through controlling the venues where said music was actually played. Your music couldn't get on the radio or on TV or in the club without a gatekeeper's permission. But the internet began to allow for independent sharing of music. And so now someone like, say, a Wale could release the mixtape About Nothing via the internet that will become one of the best works of hip hop that year, if not that decade, and take up a ton of space in hip hop culture without ever getting permission from any particular gatekeeper. You could just go to a variety of mixtape download sites or your local gas station and you could find it there. And what that meant is that the gatekeepers and the record labels had to come to him on his terms to ask to sign him versus the other way around. And this isn't just hip hop, this reverts through the entire music industry. As artists gain more power than they had, though this wouldn't last due to streaming services that would emerge later, but that's another video. With this new paradigm in place, and in the wake of Kanye's rise, we see the emergence of rappers who will become stars apart from the gatekeepers' will. Guys like Wale, Kid Cudi, Lupe Fiasco, and of course, Drake. They all come into the game and make immediate waves without all of the same cosigns and hype that rappers used to need to have to get to a higher spot. And it shows through the nature of their music. They're not really
Kid Cudi's music was different. I get what he's saying, but like, I feel like with Drake, he did have cosigns. That's how he was able to get that opportunity. Like Jay Prince, of course, and then Wayne, of course. But like, the thing though with Drake, like, I feel like it applies, but it doesn't apply at the same time.
Gangster, they're introspective, vulnerable, emotional. Kid Cudi raps about depression. Lupe Fiasco raps about skateboarding, and Drake raps about rejection and heartbreak. That said, even though
I feel like he's different. I feel like Drake's different because at the beginning of his career, we're talking about where the mainstream knew about him. He had those cosigns, and that's what allowed him, not all of them, he had just enough cosigns. Wayne cosigning him was like a big deal. Because it's like, oh, look, we got this traditional gangster rapper, right, that raps about shooting people and drugs, like cosigning this soft, you know, lovey-dovey rapper. And if that never happened, he wouldn't have, like, I don't think he would have been, he wasn't accepted, but at the same time, he had just enough acceptance to be able to continue and then build his resume. versus Lupe Fiasco and Kid Cudi. I don't know about them two. I don't know enough about their background, but like I get it, because from FD's perspective, he still didn't have the acceptance of the masses, but it was enough people who were in positions of powers that accepted him for him to be able to continue.
Though things have changed, they haven't changed to the point where Drake really should have been seen as a success that he will become today. Guys like Lupe and Wale still have traditional black masculine swagger that even a Kanye had, and that was seen as necessary to be taken seriously in hip hop. Plus, there's still plenty of street rappers like Meek Mill, A$AP Rocky, etc. getting attention in hip hop with the support of the gatekeepers. So Drake still has a very uphill battle as a biracial kind of gawky looking outsider from Canada.
What are you, deaf? Go.
And that nigga still acted sassy to this day.
Drake is best known at the time for being a child actor in Degrassi Junior High, a Canadian teen drama where he played Jimmy Brooks.
Hi, Antonio. It's Jimmy. Yeah, the usual. Medium pepperoni. Thanks.
And while hip-hop has a few breakout artists that have made it out of Toronto, such as Carda Official and Chaos, both were from Caribbean or African immigrant backgrounds, which melded well into existing norms within hip-hop. Drake, on the other hand, was raised by his white Jewish mother. But while Drake didn't have the traditional upbringing of a black rap star in America, it's a misconception that he was born into privilege. Drake actually spent his first 6 years in a rough neighborhood in Toronto, connected to those black immigrant communities. And he didn't move to a nicer part of Toronto until he was 6, and even then, it was only a few minutes from that old neighborhood, and he often lived in apartments. It wasn't until he started acting on Degrassi that he had any real money and comfort in his life.
This is my space, this is where I live. And through here, this is my living room.
I'm sorry. Not to sound like a hater, but 6 years old is still young enough to be impactful in your formative years. Like 6, bro, you barely remember anything from when you're 6. If you grew up in a nice part of town from when you were like 6 to older, that's enough to shape your perspective and disconnect you from other people, I feel. Y'all let me know if I'm just hating though. I could just be being a hater right now, but I feel like 6 years old, you still can't claim that hood part you was from. I don't know though. Maybe I'm tripping.
I like a chilling vibe. That's my favorite thing about this basement. I made this table. Got Barry White, Frank Sinatra, Notorious B.I.G. Everybody around this table has basically inspired me to get into music, particularly Pharrell. He's like one of my idols. So this is where I
wow, Pharrell? Oh, we in the weeds right now. Chat, how crazy. Pharrell was one of his idols, then he started flexing on melting his chain down. See how money changed niggas, bro?
Sounds right.
Compare this to, say, Kanye West, who was the child of 2 college professors and went to the best schools of Chicago and was connected to the Chicago music scene through his mother's petite bourgeois network. I think it's fair to say that Kanye had a much more privileged upbringing than Drake did. It's just that Kanye was still connected to those typical black street aesthetics in Chicago that Drake very much wasn't.
That's a good argument. I think that's definitely a valid argument. I wouldn't make it. I'm not gonna agree. But we're just gonna go with it.
In Canada,
we're just gonna go with it. I respect the argument, but I'm sorry, you being black and your parents being like college professors while you're still growing up in Chicago, to me, that doesn't change like your surroundings. That doesn't change who you're surrounded by. That doesn't change the fact that you got friends and people that's in the streets versus you being a half Jewish young man growing up with privilege and friends. Now, if anything, I would make the argument that maybe like Drake working in his job, getting him that privilege could mean something, right? Like, you know, but nah, though. Nah. Let's just say they're equally privileged. I still don't think.
But this is important because it contextualizes a lot of the ways that we often mischaracterize Drake, especially early in his career. And really this mischaracterization to me is at the core of why Drake is the way he is and why people that just kind of dislike Drake don't fully have the best way of explaining the problem with Drake. And people that like Drake don't see it at all, which is Drake's core conflict, his deep childhood wound is not being accepted. Drake was a biracial kid whose father was from America, whereas other biracial kids in his community fathers would have been Caribbean or Somalian. He was double marginalized in that way. And then when he transferred to a white space, he was still the token Negro.
Being biracial was obviously tougher in Forest Hill than it was, in the west end of the city. But I sort of made friends as I could, and I had a tough time, definitely had a tough time.
Throughout most of his childhood and even into his adult life and rap career, he has always been made to feel like an outsider and never felt like he belongs. And his response to this sense of otherness from pretty much everyone in his life was to try to figure out how to earn people's love and respect through sheer will of force or being really, really fake. Whatever it took to make it to the top so that he can't be denied. And he will do this through any means necessary.
For the fans of hip hop who feel like, man, Drake's not really hip hop, it's like, well, in this world, like, I'm the closest thing you're probably gonna get to hip hop, so just let me infiltrate that pop world and at least, if the song is catchy or it has melody to it and that's not what you like, at least in those verses I'm gonna spit my heart out, regardless, no matter what type of song it is.
Early on, Drake is getting minimal love and support. He just doesn't seem like a rapper to American audiences, and thus he is not getting a lot of interest from the industry. He doesn't even have a buzz in Canada.
It feels to a certain extent like Canada came late to the party. Do you feel that way? When it comes to Drake?
No, I would say that it took U.S. acceptance to create Canadian pride.
Even if he did, that probably would have made things worse, if I'm honest. He's pretty good at rapping. He's got a decent singing voice, and he has the ability to create some pretty awesome melodies, but look at him. This is Drake, like, when most people first meet him, and I'm just being real. The beard is doing a lot of work for this nigga. Drake has an uphill battle to climb to be considered anything in the hip-hop world, and to his credit, he starts climbing, and he does what he knows best at the time. He starts acting.
Worst behavior?
Yeah,
motherfuckers never loved us.
Motherfuckers never loved us.
But that's not saying I'm gonna pull a pistol on you and shoot you in your mouth.
Just because you pull a pistol doesn't mean that you hard.
But that's what people mimic in songs and trying to be tough.
Drake goes from having a relatively mild Toronto accent to this weird homunculus of a Southern accent, probably pulled from his time visiting Memphis and his connections that he eventually makes in Houston.
I had the ball ready to shoot a three. Are you guys out of your mind? Play the camera back. Are you guys out of your mind?
No, did you have it? Did you have it?
Oh, this guy is lying. Are you guys out of your mind?
I said all the ladies in here tonight, man.
And he combines it with like an East Coast accent, which I think is just the default that black people outside of America run with. Like, we know Idris Elba and Daniel Kaluuya are from the UK by way of Nigeria, I believe. But in any movie these dudes are in, they're from New York. Even when they're from Chicago or Atlanta, they're from New York. It's just how it works. And I know and imagine that to some other Canadians, Drake sounded really weird.
Bro, Drake got like 5-10 different accents, bro.
I got something for y'all, I think. I really, this verse is like for y'all, so I want you to feel me when I do
y'all. Who taught him how to use y'all? They don't even use y'all everywhere, bro.
And maybe later I could feel you and we could just feel each other, That's
to us, God. We didn't know the difference. We gave him a pass. But like, I know if you're a Torontoan and you heard Drake talking like he was from Boston by way of Memphis, you were like, what is going on? But again, Chameleon, all shade aside, it worked, and he had genuinely good music, and it was enough to get him noticed. Drake keeps grinding, and eventually he'd make probably his most important and valuable connection, Jazz Prince, who was the son of the aforementioned Jay Prince, one of the South's most significant gatekeepers out of Houston, Texas.
Your dad told you to go out and find artists with a buzz.
Yeah.
Who'd you find?
Drake.
That was the first artist you found?
That was yeah.
Jay Prince is a hip-hop legend, both for his work as an independent mogul,
street thug,
defining acts like the Ghetto Boys, but Prince is also considered one of hip-hop's most legitimate gangsters and like real tough guys. So J. Prince is a big deal, and anybody that rocks with J. Prince is gonna have a lot of credibility just off the strength of him. However, this didn't immediately happen. Even with Jazz Prince's cosign, J. Prince has no interest in
the son. I'm not moved. The dad, I know he got some cred, but like the son, I'm sorry, bro. It just don't work when you do it, gang.
Drake initially.
Why didn't you?
It just don't hit.
Put Drake out yourself. Why did y'all go that route? Because you could have.
Good question.
Yeah, I moved on to boxing. You know, my son, Jazz Prince, you know, the one that discovered Drake, was hanging with Lil Wayne. You know, he and Lil Wayne was cool, and I feel like it was a good opportunity for them to, you know, move forward and do what they wanted to do together.
So Jazz introduces Drake's music to one Lil Wayne, who at the time was on one of the most dominant and prolific runs in hip hop history.
Hey,
and Wayne
I know that song.
It's upset, I've been fucking the world, and nigga, I ain't come yet.
Suddenly, through obscene levels of luck,
It's crazy how you go from being a fan in the background like this to fucking this man girl while he was in jail. You gotta watch out for your biggest fans, bro. I just saw someone on Twitter talking about that. The what is it called? They said the fan or super fan to fake pipeline is crazy. And I was like, you know what? I've said that before. I've dead said that. I was like, bro, it's crazy how, like, just speaking on my experience, like how some of the people that was the most fanned out when I met them, or like my biggest fans, they end up turning into haters. Now that's not always gonna happen, but I'm just saying it's happened about 2, 3, 4 times at this point. It's wild. And I'm not talking regular hater. I'm talking hating more than average, right? Wild.
Suddenly, through obscene levels of luck, this gawky kid from Canada, faking his accent and trying his best to fit into a rap stardom landscape that was completely foreign to him, was plucked out of obscurity and heading straight for the top.
Load up them choppers like it's December 31st. Roll up the cock and hit them niggas warehouse.
That's crazy. You know what's crazy? Because it's like Wayne co-signed Drake, and then Drake like high key, like kind of took Wayne's spot when you think about it. Think about it. The rise of Drake low-key coincided with the decline of Wayne. I'm just thinking about that. Like, I'm thinking about the years where Drake started peaking. Like, say, Take Care era. Like, So Far Gone is good, but like Take Care, I feel like that's that staple album that people like love and know Drake for. That really changed, turned the tides on how people thought about it.
That this was Drake skipping the line is an understatement. Up until this point, a new rapper needed so many things to go right to even get the attention of a record label, let alone the biggest rapper in the industry. They often would have had to do so much free work, whether it was talent shows, showcases, small clubs.
And you wonder why people don't got respect for him, bro. He skipped the whole process,
etc., just to get noticed by anyone, let alone someone the status of Lil Wayne. And I'm not saying Drake didn't do some of that stuff, because he did. He doesn't get enough credit for the fact that he did grind as a small artist for a few years before being put on by Wayne. But being put on by Lil Wayne, and having Wayne work hard to utilize his talents and put him on this path and not overshadow him as an artist is a once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon. Wayne was not the first big rapper to create a record label under him. In fact, that's something that a lot of big rappers do because it's the best way to make real money as a rapper. Most rappers are broke. It's just a reality situation. However, historically, this has never turned out all that great for the smaller rappers that sign under big ones. 50 Cent with G-Unit, T.I. with Grand Hustle, Big Boy with Purple Ribbon, Ludacris with Disturbing the Peace, Jay-Z with 95% of Rockefeller. I could go on forever with the amount of times that this specific move has been attempted by a big rapper, and only on a few occasions have any breakout stars come from this. But that wasn't the case for Drake, and that's a testament to his hard work.
Okay. Now, what I will say about this, can I donate for your dinner tonight? Donate? What if I said no? Look. Okay, FD, I'm hearing you, bro, but I'm actually push back on that. Somebody delete the no command. Hold on, let's research right quick, okay? I want to like, hold on, let's pull a Lil Wayne. I want to like actually like challenge my claim here. Okay, so look, FD said this was one of the few times where a rapper was able to put on another rapper without their career being sacrificed or declining or whatever. Okay, now I disagree with that because Wayne didn't just, oh my God, fall off when Drake came up. But if we look at it, let's look at Wayne's albums. Now there could be reasons for this, right? But let's just look at Wayne's albums and then let's look at Drake's album. Okay, so Wayne got, okay, the Carter 3 came out in 2008. He started associating with Drake around 2008. Cool. Now look at this. The Carter 3, amazing. This is peak Lil Wayne to me. At least from what my ears remember, this is peak Lil Wayne. Now, let's look at the years after and then like let's go look at Drake's albums, right? I'm just, and y'all, I'm saying this like as a casual. Excuse me, man. I needed the Cash App. You did not need my Cash App. You literally know what my Cash App is. Thank you, Bessie. I appreciate that. I'm gonna just shut up and say thank you. Now, hear me out on this theory. Hear me out. Look at this. So look, the Carter 3, this is peak Drake. He started associating with Drake around this time-ish. Okay, now look, I am not a human being. I don't remember, okay, right above it, I don't know. I don't remember the reception of this being like too crazy. I feel like Wayne started experimenting around this. I don't know, Rebirth, I think he was experimenting on this. Drop the World, this was Rock Wayne, wasn't it? Right? I remember this song. This was Rock Wayne, right? And dropped it on your head. Hold on. Yeah, right. So he was experimenting during this time, right? So we could say part of it was like Wayne's decision making. Can we agree on that? Part of the reason he was declining was decision making. Part of it was like in terms of experimenting, right? You can't expect that to sell the same as like the Carter, right? You can't expect that to sell the same, bro. No way. Let's see. The Carter 4. I think people like this album. 6 foot, 7 foot. Oh, hold on. Wait. Is the Carter 3 or the Carter 4 peak Wayne? That's a debate, actually. No. I take that back. This was peak Wayne. I mean, he had so many good songs, bro. Damn. This was peak Wayne. I've heard enough. How to Love. Oh, he was getting all touchy-feely, you know, women empowerment on this one. He was showing range. Okay. So look, what I can say just from looking at those two albums, I'm Not a Human Being. Was niggas fucking with this one? Riches. All my is riches. This was still good. Okay, so we can say up to like 2013, we're still seeing peak Wayne. And then after that, we can't say nothing because labels, things, we're not going to count this album. I don't know what this album was, but let's just say up to 2013. Now let's pull up Drake, his albums. Now Drake. I got him blocked on here. Albums. Okay, so boom. Thank Me Later, So Far Gone 2009, after Wayne Association. Thank Me Later, okay, I don't remember that one that much. Take Care, peak Drake, half the album came from The Weeknd. That's all I'm gonna say. But look, I had this theory listening to The Weeknd song the other day. Y'all notice, I just noticed this. After The Weeknd rejected him, I don't know what year that was, but like Drake thought he was gonna be able to sign The Weeknd and stuff and tried to stay buddy with him so much to where The Weeknd gave half of his album to Drake and half of Drake's, one of his best albums that his fans love him to death for, half of it was The Weeknd songs. Okay, now that I got that out the way, y'all notice it's like the more Drake and The Weeknd drifted apart, it's like he couldn't leash off The Weeknd no more, and then The Weeknd started going up crazy. Drake started to change his sound. He started changing his sound from the lovey-dovey, oh, I love this girl and I'm in my feelings, maybe because peak version of Drake doing that style was with the Weeknd songs. Maybe. Does that have something to do with it? Think about Nothing Was the Same. He started switching it up. Now I do think he look at the, like, chat, y'all gotta hear the songs that was on this. Worst Behavior. But Never Loved Us. Never Loved Us. Okay, hold on, we're going home. Mind y'all, my G Jordan was in that OVO sweatshop for him during this era. Janae Aiko. Now think about it. He starts switching his sound around this. The language. Okay, look. Think about this music compared to Take Care music. Think about it. All right? Think about it for real. And then it's like the more he got away from Take Care era, the more he switched into this gangster, thug, street dude persona image. If you're reading this, it's too late. This was when everything pivoted. This is when everything turned, right? Everything shifted on this album. His whole vibe, his aura, the way he presented himself. This was the pivot right here. So going from If You're Reading This Is Too Late, What a Time to Be Alive, to Views. Really, I want to say between If You're Reading This Is Too Late and Scorpion was like the ultimate transition of Drake presenting himself in a different way, right? So I'm just, walk with me here. Now, we could say Wayne's last peak album was like 2013, right? So when you look at this, look at what Drake's peak albums was. Look. Because FD was saying that Wayne was able to boost Drake up without falling off, which that is true. Did he fall off as soon as he got with Drake? No. But him boosting up Drake gave him just enough credibility to carry the momentum into his albums from So Far Gone, Thank Me Later, Take Care, Nothing Was the Same. All right, walk with me, chat. Walk with me. What was that year we said Wayne had his last peak album? Now, he did run into label issues and stuff, so we don't know what would have happened if he didn't deal with that. But I'm just saying, it gave them an excuse or a reason to usher Wayne out, just like how Kanye ushered 50 Cent out. Right? Think about what would the hip-hop landscape have looked like if Drake wasn't in the picture and it was still Wayne as the guy and it wasn't no alternative to go to, right? Wayne gave them a person to replace him with, essentially. Now, he didn't know he was doing that at that time, but like between 2008, when they first met each other-ish, and 2013, when Wayne's stuff starts slowing down and he started having issues with the label and releasing music, guess what? Here's Drake right here in the cut with another album to release, and then another album to release the next year, and the next year, and the next year, and the next year, and the next year. And it's like, bro, when you really look back at it, Wayne didn't fall off, right? He's always gonna be legendary. He's relevant forever, right? But think about, it's like it was like a slow decline, right? Wayne was still going up, right? But Drake was accelerating very quickly. Like he didn't go past Wayne in terms of public perception, but the numbers of each project Drake released versus the numbers of each project Wayne released, it's like Wayne's project numbers was going down. Even though he had a banger on each one, the overall numbers, Drake's shit was getting more numbers than Wayne. So it's like, it's crazy. That's how you know how loyal Wayne is, because the numbers Drake was getting, you can 100% attribute that to Wayne's impact and him co-signing him. What would have happened if Wayne never co-signed him? Let's be honest, chat. What would Drake be if Wayne didn't co-sign him? I'm just really thinking about this. It really got the gears turning in my head after FD said that. Because it's like, it didn't happen like this. Oh, he co-signed Drake and then boom, he fell off. It took about 4 or 5 years. But think about it. Wayne started having issues. Drake still releasing music. Drake wouldn't have got there to that point without Wayne. It's crazy how the industry do the legends, bro. It's crazy.
Work, his talent, and
he wasn't like a repeat of Wayne. He wasn't like a clone of Wayne or anything. But like, he definitely stole some sauce from him though.
As an artist, but you also might have to agree that it was God's
This shit
plan.
get me tight,
Are you
bro.
a rapper or are you dapper? I am. I'm trying to be a rapper. Like, this is like what rappers do, wear jackets and sunglasses. I just wanted to try it out. If it's not working for me, I can change it.
And initially, I remembered rooting for Drake. I appreciate that he was different. While the bravado and swag and charisma have always had a place in hip hop, and he didn't quite have that, that same macho element has also been just as harmful as it is not so harmful. While gangster rap was great art in many occasions, it's also regressive and limiting to what great black art could look like. There's also a lot to be said about the fact that the majority of these gangster rappers weren't really gangsters. Some of our favorite and most acclaimed figures were far more complex and dynamic than their personas would tell you. NWA, greatly the originators of the concept of gangster rap, were literally only half as gangster as they presented, with Dr. Dre and Ice Cube being at best knowledgeable of the streets, but not really of it. Tupac is often seen as the personification of gangster rap, but Tupac was much more dynamic and complex.
Oh yeah, we will be reacting to the Tupac album.
His rap persona, hence his successful foray into
I've been meaning to get
acting,
into
was
it.
rooted in his origins as a fine theater arts kid and a poet. As Drake emerges, we have stuff like this in mind, and we're in the era of Kanye, and I, like many others, felt like Drake was just as worthy of hip-hop stardom as anyone if his music was good, which it was.
Getting paid, we'll holler whenever that stop. My team good, we don't really need a mascot. Tell Tune Light one, pass it like a relay. YMCMB, you niggas want.
Why deny him on principle if it was principles that, if we're honest, didn't hold all that much value to begin with? At least that's what I thought then.
True. That's how I feel as a person. I mean, y'all let me know, how did y'all feel about Drake when he first came out? For me, like, I was young when Drake was out. I was like, what, 7, 8, 9, 10, like when I'm first hearing of Drake. I'm not thinking about this, but of course I hear the discourse, oh, he light skinned, he soft, he da-da-da. Now, do y'all see my skin tone? Y'all see my skin tone, right? What y'all think I felt about niggas saying light-skinned people soft? I wasn't going for it, because I was a little light-skinned hothead woman. Now, look, I know it's different for men, but I was a little light-skinned hothead. So I definitely wasn't agreeing or believing, oh, just because someone light-skinned, they soft. But I also understood how that played out and affected men. But personally, I didn't really buy into that. I didn't really care. Like, see, look, I'm growing up in a different era of rap, bro. Like, to me, I grew up just loving music. So if the music sounded good, I liked it. That's all it took for me. It wasn't no, oh, you gotta look a certain way. Like, yes, I grew up listening to 50 Cent, Kanye West, Lil Wayne. My mom loved Lil Wayne. Oh my God, she was obsessed with Lil Wayne. So believe me, I grew up hearing all that. But that wasn't what determined. And I think my generation is really what shifted and allowed Drake to exist, because I think we just cared about, is the music good? We didn't care about all these aesthetics. And I think that's maybe like where the gatekeepers and traditionalists kind of died out and allowed hip hop to become even more global and even more different. And we start getting crazier and crazier artists. Like, think about some of the people that we listen to like at a young age, like Travis Porter or like, who I'm trying to think of, like early like 2000s artists, like Roscoe Dash. Like, think about people like that who is making music that we listen to as young people. They didn't have this hood thug aesthetic. They like dressed cool and talked about getting bitches and made dance music and stuff. That was, I mean, I'm not gonna say they're the first people to ever do that, but like, that was different at the time. That was like different than the gangster, like thug imagery, right? So like, I feel like our generation in a way was already more accepting of like artists and rappers that was not traditional, like presenting in terms of like, oh, like if you're a rapper, you gotta be this, you gotta be that, you know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why we were more like open to it, because we were just like, hey, is that music fine? Can we dance to it? Can you party to it? That's really all it took for us.
Don't quite think that now. All that said, Drake made hits. Drake signed to Lil Wayne's Young Money label in 2009. He went on an epic run of hits. Best I Ever Had, Fancy, Forever. Tons of guest appearances with hip hop royalty. The traditional Sprite commercial.
Oh God, I remember this.
You know, the rap superstar that almost everybody's done at some point. He quickly shot to the top of hip hop's food chain, but not without detractors. Heavy heavy detractors.
Oh yeah,
At
they was still hating.
At the same time as Drake is emerging as a potential megastar, he's also becoming hip hop's first lolcow. For anyone that doesn't know what a lolcow is, it's basically a public figure who seemingly can't do anything without people making fun of them, and they just generate constant opportunities to make jokes about them. Despite Drake's rapping abilities and acting abilities for the first half decade or so of his career, it seemed like no matter how good his music, no matter the
he was still gonna get trolled.
hits he had, he couldn't convince a significant portion of hip hop's fandom that he belonged, and people were mean.
Yes. I've said before that I like Drake's honesty. That's one thing I really do appreciate about Drake. I like the fact
What's this? He look familiar.
To be a bitch on an album.
And I remember like all the illest hip hop fans being like, "This is whack. There's too much singing. Why? This is for the girls."
But I can't call this a hip hop album. This is by no means necessarily a hip hop album. Take Care is not a hip hop album.
Why Lloyd? Why is Lloyd on here? Why is Omar?
I think that's fair. Hold on, we gotta go back. I don't think that's a crazy take. Drake was definitely like low key trying to be an R&B artist, R&B/pop. But he will, he has some Marvin's Room. But no. Here's the thing though. Here's where they're wrong. They will be right if they said this isn't a rap album. Like if you want to just put in a box, say rap. Yeah, that would probably be closer to the truth. But you can't say it's not hip hop because, hello guys, R&B still falls under hip hop. I don't know why people be forgetting this. Guys, hip hop is an umbrella. It's an umbrella term for multiple things, guys. Rap is not just hip hop. Hip hop is not just rap, guys. R&B, neo soul, those things also fall under hip hop. I hate to break it to y'all, but it's like that's not how it works, guys.
Ariana on here, like
he's just a corny dude. In that new Headlines video, he looks extra corny. It's like,
he does.
Drake, why are you thugging now? Why are you dressed all in black? Why you got on black gloves? Why you got
valid? Bro, I'm telling y'all, this the era where he started experimenting with trying to change up the way he looked. Look at what's his name? Look at old dude. What's his name? I can't remember.
Got a whole bunch of dudes around.
Why can't I remember his friend name? The one Kendrick was bringing up in the song.
You dressed in black, and he has the most non-threatening looking goons I've ever seen in my life. Like seriously, like they look like a flash mob that's about to run up in H&M and take everything. Like none of them look like a threat.
Hip hop bloggers and DJs called him soft and fake. Other rappers constantly took shots at him. He was slapped by Diddy in public.
Now, you know, historically, we've heard about you putting hands on people throughout the years. Like, what made you put hands on Drake?
I did not put hands on Drake.
Oh.
And I do not want any problems with Drake. Drake
Why don't you lying?
Right now.
You should have put some music in the back.
That's all I got.
He couldn't even finish.
T.I.'s friend.
Oh my God, that story was crazy.
On public.
It was like, yeah, that shit happened. And I was pissed off at my partner when it happened. The wildest shit I've ever seen before in my life, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't had no malicious intent.
And that's just the stuff we're aware of. And remember, Drake's basic need, especially at
the
time.
He literally got peed on in public and didn't do shit. And you wonder why niggas was calling him soft?
Time is to fit in.
Ain't no way somebody about to pee on me in public under no circumstances and I not beat their ass. There's no way.
This preoccupation with rejection in a lot of his early music, and it's clear it was a driving force for him and one of the reasons why he wanted to be so successful. But even as he was becoming successful and getting plenty of cosigns with other major and respected audiences, there was still a clear refusal to treat him with the regard that he had low-key earned through his success by this point.
There haven't been too many people that did it and like were respected, like super lyrically hip-hop, like for real hip hop, like the core of hip hop. You know, it was always like they attained commercial success, but when you mention great MCs, you know, you kind of don't hear those names.
Drake didn't want to just make money. Drake didn't want to just be popular with his fan base.
He wanted
and
to
with
be
this
accepted.
other fan base he was developing that will come back later.
He wanted to be so accepted that he went lured and groomed underage girls. That's how accepted he wanted to be. Like, yeah. Get this nigga out of here.
He taken seriously as a rapper and as a part of hip-hop
and the rest of them too. I ain't just talking about Drake. Nah. It's most of them. Honestly, 21 Savage, The Game, Jay-Z. We know what you did to Rihanna, you sick ass nigga. We know what you did.
He wanted to be seen as one of the greats.
Beyonce too. Beyonce too.
So despite his many detractors, he kept pushing for that respect, and it did produce some success.
In 5 years, I'd like people to view Take Care at that point as another point of consistency, man. Another over delivery on something that people thought I was gonna drop the ball on.
In 2011, Drake would release one of his most beloved albums by his original fans, Take Care. And by original fans, I mean black women. This is also something that will come up later. This album, widely considered a classic, won over almost everyone except for those hip-hop purists. But by then, those hip-hop purists, those gatekeepers, as I said, were greatly declining in influence anyway. This album was saturated in R&B elements, more introspective, more sensitive, more about love and love loss. It also won him his first Grammy Award and was the focal point for his upcoming headlining tour.
We were watching it on the iPad, the pre-telecast, and it kept cutting out. And then it just cut right back on for the moment where they're like, best rap album goes, and they said Take Care, and I almost was like, oh, I didn't, like, it almost didn't even sound like my album. And then we just started going nuts, and we got out literally in the middle of the street, blocked cars, we all hugged.
Drake was showing himself to be an unstoppable force despite the memes and the jokes and the disrespect. But he still wanted that respect and that rap credibility. So for his upcoming Club Paradise tour starting in February of 2012, he rejected the advice of his label and refused to bring on R&B acts to match with what he had put on Take Care. Instead, he signed up 2 up-and-coming rappers to be his opening acts, A$AP Rocky.
I'm trying to earn the right to call myself A$AP Drizzy one day. It's like,
and Kendrick Lamar.
Oh my God, he was such a meat rider. God, it didn't matter who this nigga was around. He was always gobbling meat.
In Toronto a while back when I did my first show out there.
It's like Drake is what happens when like a groupie ass nigga gets popular, famous, and gets money.
He called me up, man. We had a few drinks, and you know, he always said he was you know, appreciative of my music. You know, I always been a fan of his music, and we just been chopping it up since, man. And you know, hit me up one.
He never lied. He said, I like Drake with the melodies. I don't like Drake when he act tough. He didn't lie. He never said he didn't like Drake's music. He just said he liked when he was more authentic and true to himself. He did say that.
One day I said, you know what? Handpicked, man. I want you to be on this tour with me.
In every way that Drake is an anomaly or glitch in hip hop at the time, someone that didn't seem to stand a chance based on their background, Kendrick is the exact opposite.
I'm so far ahead of my time, I got people 5 years from now pressing rewind. I'm hardly impressed with y'all. I hate
That's
rappers.
a bar.
Where the true artists at? If it ain't a good picture you draw, don't bring it to the architect.
Kendrick Lamar is from the legendary city of Compton, home of the aforementioned NWA, and came up under the influence of numerous gangster rappers like Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, MC8, and so on. Lamar's upbringing has all of the classic touchstones of the black experience with poverty in America.
From Compton, I could have easily came out and said, I did this, I did that. I done killed a whole bunch of niggas. I done plundered. Just giving off fact where I'm from. But that ain't me. I'd rather talk about my reality.
Kendrick dealt with money and food insecurity, drugs and crime in the environment, housing instability, untimely death, gang activity, everything that a rapper is expected to need to be taken seriously, to be seen as real in hip-hop culture. Kendrick had that. But unfortunately, much like Drake, he's also coming up in the era of Kanye. So all of those things that would have been amazing benefits to his career 5-6 years earlier didn't really matter as much in the moment. Despite hip-hop culture moving away from the formula that Kendrick
this cartoons and cereal in the bag
it was still pretty obvious early on.
Kendrick fans, they put me on to this one. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Kendrick got the best fan base out of all the rappers. Well, Kendrick and J. Cole. I mean, because I'm still a J. Cole fan. But like Kendrick and Cole got the best 2 fan bases, but like Kendrick fans, they go so hard for this nigga. They put me onto every deep cut Kendrick song there is, and I still got some to check out. But Cartoon and Cereals was one of the best ones.
Might be special.
This is a cult classic.
And he was, but his success was much more circuitous than it was for Drake. He didn't have the mega cosign early on. His style of rap was less viable in that time, shaped by Kanye. He got a lot of love from a lot of people early on, but he didn't have anyone that was willing to carry him into stardom the way that Lil Wayne did for Drake. He also, if we're honest, just wasn't quite there yet when it came to making commercially viable music. Kendrick was a bit too different at times.
Yeah, he was real artsy. I want to say like Kendrick was like real artsy, and sometimes like the artsy people don't sell well because they may be a little too deep, a little too complex. Like too complex to where like the average listener is going to go over their head and they might tune out. And personally, I don't think that's bad because like art is supposed to be like your expression. Art isn't supposed to be understood all the time, but if we're talking about like commercial success and like what a label wants to see and the song getting big, like becoming a good songwriter, a good commercial songwriter is a whole different thing than being like a great rapper or lyricist or talent. And I feel like Kendrick was a great rapper, lyricist, artist, or at least good at the beginning stage, but like he wasn't as good at making commercial hits, but I do feel like that's something he developed over time.
It also didn't help that Kendrick suffered from the experience that he grew up in. Kendrick reportedly dealt with depression and anxiety even as a kid, which isn't surprising considering that environment. As a former social worker, I can tell you that a whole lot of black children suffer from mental illness and instability from their environment and never gets addressed as they get older. You can tell in Kendrick's music that there is a brooding, foreboding sense of dread and pessimism, and this is something that came through in his later works like Damn, But I'm Getting Ahead of Myself. Kendrick was signed and had just released Section 80, which was successful but not enough to propel him into superstardom, but it was enough to get him recognized as an up-and-comer, landing him in a BET Cypher in 2011.
And I probably can touch the sun with my bare hands. What are your plans? To win the Grammy? Sweet taste of victory like Oprah's... Don't judge me, that's just some irony, trust me.
He was also busy working on his follow-up album when he got that call from Drake to go on tour as his opener, and there's not much known about this time, but I can't help but theorize that the seeds of this beef probably started here. Two running themes emerged from Kendrick around this point in his music and interviews, which is his purest view of hip-hop as a culture, as well as an intense desire to be recognized as, if not one of the greats, then the greatest of his generation.
I came into this business wanting to be the best artist, the best rapper, you know, so I went and studied the greats, you know, the usual suspects, Tupac, Jay-Z, Nas, of course.
Kendrick is what one might call a hip-hop purist. You can see elements of that specific philosophy in so much of his art and persona. That label, hip-hop purist, doesn't have a perfect definition, but to me, the best way to explain it is to look at the difference between, like, the way people might operate in a religion. You'll have the practitioners, people that associate with a particular faith or go to church or temple or whatever regularly. But then there's the disciples of that belief system that dedicate a lot of their lives and the way they live to be within the framework of that belief system. To make it less dramatic, maybe, there's people who like Star Wars and watch some of the Disney shows, and then there's people who collect all the materials and even read the Star Wars books before Disney even bought Star Wars. Yes, this does mean that most hip-hop purists are very much nerds, and yes, they do have the capacity to be very, very annoying. And I say that as someone who's kind of a nerdy hip-hop purist. It is what it is. If
we
you
can be very
engage
pretentious
with a hip-hop purist, and especially if you ask them their opinion.
I don't even know if I would fall in the category of a I feel like I'm like a new age hip hop purist. I'm like right between a hip hop purist and not a purist because I don't feel like everything needs to have the same style. I don't feel like everything needs to be lyrical miracle. I don't feel like everyone has to be a Kendrick Lamar or a J. Cole or anything like that. I appreciate that more than everything else, but I can also listen to a Yeet. I can also listen to a Lil Yachty. I can also listen to a Lucky. You know, I could listen to those type of people too, and accept that as hip hop. So I feel like that's what makes me not a purist, but like I still put the traditional hip hop and rap lyricism on a pedestal though. But like I said, I'm a new age purist though.
opinions on Drake, you'll get some very specific talking points, mostly around the damage that is being done to hip hop by being overly commercialized. Purists believe that hip hop is at its best and healthiest when it's more focused on its origins as a radical art form born out of black and brown and even a little bit of white culture from the Northeast in America in the 70s and 80s versus this corporate force that has given us a lot of great music. And
I agree with this.
And some really interesting moments and artists, but it's also mostly about getting a few rich people richer and a even smaller amount of poor people kind of rich at the cost of watering down everything that hip hop was and could have been at its earliest phases. Purists believe that rappers should write their own rhymes, that the influence of white fans and corporations should be limited on what hip hop actually is in the media. Rappers should control major movements of the culture, aka the gatekeepers, and these are things that most purists believe in that I'm confident Kendrick believes in. And all of this may seem ridiculous to outsiders, but it makes sense if you are within hip hop. If you understand that hip hop isn't just an art movement or a genre of music, for a lot of rappers, for a lot of hip hop's biggest fans, it was a way of life. The music of hip hop has that disco party background, but the energy and aesthetics of hip hop owe as much to the Black Panthers as they do to the Sugar Hill Gang. One doesn't have to listen to much Public Enemy or KRS-One to hear the same voices and speaking cadences of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey. But these are the types of things that have been pushed aside more and more and more as hip hop became a bigger commercial enterprise. And this change didn't start with Drake, but by the time Drake becomes rap's biggest star in the early 2010s, many purists have begun to notice that the balance of hip hop is off, and Drake to many represents that imbalance. And so I can't help but think that upon meeting Drake way back in 2012 and having to open up for him, that it's possible that Kendrick was kind of disgusted with everything about Drake. I'll explain why later, but there's a lot of reasons Drake was hated that aren't just about him being an outsider.
In San Diego, thank you for one of the greatest nights of our lives, and until the next time we see you, take care!
By the early 2010s, the previous generation of hip
I would have been disgusted. So you telling me I gotta open for this nigga that can't even rap as good as me?
hop stars had begun to slow down. Kanye was doing a lot of his experimentation and was also showing signs.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, and 50 Cent were fading into the background. It was time to crown a new king for hip hop, and Drake was the obvious choice, just a choice it felt like no one really wanted to make. At this time, Drake was clearly outdoing everyone in the class that came in with him. Meek Mill, Wale, J. Cole, etc. None of them really were meeting the level of quality in their music or the level of success and popularity. He had the cosign of Wayne, the most recent top rapper in the game, and he had just won a Grammy. But even saying all that, 2 albums in, it was hard to say that Drake really had done anything to be considered the king of hip hop, because that meant doing something that was considered special or impactful that kind of shifted.
And then if you're reading This Is Too Late came out.
Or changed the game. When you think about Tupac's reign at the top, Biggie's reign at the top, Jay-Z who came after them, Kanye who came after Jay-Z, they all have significant moments within their music, albums that they released that everyone said pretty much in unison, okay, this is what hip hop is going forward, and this is the person that will lead us to that next destination. And Drake just didn't do that. He has some great melodies, he has some good hits, and the ladies liked him, but he had never really moved the people or inspired the culture to follow him other than to go to have a good time. It'd be like saying Ja Rule was the king of hip hop. But in comparison to his peers, it did feel like he was the most deserving, which was kind of sad until Kendrick dropped Good Kid, Mad City. Good Kid, Mad City is one of the greatest rap albums of all time. It's like watching a movie with your ears. You listen to it and you get sucked into the world and environment that Kendrick illustrates as he describes the He has some good hits and the ladies liked him, but he had never really moved the people or inspired the culture to follow him other than to go to have a good time.
Then didn't Drake say he could have all Kendrick fans if he decided to be on some conscious shit? I just find that line hilarious Considering that you can't just choose to make conscious music if you don't have nothing to talk about or any morals or values. Like,
it'd be like saying Ja Rule was the king of hip hop. But in comparison to his peers, it did feel like he was the most deserving, which was kind of sad until Kendrick dropped Good Kid, Mad City.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Good Kid, Mad City is one of the greatest rap albums of all time. It's like watching.
Oh, we will be re-listening to Good Kid, Mad City, y'all, because when I heard this album, I was like 14. So almost 10 years later, I'm gonna be doing a review.
With your ears, you listen to it and you get sucked into the world and environment that Kendrick illustrates as he describes the rough reality that he grew up under. Unlike Drake's predictable lineup of club bangers and soft melodies, Kendrick goes from funk to blues to R&B grooves to shrink bangers and back. Unlike Drake's easily disposable lyrics and sound, Kendrick reflected the spirit and traditions of hip hop, but also black art forms that came before it. Kendrick had created something that had only really been done in underground or experimental hip hop circles. He had made a super deep, thematically significant album, but also made it digestible and palatable to a large.
Oh, that's what I said, bro. I be saying that in a lot of my Kendrick reactions. Kendrick is very, very different. He's damn near an alien. The only other person I could think of that's able to do this on a consistent basis, historically, gotta be like Outkast, Andre 3000 in particular, because he was a little weird, a little out there. You could throw Big Boy in there too, but I think Andre was the one that was a lot more experimental type vibe, right? But like, it's very rare to get someone that has like S-tier rapping ability and can write a really good song. And this is why I say like it's the difference between like Kendrick Lamar and Lupe Fiasco. Lupe Fiasco has the S-tier ability, right? He has the S-tier rapping ability, but he doesn't have the I won't say he can't write a good song, right? But if we're talking like commercial appeal, he doesn't have the ability to consistently make songs that have great rapping and sonically sound good to the masses. That's hard. Obviously, Kick Push was one of those, right? But like Kendrick, the ability to combine both and not water down the quality of the rapping is what makes him so fucking rare, bro. He's so rare. Like, I'm telling y'all, bro. Most people that can rap very well don't know how to make a good song. That's why Kanye was so successful. Now, here's the thing with Kanye. It's hard for me to consider Kanye a rapper, knowing that people wrote songs for him at some point. I don't know which songs to give him credit for and which songs to not give him credit for. I don't really know.
Large wide audience. I can only imagine what it felt like to have someone in your own genre surpass you seemingly so effortlessly in a way that you didn't even think was possible. Insert CJ the X joke here. With one album, Kendrick had easily earned the top spot to inherit the crown for hip hop going forward. The spot that Drake had to think he was inheriting was suddenly out of reach. Yep. Drake had many hits, but the way
even though Drake was still the bigger artist, it's like he didn't want the bigger. He thought he could get the respect by being the bigger artist, and then found out that, oh yeah, you can be big, you can be commercial, but you're still not gonna get respected by those hip hop purists, which is what he wanted. So he kept trying and never got it, and that's why he's been so mad.
The culture moved to embrace and anoint Kendrick as the future. That had never happened.
Cause like, Drake, where's your freestyle on the radio station? We still ain't seen one of those where you did have that ugly ass Blackberry in your hand.
For Drake, and that's what Drake truly desired. And to Drake's credit, and I want y'all to hear me say this, to Drake's credit, he did probably the most like hip hop thing he's done in his entire career. He went right to the booth. Drake began working on his third and many consider his best album, Nothing Was the Same, not long after.
I think, I'm trying to think, what's that, my favorite Drake album? This is probably the Drake album I listened to the most before If You're Reading This Is Too Late. I definitely think this is one of his best albums. Top 3.
after Good Kid, Mad City dropped and set it to release at around the same time the following year. However, Kendrick inadvertently, or maybe in retrospect, purposefully stepped on Drake's toes during the build-up to this album's release.
What he do? Oh, with Control?
Big Sean, one of the respected but second-tier rappers of that era, leaked the song.
You calling my nigga Big Sean second tier? Come on, I can't escape the Big Sean hate, bro. Everywhere I turn, this person hating on Sean, that person hating on Sean. Can y'all let him live? You couldn't just say another rapper from that era. Come on, bro.
Named Control.
But Drake still bit his style though. He bit his style.
And you put this record together. Did you know that what you were holding on to? Because it didn't get clear for the album.
Nah, man, because of sample stuff. But I feel like that song was so important to the culture.
Let me tell you what was great about that Control record. It wasn't like everybody said, you got to hear this, or something's coming, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it just seemed like all of a sudden, it just fucked the whole game up.
He wasn't trying to start any beef. He just wanted to push the essence of hip-hop back to the forefront, which seemed like it was kind of falling by the wayside.
And I just feel like, hey, man, this is pushing the culture forward.
How does Big Sean look older here in this era than he does now?
I knew what it was going to do. This is the most exciting rap song that's dropped in years.
In that song, Kendrick had a verse that calls out many rappers by name that was significant in his generation.
And that goes with Jermaine Cole,
including
Wale,
Drake, and essentially challenged them to
Meek Mill, Pusha, A$AP Rocky, Jake,
to fight him for the top spot. It was a beautiful thing in the eyes of hip-hop purists because it spoke to the idea of competition creating great art. The desire to want to do better than those you're in community with.
I got love for you all, but I'm trying to murder you niggas. I'm sorry. I'm having control spasms. I'm sorry.
What leads to breakthroughs like Good Kid, Mad City. In response, many of the rappers he named or even alluded to made similar songs of just pure bars and heat.
You know, as soon as he saw me, he said, yo, thank you so much for just, for understanding and not taking the verse the wrong way.
I like that.
And I was like, Kendrick, you don't know I'm different, bruh. I was like, I'm different. Like, I understand. Like, I listen to rap.
Right.
I understand.
It's the sport
of
hip-hop.
Oh my God. Even back then, Pusha T was shading Drake. That's crazy.
It's the sport. It's the sport of hip hop, and I looked at it like, man, he shouted out his peers.
B.O.B., Big Crit, J. Cole, all dedicated some energy to it. Even super lyrical rappers not mentioned like a Papoose or Joel Ortiz or Lupe Fiasco responded. But that wasn't Drake's response. Drake,
he the one nigga that took it personal.
Take this well, and it wasn't a good look.
You wouldn't do it for sport ever?
Like just to call someone out?
No, like
oh my God, this is the most suburban, it's the most suburban white kid thing he could ever like, bro. This is so cringe looking back at it, cause like Drake, this is why niggas didn't like you in the first place, cause niggas could smell on you that you didn't understand hip hop culture, and this just confirmed everything they thought, bro. Like, oh my God, this is so fucking cringe. Wait. What? Just call someone out just for fun? Like, bro, he literally said he got love for all of y'all. Like, this response changed the whole trajectory of hip hop. Yes, he is a straight cornball. Like, bro, even hearing the way he's talking about it is just like so corny. And I've seen this interview before, but it's like
the Kendrick's thing. You wouldn't. I noticed you didn't really get into that too much.
He was really sassy about this.
It just wasn't real to me. It's like I saw
it
him
wasn't
after that,
real.
And it was just like love. So it's like, was that real or was that?
Bro, like, where in the song did he say, I hate you, and I'ma hurt you when I see? When did he say that?
Just like for the people, you know what I
No,
mean?
I think it's a sparring kind of sport.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, then let it be real then, I mean, because those were harsh words, right? So
harsh words. This is so corny, bro. Harsh words. What harsh words did he say? Oh, is he talking about the part where he said, I got love for all of y'all, but I'm trying to murder you? Bro, does he... Wait. Deadass. Did Drake not know that when he said he wanted to murder y'all niggas, he meant, like, in the context of, like, rap? Did he think he meant that, like, IRL? Oh my God, Drake might actually be slow.
Like, don't just... You can't...
Or it's not even slow. It's like he's just culturally unaware.
Say that and then see me and be like, yeah, man, what's up? Pretending like nothing ever happened. Like, that's not real. That's not, to me, that's not like.
While those rappers responded with hip hop, adjacent energy, or just ignored it and focused on their own stuff, Drake mostly just complained. His response was less Wu-Tang.
And it's like, bro, hold on. See, now I gotta prove a point. Because it's like, it checks out. The dude that couldn't even lay down a real freestyle on the radio, it checks out. No. Oh, I already reacted to that. Never mind. I was about to say, he just released another video. Hold on. Drake freestyle. Yeah. Let's look at it. And no, this does not count as a freestyle.
In the movie, in HD.
It checks out. The dude that couldn't do a freestyle with a phone in his hand.
I'm ready. I remember listening the last time I listened to one of these Flex. The boy said something. He said, Flex, let me touch the city, let him know where it's at. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Can I do that?
You want to do
15 years ago, brother.
Can I do that?
Hold up.
Look at all this performance he was doing, bro. Like, all that talking ahead of time does not cover up the fact that this is on the record, gang.
Now, and if your man get the stunting, we'll buy him out.
I ain't never seen nobody freestyle with a phone in their hand. Now that I think, I genuinely am thinking about this. I've never seen anyone bold enough that pull their phone out or paper during a freestyle. That is like a cardinal sin of hip hop. What the comments say? He wasn't reading out the phone. He was just playing Clash of Clans while freestyling.
We be living with these other rappers lying about Drizzy Drake, what? Funk Flex,
You know, at least this makes me appreciate or have some degree of respect, because like we all know freestyles these days aren't actually freestyles, right? At a certain point it was, but like this even makes me respect the people that's like spitting pre-written verses as freestyles, because it's like, wow, at least they're still going off the top, or not completely, but like they're going off of memory. This guy couldn't even fake it enough to go off of memory with pre-writtens. Like the bar. This is when the bar dropped. This is when the bar went to hell for rappers. Ain't no way, bro.
Clan and more Mean Girls.
I personally enjoy making like great music and bodies of work over like being the top.
Sassy for no reason. For like, he can't even be like upfront with the shade. Like, oh well, my music's better than his and selling more than his. Like, he couldn't even say that.
Enjoy making like great music and bodies of work over like being the talk of Twitter for like 5 days, over.
But you seem just now a little irritated by it. No?
Really?
Yeah,
Yes,
just by even saying
zesty.
that it was harsh words. It seemed like maybe it irritated you for a second. Is that wrong?
No, it's just like, I mean...
And I get it, as Drake was literally on a press tour for his own album release, and it was the most ambitious personal project he had done pretty much in his entire career. It must have been annoying that this one verse by this artist who was clearly better than him was the talk of hip hop and not what he was trying to do with his new album. But he also could have just responded on some hip hop shit, released a mixtape or just a verse to like promote the fact that his album was coming out, threw it on the album last minute. I don't know. He could have twisted it in a lot of different ways. Instead, he just pouted.
Coming from that situation, it was unexpected. I wouldn't like. It's sort of like in working your way up and sort of building relationships. I wouldn't expect you to like throw all the relationships out the door for the sake of, like
That's
I said,
crazy, gang. Bro said he was throwing relationships out the door because he was being competitive in the sport of hip hop. You're like, does Drake realize he's the only one that Kendrick ruined a relationship with because you took it personal instead of taking it for what it is? Like, this guy, it's like he tried to study hip hop culture so he could leech off of it, but he still didn't study it enough.
Like the talk
It's
of
impressive.
the internet for
Right.
10 days, and then it's like now this like everyone's gonna forget about it.
He didn't just pout. He took Kendrick out of context. He took out of context Kendrick's intent in a way that, like, coming from Drake, it was like,
I almost wish he had come in there on that shit because I kind of lost like a little respect for the sentiment of the verse. If it's really fuck everybody, then it needs to be fuck everybody.
I
It just
remember
can't
this
be
one
halfway
too.
for the sake of the people. But you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, that's just how I feel.
dude, who are you right now? What is this? What is this tough guy act you're giving us? And this furthered the belief that Drake
Like, bro, you wish Kendrick came in there on some bullshit. Like, what? He was supposed to come run up on you and, like, be chest to chest and try to beat your ass while your security defends you? Like, what? Like, what is he even saying, bro?
was not really of hip hop culture, that he was an outsider that just happened to know how to rap. And for me personally,
Bebop,
this was
what's
the
good,
last straw
fam?
in terms of my perception for him and my willingness to give him grace, even though I love.
Oh, yeah. Trotting his child out like he was a prop after he said he was hiding his child from the world. Yeah.
Nothing was
Crazy.
the same, and I think it's a great album. It just was all bad from here. The persona that he had been portraying.
He still look corny to this day, bro. What was he even doing?
Could not be reconciled any further from my perspective. And it would only get worse from here. That year at the Grammys, it was Drake versus Kendrick for Rap Album of the Year, and they both lost to Macklemore because the Grammys is some bullshit, but that's a whole other conversation. But Macklemore sent Kendrick a message apologizing about the injustice, saying that he definitely had the best rap album.
Kendrick is a friend of mine. He's somebody that I love his music, and in my opinion, had the best rap album of the
He was
year.
still corny for posting that text,
and
though.
knowing how the Grammys usually go, I knew that there would be a great chance that we would win that award and, in essence, rob Kendrick. So that's what happened tonight.
And Drake didn't like this either, saying that he should get an apology, not just Kendrick, and just
So corny.
At this,
bro, Drake said some shit like, "Oh, he shouldn't just be apologizing to Kendrick. He should be apologizing to all of us. Where's my apology?" Like, bro, like literally like a spoiled brat little kid. Bro, it's like Drake has reached like unimaginable levels of corny, and like I don't even think he realizes that he is that corny. Like, I don't think he realizes that. Like, bro, I would have had a problem with the fact that Macklemore posted the text. Like, he sent Kendrick a text saying he apologized for winning the award, and then he screenshot it and then posted on Instagram. That was corny.
At this point, Kendrick had enough slick talk, and he sent back some not so subtle shots toward Drake in the BET Cypher in 2013.
And nothing's been the same since we dropped. Okay. Back in his pajama clothes.
Jokes on you.
High five. I'm bulletproof.
These bars included a glaring pain point between Kendrick and Drake, that Kendrick belongs here and Drake does not. And that it was obvious to everyone at this point how.
But he did like tuck you into your pajama clothes, even if it didn't happen then, it happened like 10 years later. That's crazy.
Stood. Many thought and hoped that
Kendrick
Drake would
was
respond directly,
sitting on
but
that
he
shit.
resorted to his own subliminals for the next few years as their beef devolved into a Cold War of sorts. Subliminals here and there from either rapper, but nothing ever overtly direct. And it's at this point that I think everyone will admit that Drake changed. He was mostly quiet for 2 whole years after this album, which is odd for him and would be unheard of now. He did some guest work with Young Money and other artists, but nothing for himself until randomly dropping If You're Reading This Is Too Late. While I don't like this record, I think this is the first time we meet the real Drake. It's the first time he really claims his hometown of Toronto. I bet you there's people that didn't even know Drake was from Toronto until they heard this album. It's the first time he doesn't feel like he's complaining or begging for approval or inclusion with the culture. Instead, he's cocky and smarmy, taking on a spirit that indicates that he doesn't need to ask for the top spot anymore. It's already his. I still don't personally like the music, but I did find myself liking Drake a little bit when this newer, more honest version of Drake showed up. And people began to talk about him differently from this point on in a way that at the moment I was happy about, but in retrospect, it really was too late. Or at least that's what we should have been thinking, but because we had just gotten this amazing piece of work from Kendrick, nobody cared. In fact, right after If You're Reading This Is Too Late dropped, Kendrick released To Pimp a Butterfly, considered the...
Oh my God. I didn't realize the timeline was Drake and then Kendrick's album. Oh my God, Kendrick crushed this man's album. And that's one of Drake's best albums to me. If you're reading This Is Too Late, nothing was the same. I don't know about what else is after that. But like for me personally, my ears, those are two of my favorite Drake albums. I did not realize this nigga Kendrick came and dropped his magnum opus after Drake released that and thought he was doing something. Oh my God. No wonder Drake hates this nigga. He just crushes him every single time while somehow being the bigger artist. To Pimp a Butterfly is literally one of the greatest albums of all time. Not even hip hop, rap. One of the greatest albums, period. Like, oh my God. And I'm thinking about the hype that album got at the time. I know Drake was sick.
The greatest rap album of the generation.
Wow.
If not, again, one of the greatest of all time. It was critically acclaimed, universally praised, and killed any notion of whether or not any other rapper should be considered Kendrick's peer in the hip hop world.
Yeah,
including Drake.
it wasn't
there
close.
Are 100 videos talking about how great this album is, so I won't rehash it, but just understand, in the modern era, no one
has an album like that.
They were for this album.
Pac was a prophet to me, and everything he's talking about is actually going on today. You know what I'm saying? That right there just sparked the idea immediately for what I was talking about in my record.
So when you met Pac in Cuba, is this the story y'all came up with?
It's the difference in these two albums where you start to see the beginnings of a huge divergence between Kendrick and Drake. I kind of look at this as the moment where Drake gave up on his original dreams and goals for being a rapper. It doesn't come across as much now, but for those who were there at the beginning and for those who understand.
He was actually trying to rap on If You're Reading This Is Too Late. Nothing was the same. I think he was trying to rap. But like after that, it's like, I feel like Drake realized, yeah, I don't have a chance of being the best rapper. So let me just try to beat them in an area where they can't compete. Being the biggest commercial artist, period. Because I think he stopped trying to like get the acceptance of like rap purists, hip hop gatekeepers. And he realized he was never going to be able to compete with someone like Kendrick or even Cole. Hell, in terms of rapping ability, he was never going to be able to compete with them. So it's like, you know what? Why not lean into what I'm good at, which is making hit songs, and they'll never be able to deny me, and maybe I can overshadow them so much as an artist that people will forget that I'm not a better rapper. And then eventually, you know, if he could become a big enough commercial artist, then it would, and him being a rapper on top of it, it would trick people into thinking he was the best rapper because of the numbers, like on some real LeBron shit. Like LeBron knew he was never going to be considered the GOAT by like basketball purists, I would say, or like by the masses. He realized he was never going to be able to beat Michael Jordan no matter what. The stats was just too crazy. The resume was too crazy. So he was like, you know what? If I pad my stats enough, then they won't be able to deny me, because the whole, remember what Jay-Z said, numbers don't lie. I feel like Drake and LeBron both took on that mentality like halfway through their career and decided to dedicate themselves only to numbers and stats. Even if the stats were empty, you know what? If I have so many stats, by the time that my career's over, there's going to be enough people who are just looking at the numbers, right? And not at the impact or the influence or the quality or the resume in totality. They're going to look at the numbers and be able to, how could you deny LeBron? How could you deny Drake? Like, look at their numbers. It's like, then they could, if they could tailor the narrative to their agenda, then they could almost like generate a crowd of people that were more interested in the stats over the substance, right? And I feel like they both like have that mentality in a way. Although I do think LeBron is closer to the GOAT than Drake is.
Understand what was happening then.
If you were to make an argument
that Drake originally was, ironically, not the type of rapper that would have liked Drake. Drake liked that hardcore hip hop nerd shit, and or the musical marvels that were pushing the boundaries.
Like Drake loved Joe Budden, bro.
Of what rap music could sound like. Drake liked Kanye and Pharrell along with Joe Budden. This may surprise some of you, but Drake was a lyrical miracle rapper, like a lot of white rappers that get into hip hop when he first came out.
Tried and it take them too long to realize they mimicking. Said that people had trouble naming their favorite rapper. Most of them getting
Joe Budden flow.
older. None of them in the trap, and in reality they working, but none of them on the map. They want to have these videos like T.I.P. and B.I.G. and female singers want to be Ciara, her and diarrhea, somebody that they can call their own for that.
But Drake knew that that wasn't a real lane for him, so he developed into his own thing. But what he wanted was for that unique thing that was Drake to be accepted and respected by those who inspired him.
Yep.
And many of those who inspired him rejected him. And
Yep.
then here comes Kendrick, who is everything Drake isn't, making
Everything
the type of
he
music
wants
that
to
Drake
be.
can't, taking the
Yep.
spot that Drake wants. Suddenly, Kendrick Lamar was getting Vanity Fair and GQ covers and being treated as a visionary artist, not just a rapper. Drake was the cool celebrity pop star guy you wanted to party with, and you wanted to know who he was dating and what he was wearing, and oh man, let's have him host Saturday Night Live. And Kendrick was a luminary, a maven to be taken seriously, a person whose words were meant to be enshrined in a museum, and a lot of stuff that's kind of cringe still, but I could imagine that still rubbed Drake the wrong way.
I went over to the studio and he played me a lot of the album, and I'm just like, wow, this is incredible.
Man, dude, so you still impressed. You're like, man, like this is it. And I'm pretty sure that means something to someone.
Yeah, not only am I impressed, it's like making me want to go back and get on my grizzle. You know what I mean? I got to get back in the studio myself.
Kendrick was getting effortlessly what Drake had worked so hard to try to attain. Drake had done everything right, hadn't he? He had said the right things, connected with the right people. He didn't start beefs with the wrong people. He made good music, and he even finally revealed his true self to the culture, and the culture responded positively. But to the culture, to the hip hop heads, and to the greater music and art world, it wasn't a question of where he stood when it came in comparison to Kendrick. Kendrick was the clear king of hip hop music, and Drake was a really awesome rapper and pop star. But again, God's plan presented him with an opportunity to completely shift the trajectory of his career, and then things really started to get interesting. Kendrick makes a comment in his first single, King Kuta, from To Pimp a Butterfly.
I got a bone to pick. What the fuck happened? Oh my God, I love King Kuta. Oh my God. I feel like it's crazy because like King Kunta, I don't think it's like underrated, but it's like to the masses, I don't think they know this song.
Many wondered who this line was aimed at, and when Meek,
we knew who it was. We knew who it was. Trust, we knew it was Drake. That's crazy that Meek Mill was the one that revealed Drake has a ghostwriter.
Mill, another second-tier rapper from that generation, begins to make open accusations of Drake using a ghostwriter, it's understood who that line was aimed at. This should have been seen as a very serious accusation. In the hip-hop world, especially the world controlled by the gatekeepers and the purists, the very idea of another rapper writing your songs is blasphemous. Maybe helping with a hook or a couple of bars, assisting and being collaborative, but it seemed like people were giving Drake entire verses and songs. The same way you would a pop star or an R&B artist. Understand, most rappers don't sing, right? Like, one of the ways that hip hop became legitimate in the eyes of the greater music world was based on the fact that these rappers were speaking their true, authentic selves on record. That they weren't buying songs from songwriters, they were putting their true experiences down on paper. Most of you all watching will probably be too young to understand that in the 70s and 80s, hip hop was greatly looked down upon, not just by like white conservative audiences,
but black people,
but by black artists and singers and musicians as well. It was looked at with a very negative light because they weren't playing their own music, and they weren't, you know, they were pulling pieces of music from all these other places to make their own stuff. It was seen as lowbrow entertainment. And it was on the strength of the fact that these people were writers and artists making poetry that hip hop was able to kind of gain legitimacy. And so the principle of writing your own music was super important to anyone in hip hop, essentially before Drake. And it wasn't that people didn't have ghostwriters. It wasn't that it was always 100% honest with everybody writing every lyric. But at a minimum, it wasn't something that was out in the open.
Yeah, you would hide it, right? You would hide it because like, people still thought Kanye wrote all his raps, and then it's not until recently that we found out that he wasn't writing his own stuff, or at least a good enough chunk of it for you to say that people were ghostwriting for Kanye. If rappers knew that Kanye wasn't writing his own raps at that time, bro, I'm telling you, he wouldn't have had as much respect. He wouldn't. There was a J. Cole song. I can't remember the name of the song, but he had a line, he was like, come to find out these niggas don't even write they shit. I don't remember the song, but I remember when he said that, and I didn't know who he was talking about, and then I found out he was talking about Kanye. And I was like, what? Kanye didn't write his stuff? Growing up, we all thought Kanye was a rapper. We considered him a rapper. We knew he was producing stuff, but like, we thought he was a rapper. So for me, finding out Kanye didn't write his stuff was like, I don't know, like, it was very jarring. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was a rapper. Now I just look at him. To me, it doesn't take anything away from him. I just don't put him in the ranking of rappers. He's still one of the greatest artists of all time and one of the most influential artists of all time. So it's like, but a lot of other people where they have a ghostwriter, if rapping is their main thing and people find out you didn't write your stuff, that should be earth shattering. But for Drake, it didn't matter.
Because of a guy like Drake. An aspiring rapper named Quentin Miller was shown to have written several songs for Drake. Songs Quentin Miller states he wasn't even fully paid for, and not just a hook or a few elements, entire verses and more.
You get in the studio with Drake, and you end up basically co-writing what became Used To, 10 Bands.
Those are my favorite songs. That's crazy, bro. I found out this nigga wrote my favorite Drake songs. I didn't look at him the same after that. And what's crazy, after I found out Drake had a ghostwriter, personally, I still listen to some of his music, but I didn't look at him like a rapper. And people call me a Drake hater. Like, but when I was a kid, I was definitely a hip hop purist. Like, I cared about people writing lyrics. I cared about people being able to freestyle. I cared about people having substance in their music, and I still do, right? But my ear is a little expanded now, so I can accept people making different music for what it is, right? I don't judge everyone by that standard, right? I appreciate what hip hop and rap has allowed on the full spectrum of music and types of artists, right? But I was a purist when I was a little kid, when I was 10, 13, 14, 15. Oh, I wasn't trying to hear that. I was not trying to hear that. So when I found out Drake didn't write his stuff, I was like, okay, he's an artist. He's not a rapper. Don't tell me he's a rapper. Don't tell me he's the best rapper out. Sure, he makes some good music, but I held that against him, and I still do to this day. So when people, oh, big three, no, you can't put Drake in the big three. I don't care what his numbers are. We don't know what songs he wrote versus someone else wrote. If you can't tell which songs was written by the rapper, to me, he's not a rapper.
And 6 Man?
Or she, because Cardi B's not a rapper either. She's an entertainer. We could acknowledge that they're still good at something. That doesn't mean you have to put them in the same conversation with rappers.
Yeah. I also wrote on Bless. Everybody was just so welcoming. It just felt so cool. I felt like I was, a part of the shit. Like, Drake literally was looking me in my face like, yo, man, this album wouldn't be possible if it weren't for you. Like, you really helped. You have no idea, da-da-da. Like, you saying this to a dude that was working in the bakery, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and for Drake, who was already looked at as an outsider, this seemed like it was going to be the end of his career. Except it wasn't. Drake released Charged Up, attacking Meek Mill for his accusations. This is probably the first diss track anyone had ever heard from Drake. Drake was not actually foreign to rap. It was still mid. He had been targeted by numerous rappers before, including Tyga, Common, and Pusha T in years prior, but those are much more low profile. Considering the accusations from Meek and the image that Meek carried as a burgeoning top tier star himself. And
I remember when he did these records, people was like, oh, look, this proves Drake doesn't have a ghostwriter because he released 2 songs back to back. So that was like, people always thought like, well, for one, back to back was a good song, but like the one before back to back was ass. I think it was Charged Up. It wasn't good. It wasn't a good diss track, bro. But Meek Mill's diss wasn't no better. So
former battle rapper who had legitimate.
But like, to be honest, I think more than anything, the people that was in the weeds and actually knew about the ghostwriting allegations, because like the masses, I don't think knew about the ghostwriting, or they didn't care because they weren't hip hop fans. They weren't fans of rap for real. So to them, that didn't really matter. They're like, oh, why does that matter? People write pop star songs all the time. Why does it matter if someone writes? So, it's those type of people. They didn't care about that shit. But to the ones who was like kind of on the fence, him releasing back to back was like, oh, this is proof that he writes his own stuff, because he wouldn't have been able to write these back to back if he had a ghostwriter, which to me, that makes no sense, because he could literally have a ghostwriter on his team with him at all times. Like, to me, it still don't prove nothing. But back to back was a good song.
Street cred, this was bigger, and it seemed like it wouldn't be enough. Charged Up was cool, but what really changed things was what Drake did next.
I do this shit for real.
Only a few days later, Drake released Back to Back before Meek Mill could even make his first response.
Yeah, I learned the game from Kanye West, so you can double check. Back to back for the niggas that didn't get the message.
And while Back to Back isn't necessarily a scathing diss track, it was a good commercial that embarrassed song. Meek on a nationwide scale.
It was is that a world tour, your girls tour? That was the worst line in there, bro. I was walking around the house saying that all day. That part, whoever wrote that part, we gotta get in their flowers.
It was a top 10 hit for weeks, if not months, and there were countless videos of people playing the song at parties. Remember that for later. You gon' make me go out of my fucking way. I'm waiting for the days, nigga, where y'all at? I drove here in the rain play. So Drake had Meek on the ropes, but many hip-hop purists still assumed that Meek would have a strong response.
Nah, his response was so bad. I don't even remember what Meek Mill's response was. That's how bad it was. I was rooting for Meek Mill just off some hip-hop stuff. He disappointed me, bro.
But he didn't. So what's surprising then, considering the way Meek Mill acts now, this is so surprising now, but at the time it was considered one of the worst diss tracks of all time, and I don't think Meek has ever recovered from this moment.
No, he didn't.
Man, I know that you gotta be a thug for it. This ain't what she meant when she told you to open up more. Yeah, straight to face, yeah, you get body by singing, nigga.
That was the worst part.
This was not how this was supposed to go.
Memes.
Drake didn't beat or defend the ghostwriting allegations. He basically
just memed him.
But all that mattered was the crowd screaming back to back at Drake's concerts.
Yep.
And suddenly
he won the
Drake
internet.
had credibility that he had never had before. And there were no consequences for him being exposed to be one of the absolute worst things you could be in the eyes of hip hop. A biter, a copycat, a faker. As long as he made hits, nobody would ever touch him, and it showed. Yep. The gatekeepers had lost any powers years ago, and although there was still a strong culture of hip-hop purists who looked down upon Drake, there was a bigger, stronger culture of more casual pop rap fans that Drake himself had helped grow and bring into hip-hop that had no real interest in hip-hop's origins or standards. And yes, I'm mostly talking about white people. Meanwhile, Kendrick was having a different experience. For Kendrick, stardom was never his goal. His goal was to change the world. Possibly even to save it. That's what To Pimp a Butterfly was kind of about. Not completely, but that was in its spirit. And Kendrick, in his hubris and faith and ambition, thought that if he made that perfect album, if he made the perfect song, that maybe he could destroy the world that he came from, that he could make it so there are no more good kids that have to grow up in a mad city. And if you go back and you analyze To Pimp a Butterfly from a sociological standpoint, you see that Kendrick really wasn't doing a good job of that. Just want to keep it real. Kendrick took a very hyper-individualistic stance on black people's issues as a whole. He comes off and sometimes continues to come off paternalistic toward black women. He presents this not so accurate belief that maybe all that black people need is the right inspiration and we be able to overcome our obstacles. Mm-hmm. But it's not that simple. It takes so much more, way more than any one work of art, no matter how great. And it seems like when he was faced with this failure and that realization, that it kind of broke him. Kendrick talked himself about having panic attacks on tour and before shows. He talked about going out on the road and going to concerts and then coming home to funerals for his friends that were still being killed in the street. He had survivor's guilt, guilt over his own shortcomings and infidelity as a partner and husband, and just disenchantment with the way fame was affecting him. In 2017, 2 years after To Pimp a Butterfly, Kendrick put all of his frustration, guilt, anger, and bitterness over his fame into Damn. While To Pimp a Butterfly is hopeful to the point of being preachy even, Damn is ugly, pessimistic, and nihilistic. It genuinely expresses that there is absolutely no hope for a better world for black people because we are damned by God. And while I love that record personally, many who were inspired by T-Pab's hopefulness were put off by Damn's mean-spirited derision. But possibly to his frustration, Damn is ironically much more of a commercial success than anything he's done to this point. It sells more records than T-Pab and is looked at by a lot of casual rap fans as his actual best album. He even won a Pulitzer Prize, the first rapper to ever do that for an album where all he seemingly did was lash out at the world. I can't help but think that this just made things worse for Kendrick's state of mind and mental health, which he would later confirm. And further lost in this artistic conflict he had was any semblance of a beef with Drake. And suddenly, not long after Damn, Kendrick's basically gone. He still pops up for performances and tours and a few guest appearances,
Panther album.
New music, interviews, major projects. They're nowhere to be seen for half a decade. And then Drake wins Artist of the Decade.
Thank you very, 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 very much.
Kendrick was looked at as the rap artist of the generation, the most transformative rapper since Tupac, who was elevating the genre in ways that hadn't been imagined. And then he was gone 2 years into that reign as the king and the rightful face of hip hop. He abdicated his throne and Drake usurped it. In Kendrick's absence, there was a vacuum of power. And whenever there's a vacuum of power, it's often the most daring and least scrupulous that win the scramble to take the throne.
I think that there's something to be said for the fact that everybody wants to be the guy with the juice. Everybody wants to be the best. And because we're doing a form of music where it's complete self-expression, a lot of it has to do with talking about yourself. I think that's where a lot of the confrontation stems from in our genre, because, you know, in the times where I'll make a record and then go away, you know, a lot of people say a lot of things, try and state their claim, or, you know, when you're not on an album cycle, there's gonna be someone.
That's why he just released music all the time. But it's like, and it's like he was scared to be away. I mean, to this day, he's still scared to not be present. You can tell. After the beef with Kendrick, it's like, when is the last time we done seen Drake release like 10 or 15 songs within like 3 months? I don't know. Like, he's known for putting out music a lot, but in a way, I still feel like I've never heard Drake release so many songs. It's like, okay, oh, he's talking about me, public perception changing, let's just flood the market with music. And it's like, maybe back like 5 years ago, he could have got away with that, but now he can't, bro. All his songs that he released, I think, have been like, what, top 50 or below? That's like really bad for Drake standards, bro. And it's like, you could tell he was scared to disappear. And everyone keeps saying, Drake, just leave. Disappear for some months, some years, come back, people will appreciate you. He can't even do that. His own fans are saying to disappear and stop releasing music, and he can't do it.
Someone else that wants that spot.
So up to this point, I've tried to mostly engage with Drake versus Kendrick as it pertains to art and hip hop, and maybe address why more hardcore rap critics took issue with Drake and his rise to stardom. During the first phases of Drake's career, where he was mostly hated by the core of hip hop fans, I have to admit that a lot of that hate was bad. But going forward, we have to kind of start recognizing.
Ooh, this is okay. Now this is the part I'm ready for. Hold on. Let me sit up for this. Hold on. Now the hip hop argument. Cool. I'm interested in the sociological point of view, in the psychological point of view here, and I feel like that's where he's about to go. So I'm about to start yapping. Hold on. Professional yapper. Reporting for dude.
That some of that hate was not just warranted, it didn't go far enough. In the second half of Drake's career, from the Meek Mill beef up until now, he's been at the height of his powers, but ironically has been much less inspiring as an artist and much more overtly problematic in his behavior, while putting much less effort.
Bro turned into an incel. He turned into an incel. Notice, dude always wanted to be like looked at as like a hip hop dude. Like, but he never talked about anything related to like the culture or like black people or his black experience. Hell, he didn't even talk about his biracial experience.
Into seeking out and desiring the respect of his peers in hip hop culture. And with the power that he's gained from this uniquely white fan base, he's been far more dominant and powerful and problematic. This newfound power, along with the talent that Drake still has, and maybe letting go of the burden Drake placed upon himself to be accepted and respected by everyone, resulted in the album Views, one of his most successful albums that produced some of his greatest.
I still didn't really like that album that much.
Hits, but also began a controversial pattern that had probably been in place for a while. It's just that the old Drake put in more effort to hide what he was doing. It was his first foray into overt wave hopping. Early on, Drake was the up-and-coming artist, constantly appearing on more established rappers' songs for legitimacy, and now he was reversing that role, but in a weird, kind of exploitative way. Drake has, whether cynically or just through a love of music, developed a knack for recognizing the next big thing. He finds soon-to-be breakout artists and requests to collab with them. And this is often referred to as the Drake stimulus package because this collaboration is often very beneficial for this up-and-coming artist. And for Drake, he gets the opportunity to associate himself with a new buzzworthy artist and possibly cannibalize a new audience that maybe he hadn't been able to touch up until that point. It should be a win-win, but on more than a few occasions, these smaller artists have been exploited by this process. They end up kind of suckered into giving Drake some of their best music or the biggest parts of their small waves, and then after Drake leaves, it's not a lot left for them to do. This was the conflict between Drake and The Weeknd, who were
Yes, we gotta talk about this. I hope he brings up that The Weeknd gave him half of his project.
reports that most of the songs off of Take Care, the album that many consider their favorite from Drake, were originally his songs that Drake basically coerced or forced him into giving up.
Do you think also the fact that things didn't work out with The Weeknd, you know, he ended up doing his own thing, you know, like you said, you would embrace almost building another star, though. You're not really going out of your way trying to make it happen, but if it did happen, you'd be able to deal with it and embrace it, and then that didn't work out. Do you think that kind of overlaps a little bit of this kind of organic thing you're building with OVO?
With Abel, we had our run. You know, we had our moments on Take Care. And
your moments? You mean his moment? You mean when Half Your Album was his songs? What you mean you had your moment? Didn't nobody know at the time that those were The Weeknd songs? You took full credit of them. I swear. Drake just be yapping sometimes.
You know, my features on his projects, and he just really came to me at one point, came to all of us and was like, look, like I don't want to sign under another artist because I feel like I could be just as big or bigger.
Facts.
And
talk about it. Talk about it. Hold on now. Did he lie though? Look at how big The Weeknd is now. The Weeknd's damn near the biggest artist in the world. I don't even know if that's like a hot take or it's not. I'm not even trying to have it a hot take. I'm dead ass. Like, y'all, The Weeknd's like #2 on Spotify. Y'all know how big The Weeknd is? I'm just now realizing how big The Weeknd is. He might be #1 now. He's still #2. I don't know who's #1. But y'all, do y'all realize how big The Weeknd is? His fan base is fucking nuts. Could y'all imagine if he stayed and signed with that OVO Sweatshop 360 ass deal? Oh my God, there's no way he would have got to this height. Drake would have absorbed all of his best work and put it into his album.
I want to start my own thing.
But even if it's not this kind of nebulous Drake stimulus package thing, there's also been times where Drake outright steals shit from other artists in terms of style and aesthetics. The most blatant example of this is the song I Love to Cha-Cha by artist Drum, which was then remixed by Drake and released as its own thing for Hotline Bling, one of Drake's biggest hits, and if I'm gonna be honest, probably my favorite Drake song of all time.
Called Hotline Bling.
I still can't believe Drake put that out in the middle of a beat. That's not crazy.
It's fucking nuts. Ends up being arguably the biggest record of his entire career outside of maybe God's Plan. Maybe. That's a direct bite of Cha-Cha.
Yeah, it was. It was just a little shocking because it came out as like the Cha-Cha remix. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, W New Follow, welcome to the stream. How we feeling?
As is, not really Hotline Bling. At the time, At the time, it was the Cha-Cha remix.
It fucked with me for a long time.
Recently, there's been a lot of accusations that Drake is copying the look of Smino and of Tizo Touchdown, who we just recently did some music with. And ironically, Views is where people started to criticize Drake the most for this, but Views is actually probably relatively genuine because, as I mentioned, Drake spent his early years in a Caribbean immigrant working class community, so he would have actually been relatively native to those sounds growing up. But it kind of goes to show that there was
Spider, what's good, OG? How we feeling? How we feeling? Welcome on in. Nah, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's valid. You know, I wasn't aware that Drake grew up around like immigrants and stuff like that when he was younger. So that is a valid argument.
The small but maybe loud or active coalition kind of looking at Drake sideways for the way he was clearly beginning to manipulate the industry as an artist and not just being an artist.
He did a song with Block Boy JB and all that. Like, listen.
But what does that have to do with music?
Because I'm trying to tell you his attachment, he kept attaching himself to everything of the culture.
That's fly.
But never had to ever be responsible.
As I said earlier, at this point, Drake stops being a rap artist and starts being a content creator. He starts just putting out as much stuff as possible of varying levels of quality, popping up everywhere so that it was never a chance to miss him. Now, the good thing is most of the time when he popped up, you liked what he had to offer you, but it does feel like you were getting a product as opposed to something unique and useful from him as an artist. And from Views until now, we are in Drake's most honest era, which is not necessarily a good thing because we kind of start to peel back the layers for those of us who have been critical of him in the first place. We find out that Drake has a bad habit of sleeping with or on some level courting other men's wives, girlfriends, and exes as a way to hurt them for seemingly no reason at all other than this seems to be a thing he's into. Most famously, the example of Drake sleeping with Lil Wayne's girlfriend well before Drake had really moved into mega stardom, at a point where this really would have been a bad decision. It would have been a situation where he could have risked cutting off his most significant cosign and advocate, but you know, hey.
Will you rap about that? Do you think it'll end up on a song maybe you two might, you know?
No.
No?
She still be texting me and stuff, you know? They stop texting me too. For real. Cause it still hurt.
You could tell he was really in his feelings too. Does it really?
No.
And at the same time, he was talking about we gotta hold Wayne down. But like, it was only 8 months. He couldn't hold out 8 months without sleeping with this dude's girl. It's weird.
Are you Lil Wayne's protege?
I am.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And did you see him recently in prison?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me about that visit?
It was definitely a change.
Bro, he's such a snake. Bro, how is he such a snake? I don't even understand. You went to visit the men in jail and he was smashing his girl at the same time. Like, how do you even... I don't know how you go to sleep at night. Some shit.
Change for me to see a man who I've always viewed as my hero and always viewed as
your
very
hero
powerful, in somewhat of a vulnerable position.
The Drake of the last 7 or 8 years is kind of the real Drake. And in some ways that's preferable, but in other ways, as you learn the types of things Drake has been doing when he had more shame, you realize, ironically, Drake's critics were actually too nice to him during the first half of his career. I feel like if people could see now what modern Drake is doing and what he will become versus what young Drake was doing behind the scenes,
there would have been even more outrage. Welcome back. Yo, OG, thank you for playing the game. That's one of my favorite games. One of the first sports games I played. Tony Hawk Pro Skater. And you know what's crazy? I heard they're coming out with another one too. I actually have a newer version of it. It's like a remastered. I have it on my PlayStation. But I appreciate you playing it. Make sure I drop my guy Spider a follow. Right now we are recording for YouTube, so y'all go ahead and say hey to YouTube. Nah, he's definitely right though. Like, hey, Bessie said, hey YouTube. Hey Bestie.
Never let him in to begin with. For example, do you know who really should be upset with modern Drake? Black women. As I pointed out earlier, Drake
he used black women
off the backs, or should I say the ears of black women. His initial acting job was to act like a sensitive rapper,
let's go,
like
Spider.
a ladies man.
And that is why you never try and beat the master.
And whole time Drake was a fucking incel, bro.
Game. Well, I thought you were the sensitive artiste/clothing designer now. When will you learn? I'm everything.
But a ladies man in a way that hadn't existed in hip hop up until this point. Rappers had made songs for the ladies for years, but Drake was able to take it to another level.
And y'all telling me this is what y'all wanted to see at the Super Bowl? Be so for real, bruh. This is what y'all want to see at the Super Bowl, please.
Greatly because of
like,
the
have y'all seen a Kendrick Lamar concert? Have y'all seen a Kendrick Lamar performance?
Thug elements that other rappers like needed to survive and thrive in hip hop at the time. Any type of love song from most rappers still somehow managed to be overtly misogynistic a lot of times. But Drake had a way of centering black women in his music that most rappers either weren't capable of doing or were too prideful to do because it would make them look soft, which of course is how Drake was often regarded early in his career. A lot of Drake's initial suffering in the eyes of hip hop was this unfair depiction of him as being soft because he wasn't this overt misogynist. But at the same time, women are an incredibly important and viable audience that you need in hip hop. If you can't get women to dance to your music, if you are too busy scaring the hoes, you can guarantee that your shows will be musty sausage fests that will make less money.
This is my favorite part of the show because it's time. It's time to scare the hoe.
Meanwhile, Drake's tours, the aforementioned tour for Take Care, was one of the most lucrative tours of the early 2010s. But over time, Drake would leave this core black female audience behind. And by the late 2010s, as Drake developed
Was she of age? Can we get an age check on her? Can we get an age check on her? How old is she? I don't know. She look a little young.
Online army of meme lords that kind of like are the worst fans in the world. Not everybody's fans are bad.
Ew, DJ Academics.
Drake's fans are unique.
Oh my God, he really does look like that damn mouse, bro.
Fan base grew for Drake, he became like every other rapper when it came to black women. While the usual misogyny in hip hop was on this like Big Willie, Don Pimps thing that wasn't really realistic, it was all mythology, it was all fantasy, Drake's misogyny was pretty tangible and like normal in the type of misogyny that women would more regularly go through. Typical misogyny in hip hop is like, we're gonna pour champagne on a stripper, and Drake's misogyny is, I'm gonna release like revenge porn of my ex-girlfriend. Drake often talked about heartbreak in his lyrics, but over time,
he would use the girls' names.
From being lovelorn to being annoyed in regard to his relationships. By the 2020s, he's
you know, he got an easy song he could use for this. Bestie, remember that song we heard with Drake where he was like, you just need to let me manage and control you. Like, I can't even remember which song it was, but it was Up For All the Dogs. And I was like, oh my God, I can't even listen to this. We literally, bro, after you said that, I was just like, oh, okay, Drake, I see what you're on, bro.
Overt shots at ex-girlfriends such as Rihanna and Serena Williams, eventually graduating to taking shots at women for apparently no reason, like Megan Thee Stallion and even Taylor Swift. In 2023, he took a shot at, I don't remember the young lady's name.
Esperanza Spalding.
This is in between the many
she didn't even do nothing
about the much younger women he's dating not being fun or sophisticated. It's just a lot of weird shit. The black women who once championed and insulated Drake from the purest hip-hop fans were now being thrown to the wayside for obnoxious white superfans who would hang on Drake's every word and live vicariously through him.
I thought he was gonna say hang on Drake's nuts.
The types of fan that want to attach themselves to whomever is on top. They're like the type of people that are Cowboys fans, but they live in like Boston. They relish the fact that Drake has no shame or accountability to hip-hop culture or women or anyone. Drake's fans are basically the Trump voters of hip-hop. And like, if you go to Drake's Reddit page, that's not that wild of a statement. And this isn't explicitly just the whiteness of his fans, although that is a big part of it. Black people are only 13% of the population. It's just mathematically impossible to be a rap megastar and not have a huge white following. However, there has always been an unspoken understanding between rap stars and their white
mama's
fans,
type.
that the music is.
Thank you so much for the biddies, gang. Hold on, let me get the claps. Yo, what's good? What's good? How we feeling? Twitch, thank you for the extra bits. How we feeling, fam? Don't mind me. We're just roasting Drake.
Yes, sir.
We're just roasting Drake. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Yo, thank you so much, Breezy. Breezy, no sub, no ads gang, no ads gang. How we feeling, y'all? I actually need to order my food, but I'm too busy roasting Drake right now. We're watching I'm What the Culture Feeling, the full story of Kendrick Lamar versus Drake, and we're only a third way through. It's the longest reaction I'm ever gonna do. I would never react to anything else this long. Only this topic though, only from FD. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Having a good day. I need to order some food. But As you know, I always appreciate the support. And chat, make sure y'all tap in with the fam. Drop them a follow. W streamer. Hopefully I can have some time off and be able to pull up. You know, I've been really streaming hella hours recently since Twitch gave my ads back because they took my ads for like a month. But we're back. So I've just been streaming hella hours, but I think next week I'll probably have some time to be off. So chat, just let me know when y'all are live. And honestly, the best way for y'all to let me know y'all are streaming is to drop your link in the Discord, because I literally have a section there for y'all to let me know when y'all live. So tap in, you know what I'm saying? And feel free to let me know what you guys think about this too. But I think this is interesting. Like, I feel like he doesn't even have to use Drake's Reddit as a explanation, like, for him being like having damn near Trump fans. I don't know how many of y'all paid attention to the beef this year, but y'all, do y'all remember when Rick Ross called him like big nose, he got his daddy's nose, and Drake posted a text. This is so crazy. He posted a screenshot of a text he sent his mom, where his mom's like, yo, what's going on? Why are people talking about you? He's like, oh, I'm in a beef and this guy's being racist, calling my nose big. And I was like, bro, that is the whitest shit I've ever seen a rapper say. You told your mom that niggas was being racist because they called your nose big? That's like, bro. That alone tells me. Oh, and the Reddit post that FD showed was showing like people on Twitter quoting white people talking about stay out of this beef, it's black folks business, and the people on Drake's Reddit were saying they were racist. And it's like, bro, the man himself literally called niggas racist for making fun of his nose. Like, you just, I don't know. You can't make it up, bro. You can't make this shit up.
But not.
What? I shut out the wrong person.
White fans were more than welcome to come to shows and spend money and maybe even say the word at home when no one is around. We know y'all do it. It's, you know, just don't get it.
No. Let me find out you saying nigga in private. I'm disowning you. As a person with white friends, if I find out my white friend saying nigga in private, I'm disowning y'all niggas.
Froggy about that.
I don't care.
But they were never to be fully catered to or centered in the conversation of what hip hop is and should be. And for lack of a better way of putting it, good white fans mostly understood this. Even stars like Jay-Z and Lil Wayne, who shamelessly chased commercial success, still understood this dynamic. This is what happened with Kendrick on stage with the random white girl that said the N-word. She had basically not kept up her end of the deal. But to be clear, this isn't.
Wait, why do people make it seem like when this white girl said nigga on stage, why does they make it seem like when she said nigga on stage, like Kendrick approved of it? He literally stopped the music. I haven't seen that clip, but I heard people talk about it like, oh, Kendrick supports white people saying the N-word. And I'm just like, bro, no way that's the clip they were talking about.
Some altruistic, super pro-black shit.
They made it seem like Kendrick told the girl to say nigga.
This is just the nature of the business.
That's why you can't.
Rappers, companies, etc. recognize that the major draw of hip hop to its white audience was its ability to pull them in to what these white people imagined was the black experience.
Right,
it was
right,
escapism, similar to why people like superheroes or athletes or karate stars. Like the same way
they
that
feel
little
like they
white
can understand
boys
a black
will come
experience
out of a martial arts
type
movie
shit.
doing fake karate kicks on their little siblings. 15 years later, those same boys will be men imitating Jay-Z or Lil Wayne when they go to the club or on spring break or something. Historically, the swagger of black men has been one of our biggest American exports, going all the way back to Chuck Berry and rock and roll. Check out my black men's fetishization video for more on that. But understand that.
How am I getting random text messages? Yeah, my number definitely leaked somewhere. How am I getting random text messages with political ads about Trump and Kamala Harris? Like, what?
All the features about black men.
I'm not voting. I'm voting for a watermelon. I just want to let y'all know I'm not voting for either one of them.
Get us shot by police, racially profiled, kicked out of schools, etc. All that negative stuff that we experience, we on occasion through hip hop flip it into something useful.
And Drake had none of that to give. And that's why his music is soulless to me. In the hip hop sense, soulless. All he does in music these days is complain about women.
By selling our own dysfunction back to the people that cause it. And in doing that, we find ways to escape or maybe even elevate ourselves. This isn't exactly a good thing, but it's something that has benefited Black folks on multiple levels. And there's been an understanding that we will export this Blackness for the financial gain and then also protect it so that we remain in control of it, i.e. the gatekeeper. That was their implicit job, because if we don't control it, then we don't get to dictate the terms of this swagger. And we risk losing the direct benefits while still being the main people who suffer under it.
That makes
today
sense.
We have Jack Harlow and Tom McDonald and countless others. Today the slang and lingo and dances that we innately just create just through the nature of our—
Then you get a Post Malone that leeches off of hip hop to launch his career and then disses hip hop. I would never forgive him. I hate Post Malone.
Our reality and the innate talent of our people, that stuff is so proliferated through media apart from us that we get no credit for it and thus no benefits. And Drake isn't the core reason why this happened, but he's emblematic of that change because he perfected the process of doing it during this time period while Kendrick was gone. Hip hop had changed so much, not just in the preceding years where Kendrick went quiet, but since that era with the emergence of Kanye. The culture of the internet and influence in social media was much more prominent than the actual music when it came to hip hop.
You know what? That's true. I haven't thought about that. So Damn came out in 2017. True. It came out 2017. Then Mr. Morale came out in 2022. Damn, that's true though. That 5 years, a lot did change. Oh my God, that is like low-key when you think about it. That's like two different time periods. Like the 5 years doesn't really do justice to how much everything changed. Like the technology makes stuff like move faster in a way. I get what I'm saying? Like technology makes time like move faster, like things progress faster the more and more technology. Like think about 2017, there were still a bunch of people that didn't have a phone, like a touchscreen phone yet, or maybe like a bunch of people still getting their first phones, or like that's a whole different time where I was like a sophomore in high school. That is way different. And then like even especially with the streaming services, Spotify, Apple Music. I don't even know if Apple Music was out in 2017. But like that changed the way people listen to music. People were between then and 2022 when Kendrick's album came out. The amount of people that was buying albums in 2017 was still a lot compared to people buying albums now. And now think about how many records Drake has broken. Oh, most singles. No, look, first of all, I have a video on that. Y'all should check that out. There's a video about #1 hits not being the same as they used to. And like Drake's put out a lot of songs that were #1, but it's like to get a #1 in 2017 or pre-17 was way different than like this streaming era. I would say the streaming era started like 2016. You could maybe say 2015, but it really started taking off 2016 and after, and Drake has dominated in that era. And I don't know, I'm not gonna say the numbers are fake, but the numbers can definitely be rigged a lot more than they were back in the day. Back in the day, people had to actually buy those albums and buy those singles. It's a whole different time, bro.
Become more about stan culture and who your fave was than whether or not they were actually giving you,
or whose fan base could win over the internet. Even that, like that was a thing. And it's like, bro, like it's so crazy thinking about how all of this has changed. It's changed so much. It's like wild. Like I'm not. I was gonna say I'm not gonna say it's for the better or for the worse, but it's definitely for the worse, bro. If you love music and care about art, it's definitely for the worse.
Good music. And the tastemakers and thought leaders had drastically changed to the point where we still had a few good ones like your Sean C. or Anthony Fantano. The whole
Sean C.
podcast.
That's my guy. You FD, I'm not gonna lie, you being a little biased with that Anthony Fantano win, cause I'm not throwing him in there. Respectfully, Fantano can kick rocks.
etc. But they were also sharing space with some more not so great gatekeepers like your Academics or your Adam 22 or the plethora of hip hop podcasts that half the time just sound like old weird dudes yelling and not really talking about good music.
I'ma hold this thing. Get the fuck out of here. You mad? Cause I'ma make money with Birdman and you ain't making money because you fucking flopped. You flop, you fucking neighborhood rapper.
Academics is a really interesting case study in how this new era of social media clout influence hip hop journalism works, because Academics was a Drake fanboy that eventually weaseled his way into a direct relationship with Drake, becoming almost a propaganda wing of Drake's, whole community, carrying his water and spinning his negative press positive.
Oh my God, I love this. I love this video clip. This man was me writing this album so much. And he actually reacted to the album and fell asleep on it, bro.
What top 5 you smoking on, Kendrick? Cause my top 5 is Drake, 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 Drake. If we broke it off, then you know it wasn't.
There's videos of Drake clearly shitting on
I hated that album.
And not wanting to be bothered with them.
Mom's birthday. Mom turned 70 today. Just feeling a vibe.
Millie Bobby Brown. Whoa. Millie Bobby Brown spamming heart saying miss you. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild.
Yo, Academics dip from my life, man. Real talk.
Oh my God.
I really like that, bro.
Yo, Drake literally.
I need a dip from my life, man. Real talk.
That's
I know
crazy.
Some people like, hey, how could you be a fan of someone who would check you on a record? But to me, I thought it was almost a hats off or an acknowledgement to where I have actually came to.
Why are you on Drake's cock?
Okay, first of all, Drake didn't even call Joe.
Why are you on Drake's cock? Never mind him calling you a fuck name. Why are you on his cock?
Discussing the hottest
Wait, he said Academics name in a song?
Rapper in the game. And I'm sorry,
who's not fucking with you, by the way?
But Drake figured out that in this era that was really shaped a lot by his behavior, clout was more important than any of the actual music. As long as you had fans and stands willing to carry your water and say whatever you said was good, regardless of if it was, as long as real critics weren't really taken seriously, the only thing that was important is making sure your narrative was strong and prolific. The purists and gatekeepers and pretty much anyone else that wasn't enjoying the direction that hip hop was going in didn't have much they could do about it. They had to kind of sit there and quietly take it. No matter what they said, it would fall on deaf ears or
what's good, JJ?
Be drowned out by the loud, clout-driven audiences that Drake could still pull.
What's going on in hip-hop right now is embarrassing, dude. And the thing is, it's nothing as a whole wrong with hip-hop. Hip-hop just needs some fucking balance. Hip-hop don't need to be all positive. It don't need to be all negative, but we need to control the images.
Why was this guy? I've seen this guy. The standards of hip-hop that had been important for so long. Why can he bite other people's style and not write his own songs?
Pusha T. Oh, I forgot. This is the era. 2018 Deadass was the era of Pusha T. Oh my God. I almost forgot this beef happened. Like, not forgot, but like I forgot in this timeline, you gotta mention the Pusha T thing.
The snake behavior that we know he's been doing for years, still not affecting him. Someone should do something about this. Well, in 2019, 4 years after the Meek Mill beef and 2 years since anyone's really heard from Kendrick, re-enter one Pusha T. Much like Kendrick and other rappers from that earlier era who were more respected, Pusha is from a rough background, a former drug dealer, and a traditional gangster rapper. He, like many a traditionalist in hip-hop, has never liked Drake or what he stood for, but unlike other rappers, he never hid it either. He didn't care if it cost him clout or success or access. He refused to be quiet about it and has let this be known on so many occasions to the point where it was understood.
He was low-key implying it in that interview we saw earlier where he was talking about, he told Kendrick, I'm not one of those rappers that's going to take the control verse the wrong way.
That if Pusha T was going to be a place, he needed to leave if Drake was going to come to that place.
With you and Drake, it's been an ongoing thing, but but I do think
one big target, right? Everybody's get to shoot at me all day.
Well, to be fair, you were the one that stands up and says your piece, and stands up and says, try your best, take your shots, because you also send out those shots.
I sort of feel like I can't let people think for 1 second that like, I'm a punk or I'm a chump or, it's okay to say certain things, because to me, I just feel like once they get to do things like that, they get to keep pecking at you.
This beef has
They
like
start to
3
think shit's
different
sweet.
moments over the last 10 years, but the one that happens in 2019 is the most significant because unlike the years before with the Meek Mill drama where Drake was satisfied with subliminals, a few lines here and there, or just fully ignored
didn't he
it.
call out Pusha T's whole like wife or fiance's name in a song?
A fully charged up Drake, recognizing his position at the top of the hip hop world, responds to Pusha T's most recent diss with the scathingly strong Duppy Freestyle. And it's really interesting as an artifact of who Drake is in this point in the career. Before now, Drake probably never would have fully responded to Pusha T's direct disses except for a few subliminal lines. But the Duppy Freestyle, for my money, is probably his best diss track ever.
Y'all let us spit an image of whatever jealousy breeds. Don't push.
Let's listen to it. I don't remember this at all. I didn't even know how the Pusha T and Drake thing started. Let's see. Duppy. Like, I'm just trying to chat. What did this even sound like? Do y'all remember this? I don't remember this. What did Pusha T say to do this? To like cause this? Oh my god, this is gonna be so. Oh my god. So they saying this was his best diss track just for Pusha T to come out with Story of Adidon? Yo, Drake's big moments always getting crushed by somebody else, bro. I see why he mad. All right, child, let's hear it for context. For context. I'm not gonna lie, he kind of spin on this though. He kind of spin on this. I'm glad to know that he got cooked after this because this did sound pretty good. I don't know where. I think when his song came out, I just ignored the shit. This shit. He said you an approachable dude. Oh, it's cute. Oh, oh, that's who. That's the lady's name. That's his girlfriend or fiance or whatever. That was it. He didn't say nothing else. Okay. Drake sighed like they forgot to put it salt on his fries at McDonald's.
It's gonna be a cool summer for you. I told Weezy me when I'm in album mode.
You're not even top 5 as far as your label talent goes. You send shots, well, I gotta challenge those.
And so with that energy and confidence, Duppy Freestyle to me is probably to date the best diss track Drake has ever made. It employs all of the bravado that he in many ways had earned in the previous decade of his career, going from the sideshow put upon rapper that everyone seemed to tolerate and openly dismiss to now the legitimate, most powerful, most successful, biggest rapper in the game and the world. But it also further reveals Drake's true colors. Drake goes straight for the jugular, bringing up Pusha T's wife in a throwaway line they didn't even really need.
Holla at me when you multi-million. I told you keep playing with my name and I'ma let it ring on you like Virginia Williams.
In fact, the whole song is more personal than rap disses have been in previous generations. Rap beef and diss tracks are often about insulting another rapper's career, expressing how much better you are, maybe bringing up notable
That's
L's.
crazy. That's how petty he is. He didn't even, that line didn't even really make sense.
And bad looks,
He just said it just to say it, bro.
The only time I can ever remember a wife or girlfriend being brought up was from Jay-Z's Super Ugly, which was a response to Nas's Ether.
Didn't his mom make him apologize or something?
And it with a thud. Nobody liked it and was feeling it. Jay-Z reportedly got a call from his mom to shut things down
Jay-Z's
and take the loss after. But here was Drake bringing up Pusha T's wife kind of out of the blue. He indeed was fully charged up, but he unfortunately wasn't prepared.
Ah, man, I remember this like it was yesterday. I still don't feel like Drake got enough heat for this blackface thing, though. What person casually just has a picture of them in blackface? Like, what? His explanation still didn't make sense. This is a crazy picture. This is a crazy picture.
And was hoping that Drake escalated things in some type of false flag strategy so that his next diss, The Story of Adidon, would feel deserved. But even with that preface, The Story of Adidon still stands to me as the coolest, most ugly thing to have ever happened to any celebrity in some type of public feud.
Did you wake up this morning feeling bad at all?
No.
For what?
Nah, I mean, he did mention your fiance's name, so I guess it was, you know what, the gloves are off.
Listen, all bets are off because of that. That alone causes all bets to be off.
In The Story of Adidon, Pusha T makes fun of Drake's friend who was suffering from some type of autoimmune disease.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
How much time he got, that man is.
He makes.
That's still crazy. Oh my God. I forgot about that line. Oh my God. Oh my God. That line is so crazy. He literally said tick, tick, tick. He said tick, tick, tick. That's sick. But it's like, okay, but the nigga produced all his songs, so it's like if you gonna shoot at Drake, you gotta shoot at the men that make the song too. Low key. You defending this. And what's crazy, the nigga had a problem with Drake too. Drake's producer, 40, the one he was talking about, had a problem with Drake too. Just wasn't bold enough to say it.
Drake's biracial angst and his history of trying hard to fit in.
Confused, always felt you weren't black enough. Afraid to grow it cause your fro wouldn't nap enough.
But then he takes things to a level never seen before in hip hop or really outside of like anime.
We talking character, let me keep with the facts. You are hiding a child, let that boy come home. Deadbeat motherfucker playing border patrol.
That's still crazy.
That Drake
bro, it's crazy. I still listen to that song and get chills to this day, bro. Like, bro, you just had to be there at the time when he dropped this. Bro, I remember first time hearing this song, I saw people reacting to it on Twitter. It was even worse than the, bro, this was crazy, bro.
Baby with a
you just had to be on the internet.
That he was hiding in another country. Allegedly.
He said you were hiding a child. Let that boy come home. Deadbeat motherfucker playing border patrol. Fuck. Border patrol is insane to say to a nigga hiding a kid. And what's crazy, bro, Drake to this day still make it seem like, oh, I was hiding my child from the world, which there's nothing wrong with that if that were true, but that's not true because he still parade the kid around, put him in music videos, all that. If that's how you felt then, nothing after this beef should have changed it. It's not like, oh, Pusha outed my son, so let me just put him in, make him into advertisement and use him as a character and all my stuff. Like, no, if you felt that way then and you were serious, you still wouldn't have put him into the public light after. That's how we know the nigga was BSing. Facts. JJ, that's a fact. That's a fact. The stream is where it's at, and we appreciate all the people that came over from YouTube to the stream. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are some real ones.
Announcing his presence with an Adidas campaign that would be worth millions.
Damn.
It was a savage attack on everything Drake had built and was building. It killed any semblance left of Drake's nice guy facade, which had been dying a slow and ugly death up until this point. It took away from him this possibly amazing moment as a father, the opportunity to enter his child into the world on his own terms, and probably cost him millions of dollars since this Adidas campaign.
That's my type of hater right there. If you're gonna be a hater, you gotta do it right. You gotta do it right. Yeah, ruin his rollout, ruin his child reveal. Yeah, I support that. Make him lose millions of dollars. Yeah, that's a real hating right there. We need to bring real hating. Well, Kendrick kind of brought the real hating back. Never mind. My goat Kendrick got it. He got it.
That was allegedly happening was obviously canceled.
And when I was making the record, in response, which was a real record, I know people think it's like some myth. It was like on this Vinyl's beat, and I just found myself saying things that like one seemed really out of character just because I was like deeply invested in the situation and getting very angry. I just realized that like nobody cares.
Chat, what y'all think? What y'all think? Did Drake really have a response to that Pusha T song? Yes or no? I feel like he probably did, but it was ass. He just came up with this story that sound better. Like, oh, I went too crazy on the diss track. Nigga, this man just put out probably the best diss track of all time on your head. And you telling me, oh, well, what I responded with was it was just too harsh. Please, if you had something that was good enough to go toe-to-toe with that, you would have released it. But you ain't have nothing. Let's keep it a buck. You was in the stew, writing and rewriting verses, your ghostwriters. You had them ghostwriters in that OVO sweatshop trying to write verses for you, and y'all couldn't come up with nothing. Let's keep it a buck. Just like Kendrick, you ain't really have nothing for real. The Heart Part 6 was the best you had, and it was trash.
About this guy, so it's not really much I can say better than Drake has a baby. He won. You know, he won off that.
A lot of people get on Drake for stopping the beef after that. But honestly, it either would have had to have been hands or I just got to move on, because like I couldn't imagine having something planned for my son or sons and like fucking Vosh does a video about it before No one had ever taken a bigger L in the history of hip hop.
Nah.
And devastated Drake.
No, and you know what made it even worse too? It's the fact that Drake was like the king of the internet. Like deadass. Like Drake was the king of the internet. After that Meek Mill beef, he realized the power of having the internet on your side. And like people making memes and trolling and shit. He tried to do that to Pusha T. He realized that you win the internet, you win whatever battle. It don't matter if the song or the music is good. If the internet's on your side, you won. This was the first time that the internet turned against Drake. The first time. Never ever did it happen. Yo, thank you so much, OG. I appreciate you pulling up and hanging out with me. Chat, make sure y'all drop the OG Spider, the old school gamer. He said he's adding some new games to the list. Pull up to a bunch stream. Thank you for all the support.
I have no desire to ever mend anything with that person. And yeah, that situation just went, you know, it just went where it went. And it's just, there's no turning back. It's not like those other situations.
There is no greater evidence or indication of the change in hip hop's cultural standard in the fact that this devastating series of events had basically no real consequences for Drake's career. In previous years, huge losses and personal beefs in hip hop, along with mediocre music, would signal the end of a rapper's career. Cannabis was being looked at as the future king of New York before LL Cool J did him dirty in their battle. 50 Cent ended Ja Rule's reign as one of the top rappers in the game with his
50 Cent and Eminem, because Eminem, oh my God. Eminem, damn near everybody Eminem beef with careers ended.
Records. And Eminem brutalized Machine Gun Kelly so bad that he switched genres. Losing a rap beef doesn't guarantee
No. FD, it's okay. I got you, gang. He switched career paths. MGK became an actor.
career is over.
He gave
up.
It
should sting for a while. And in Drake's case, to be exposed the way he was, to have his nice guy facade that had already been crumbling evaporate in an instant, that should have fundamentally changed his presence in hip hop, but it didn't. Because the culture had changed. It didn't matter that Drake had ghostwriters and had been embarrassed in front of the rap world and was called out for being inauthentic and wearing blackface because pretty white girls were doing TikTok dances to his songs within a few months.
Yep.
Drake at this point had the game on lock,
and
there was nothing anyone could do about it.
Respect
and it
Shiggy.
Wasn't on lock in the cool, impressive way like Peyton Manning or LeBron James or Michael Jackson, where you just recognize that they were winning all the time because they earned it, because they were truly great and they just couldn't be stopped by anyone in their purview. This is more like when you're like playing an old fighting game and someone's playing a character who is clearly broken or has one move that they can do that's impossible to stop
OP.
because people didn't design the game very well. There's no skill involved. There's nothing to be impressed by other than the willingness that this person has to degrade the game down to a level where it's not fun anymore. That's basically what the meta slide was.
Oh my God, I hated this song, bro.
Can't think of anything more cynical than this song.
This song sucked, bro.
After all of this, I made a video called Drake and the Death of
Oh,
Hip-Hop.
I remember this one. This was such a good video.
Because as far as I can
10 out of 10 would recommend.
hip-hop was dead. Now, old heads and older heads have been claiming hip hop to be dead for like a decade at this point, and I had always felt like they were overreacting. And I want to be clear, if you're saying hip hop is dead, like genuinely, not like kind of ironically or tongue in cheek, you're not paying attention to hip hop. Modern hip hop music is low key better than it's ever been, at least since the 90s, as an artistic form and genre. However, there are parts of hip hop that are definitely dying, mainly the world and era where rappers were considered huge and influential megastars. Like, I went and looked up various records of like the top streaming rappers of all time, and so many of them made their first album in the mid or early 2000s. A few made them in the 90s. And aside from Travis Scott and a couple of rappers who are literally dead, such as XXXTentacion, Juice WRLD, and Mac Miller, when you look at modern rap stars, almost none of them made music before 2015 that get to that super top tier level. All the rap headliners across the world are people my age or older. Nicki Minaj, Eminem, Drake, Kanye somehow still. New rappers can't penetrate the global landscape to become megastars the way that Kanye and 50 were 15 years ago. This is for a lot of reasons and could apply to a lot of things in our media, movies, TV shows. So much of our media has been really poisoned by the creep of capitalism and how it's changed the arts. But it does say something that if you look at the top 100 songs at any point in time in the last few years, you're gonna find way more country songs and pop songs than hip hop songs. And because of that, I proclaim Drake to be the king of this era in decline. And that video ends with this long shot panning in on Drake, sitting on a throne with skulls surrounding him. Because soon hip hop will only be a niche genre where you still get your Denzel Curry and your Jid and whatnot, but there will never be another Drake or Kendrick or Kanye or Pac or Big or Rakim or Run DMC. A whole lineage of rap megastars that were significant in hip hop and rap culture and black culture and American culture. That role is gone. Unless something truly changes, I don't think anyone will ever be that big again. So in my head, that video was like a eulogy to the past, but also an autopsy. Because to me, it was clear there was no chance hip hop will ever be that big again. But it was our fault. We kind of set that into motion well before it came into fruition. So really, there was no point complaining about it. The damage had been done and we had lost. It'd be best to fade out gracefully and appreciate what we had while we still had it and cherish the memories that still remain. That video came out in 2022. There have been almost 50 years of hip hop to appreciate. It doesn't matter what the future holds because it just looked bleak. And then Kendrick Lamar came back.
Oh yeah, bro. When Kendrick came back, bro, it didn't even feel real, gang. It deadass felt like I was seeing a ghost. Kendrick was gone for 5 years. Do y'all understand how long 5 years in music is? 5. I mean, well, you could really say 4 because he had that Black Panther album in like 2018. But like, bro, it was like, I don't know, hip hop was revived.
Tell me.
Tell me. Tell me. Tell me.
I've been going through something.
After a 5-year absence and near silence in the culture, Kendrick Lamar returned with Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. So much had happened during that time. Trump had came and went. It was still in the thick of COVID, and the world seemed more unstable than ever, and hip-hop was in a weird place. What better time than now for hip-hop's most acclaimed and forward-thinking artist to return and set things right and give us what he gave to TPAP, to give us hope. Maybe we would listen this time and things would be different. We just would need his support.
Kendrick, you texted me at 2 o'clock in the morning. I feel like I'm fallen. Why do you feel that way?
And this was his response. Take time to support yourself. Take time to heal yourself. That's what I've been focused on.
For me now, I have to find a way to understand the space that I'm in and how I'm feeling at the moment. Because if I don't, it's going to zoom. I know, I can feel, you know, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. It just goes, you know, and then you miss out on your moment because you were so in the moment, you didn't know the moment was going on. Yeah. If that makes sense.
That was
but
from like
others,
2016
even
or
those who were
2015.
fans of Kendrick were put off by the sheer humanity and rawness of what came in this record. To me, the most enduring thesis of this album and the song most relevant to the coming events that happen in this battle is actually a song that's technically not a part of the album in The Heart Part 5. Before every album, Kendrick releases a song kind of previewing maybe either the essence of what the album is going to be or at least whatever's on his mind at the time. And it's called the Heart series. And here, after such a long hiatus, it's clear that Kendrick had been paying attention to what's been happening in hip hop and hip hop culture, and he's concerned. The Heart Part 5, in a way, is his desperate plea for hip hop and the people that made it to possibly course correct and reset things in order to save it from the bleak future that it seems to be heading toward. Or at a minimum, follow the example that he's about to present as a possible way forward. And when you listen to much of what this rap battle ends up talking about in terms of his criticisms of Drake, you can see how he telegraphs these ideas in The Heart Part 5. But Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers and The Heart Part 5 received a mixed reception. Unlike TPAP, where everyone could at least agree that it was a great album, don't let these goofies on the internet fool you today to believe that when TPAP dropped, it wasn't universally praised by everyone, not just the Anthony Fantanos and other rap nerds of the world. TPAP was a classic album immediately upon arrival. It's just weirdos on the internet now that are trying to tell you that it was boring. It was never boring.
Dare I
And
say
J. Cole.
And
J. Cole.
Classic.
Yeah.
Man, they've been saying that this round 2, but
Listen,
you know my thoughts. You know
Kendrick,
my
I'll be
thoughts
the
on
first one to tell you, I'm not quick to give out the classic title.
Hey, I'm not either.
But Mr. Morale didn't even have that type of response. Some people legit called it boring when it came out, complained about the fact that it didn't go hard enough and it didn't bump. And some maybe fairly criticized the message was watered down by Kendrick's clumsy inclusion of known sexual abuser Kodak Black, as well as other imperfect attempts at making grand points. Now, this doesn't mean that it wasn't widely praised and well received by the majority of people. It wasn't at all the dud that Drake fans try to depict it to be right now. But I'm sure from Kendrick's perspective, it had to be another deep disappointment that he attempted to change the world through his art again, and it was again.
Honestly, like, I have to listen to that album all over again because at the time when I listened to it, it was like too deep. It was like you have to be in the right headspace to listen to it. I remember listening to some of it, but like it wasn't in depth. It wasn't like all the other Kendrick albums I listened to. I listened to it like once. I mean, outside of the singles, I listened to it once overall, and I have to listen to it again because I have to get in a space to really like analyze it, break it down. So I will do a reaction to it, but like I won't say that the album was bad. Like I think if you're looking for bangers and hits, it's obviously not for you. Don't listen to that album if that's what you try to go for it. Like not at all. That is not what you should listen to.
Rejected. And I imagine from Drake's perspective, he had to be nervous hearing that Kendrick was returning, but seeing this response to Mr. Morale probably made Drake feel really safe. It made him feel like he'd be able to maintain his spot, if not just for the fact that Kendrick didn't seem as interested in him or the throne like he did a decade earlier. And I don't think there were any subliminals from Kendrick and Mr. Morale, at least not many that I caught. And after Mr. Morale, Kendrick went back to kind of minding his business and didn't do much else other than show up with his cousin Baby Keem a few times just for funsies. So it would seem that any type of conflict over the throne of hip hop and the dominant GOAT of this era was over. Kendrick moved on from being concerned about competing with Drake in that way. But I think it's safe to say now that this was not the case, and maybe was never the case, as other things begin to slide into place over the next year. Drake, since his beef with Pusha T and the disappearance of Kendrick that had just ended, had released 5 albums, with most of them being seen as underwhelming. The time between 2022 and 2023 is probably the most disappointing and tepid era of Drake's career. Scorpion by many was considered mid, but Certified Lover Boy and Honestly Nevermind and For All the Dogs were considered even worse. His collaboration with 21 Savage, Her Loss, was received pretty well, but it was also a collaboration album, so you can't fully give him credit. But on For All the Dogs, Drake's most recent album from late 2023, he again collaborates with upcoming artists such as Tizo Touchdown and Sexy Red, but there's also a surprise appearance by one J. Cole. J. Cole is a side story in this whole discourse that I just don't have time to fully explain. His early music was actually relatively close to Drake, but his later music is much closer to Kendrick. He's a part of what is considered the big 3 in hip hop of this era, with Drake and Kendrick Lamar.
Drake is not in the big 3.
No matter who you put as the number 1 in the big 3, J. Cole is always number 2. Like if you're a Drake fan, you'll put Drake first, Cole second, Kendrick third. And if you're a Kendrick fan, you put Kendrick first, Cole second, Drake third. And Cole, unlike Kendrick and Drake, is much less interested in grand narratives about who he is and where he might lie in hip-hop history, and has on numerous occasions shown that he doesn't care much about how he's regarded historically. He just wants to be the best artist he can be. But he does appear on this song on the Drake record, and it's the first time—
I won't say he doesn't care. Throughout his career, he's gone between caring and not caring. Like, he's had songs where he's talked about caring. In 2014 Forest Hills Drives, he talked about he went on a whole monologue at the end of this song about getting the crown and destroying it so that there's no more king in the rap game. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's talked about that, and then he's also talked about believing that he is the best rapper. I think both can exist. Him believing he is the best rapper and not truly caring about it. But then again, you have to pretend to care about it and do like this showmanship and almost like acting for the fans, because the fans want you to care about being the best. They want to hear you talk about being the best, and you'll do this and that to your ops, and you know what I'm saying? Like, so I think it's performative. If anything, truthfully, deep down, does he care about it? I think he cares about being respected, but like, I don't know if he truly cares about being number 1, because I think he realized pretty early on that there's no such thing as number 1. You're never going to have a consensus. So what's the point of stressing out about it if there's always going to be people that disagree?
2 of the big 3 had been on the same song since Drake did a song with Kendrick Lamar way back in 2015. So we're talking darn near an entire decade. And the song is amazing. It's a really big hit, and it's the spectacle of it all that makes the difference. Because in that time since 2015, all 3 of these rappers had elevated to be such major, like, significant voices in hip hop, it felt like them coming together would be like the Avengers coming together for the first time. And there is even a part of me that wishes Kendrick would have been there on that song. But as a consolation prize, Cole, with his, constant love of his peers, shouted out Kendrick in his verse, showing respect to him as a member of the big 3 at the top of the hip hop game of their era. and this was a mistake. So as I just alluded to, it's widely believed and all but confirmed now that Drake made an attempt to get Kendrick Lamar on this song. And I imagine that Drake had it in his head that he would allow both Kendrick and Cole to outshine him on the song, because if you go and you listen to First Person Shooter, it's pretty
his verse was so bad
that J. Cole ran laps around Drake lyrically. But it's still Drake's song on Drake's album, so it kind of evens out. I imagine he would have extended the same courtesy to Kendrick. Kendrick doesn't get on the song with pretty much anyone without trying to destroy that person pretty much since he's been in the game. However, Kendrick declined, but months later, it's clear that he heard himself mentioned as a part of this big three by Cole on this song. And
he took that personally.
Here we are. I can only imagine that hearing this either unlocked something inside Kendrick that maybe he had pushed to the side during his healing journey, or if you ask me, this was something he had in mind for a long time. Going back to what Kendrick does in The Heart Part 5, that song is this plea for hip hop to save itself. He's darn near crying, weeping for this thing that he loves, this thing that has done so much for him, to get back to some semblance of the true art form that it could be, instead of this microwaved TikTok sound, 2-minute long song.
Mosey. I still don't know what song he got.
For basically the last decade. It was a plea for people to listen to him and follow the direction he's pointing in. But people didn't seem to get the picture. He wasn't speaking their language anymore. The culture had deteriorated so much into that microwave reality that
it was too deep. I mean, even at the time that his albums came out that everyone loved, there was a crowd of people like, oh, this is too, no one's listening to that, Like, it was still even a smaller amount of people that even not liked the album, but like gave it respect. Like, people knew, all right. They knew, yeah, I want to say the masses knew all right. But like, they still wasn't listening to the full album. It was us real fans that was listening to it, or like people that just love hip hop or love music or rap. Like, those people listen to it. But like, the masses was not like real rap fans. It was fans of like songs that sounded good. So even at the time Kendrick released his best work, like, was still deteriorating, bro.
They didn't have the capacity to sit through a song longer than 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Exactly.
He still had the purists and hardcore fans, but we're getting old. We're dying, literally. And as with any art form, if the youth aren't engaged, then that art form is essentially dead. So he needed to pop out and show niggas exactly why they needed to be paying attention. And to do that, he'd have to make an example out of the very core of the problem from his perspective. He needed to destroy Drake.
You are the greatest rapper alive.
I got to. I'm so passionate about hip hop, man. Like, I don't know what era everybody else come from, but I listened, man. Like,
So here we are finally at the beginning of the actual battle. After a decade of sneak disses and Cold War activities, we understand why and how Drake and Kendrick aren't just two famous rappers, they're two opposing ideologies regarding artistry and hip hop, and one is about to force the other in a situation that will make it so that only one of them will survive with their legacy intact. In March of 2024, a few months after the release of For All the Dogs, Future and Metro Boomin, a notable hip-hop producer, released a collaborative album called We Don't Trust You. I'm not a huge Future fan, so I don't pay it any mind until I check Twitter the next day, and all I see are updates about Kendrick taking shots. And understand, way back since the Control verse, it's always been a big deal whenever Kendrick pops out, but definitely if he's popping out and saying some things about other rappers.
We fuck sneak this and first person shooter. I hope they came with 3 switches. I crash out like this many love if I had to.
On a song called Like That, which initially doesn't even list Kendrick as a feature in the title, over a ridiculously hard beat from Metro Boomin, that's a remake of a classic beat and melody that's been used in hip hop for decades, Kendrick delivers some not so subliminal, not really at all subliminal shots, name dropping First Person Shooter, the song with Cole and Drake on Drake's most recent album, and containing the lines, Motherfuck the big three, nigga, it's just Big Me. The song lit the hip hop world on fire. After being teased for years but never coming to fruition, this was finally the direct shot at Drake and to a lesser extent Cole from Kendrick Lamar that a lot of his fans and a lot of people within hip hop culture were looking for.
I still got PTSD. The big three. It's just Big Me, nigga.
At this time, unlike earlier with Control and other subliminals, Drake is in a supreme position of power. He has terraformed the world of hip hop media and culture in his image. The cultural zeitgeist moved away from what Kendrick is best at. Now it's all about 2-minute party songs and streamers reacting to whatever it is you're doing. And Drake literally has the number of all the top streamers that are connected to hip hop culture in his pocket to carry water for him and to present whatever narrative or message that he wants to the world. And I initially thought that this was a reason that Drake would use to not respond at all because he had so much power and nothing to prove. But ironically, I realize now that's exactly why he kind of did have to respond. He just needed to find the right time and opportunity to do so. The cult of personality and clout demons that are Drake's new fans in the last few years would not allow him to not respond. They're okay with the ghostwriting. They're okay with the underage girls. They're okay with the weirdo behavior. But after Drake had so handily lost to Pusha T, running from this battle with Kendrick, an artist and fan base that was opposed to their existence, would be unacceptable. And there's good reason for this. I'm just gonna be honest. If Drake is your favorite rapper, you're probably a loser, or at least like the most boring person that any of your friends know. And also possibly shitty and into underage girls and just like weirdo shit, you know, just keeping it real. If that's your favorite rapper, not like you like some Drake songs, not like he goes off in the club, but if you like connect with Drake, if he inspires you, you probably suck.
DDG, he talking about you?
Yeah, we're done with the history part of the video. Drake makes vapid, disposable music about not having any real friends and feeling like he can't trust anyone, not being in good relationships, chasing toxic women, doing drugs, and not in a cool, we get high way, but in a let me numb the pain way. That's basically all of his last 4 albums in a nutshell.
Oh my
I'm not saying
well,
that
when
he
you
doesn't
put it
make
like
that sound entertaining or at least catchy. I'm just saying, if this is your favorite music, your favorite, you probably think Transformers is like an amazing movie. You probably think Vanilla Ice Cream is spicy. And this isn't even just a racial thing. Like that's Drake's white fans and his black fans, his male fans and his female fans, and everyone in between.
Chat. It's a French cookie. Well. I ain't getting no chocolate yet. Chat, what's that order? Oh no.
Sorry, Drake is vapid. You can like.
Oh, it's kind of like a Twix.
Drake, but to love Drake is to
like an inside out Twix.
Hate goodness. But the thing is, a creator I used to watch a lot with really interesting critiques about art and anime randomly, Trixie the Golden Witch, she said that part of Drake's appeal is the fact that he's number one. Mm-hmm. Drake's hardcore fans.
Kind of like LeBron fans. Like they're people that just like to associate with like greatness. It makes them feel good about themselves to be on the side with the person with all the numbers and stuff. It's kind of weird, honestly.
Don't really.
I mean, I like greatness too, but it's like, there's usually something that connects me to the people that I like, and it's not their numbers. That's a very weird identity to have.
Like his music on a meaningful level. They just like being connected to something that they recognize as popular and, you know, easily digestible, not challenging to their boredom and absence of personality. These are people who don't have a unique brain cell in their heads and they can't even fathom enjoying something on the basis of quality, but they do know what other people say they like. And what's ironic is that because of that, they're probably not even actually giving Drake as much credit as he deserves as an artist. They like One Dance and, you know, Going Home, but they probably think Pound Cake is boring. You've never heard someone be like, man, I heard that new Drake album and it changed my life. At best, it's like, I heard that new Drake album and then I did another set of deadlifts. That's the best you got. And I know there's some people watching this right now, the true Drake stans, that are like saying it's weird and lame to like feel like a song or an album changed your life. And I can't help but feel bad for you if that's how you feel. I genuinely empathize with anyone who hasn't heard a album or even just a song and recognize that they're a different person now that they've heard that album or song. That is a great feeling that maybe a couple of Drake, maybe a little bit, but the people that ride for Drake, the motherfuckers in Drake's Reddit right now, that's not them. But the motherfuckers in Drake's Reddit do know or feel, even some still to this day, that Drake is number one. But if he were to run from this fight, how could he ever say that again and be taken seriously? He would immediately lose so much of the aura that particular fan base was attracted to.
It's an aura battle.
For years now, as Drake has operated this meme lord online base of fans, that was not going to cut it. And these are things I missed. I called Drake a bitch and said he wouldn't respond because these days he only takes shot at women, and that was wrong. I didn't consider that when things are going poorly, when shit gets hard, bitch ass niggas are incredibly dangerous. And so was Drake, at least we thought.
Cause you know how I'm feeling? I got my fucking head up high, my back straight, I'm 10 fucking toes down in Florida, anywhere else I go, and I know that no matter what.
This fake ass pregame speech, bro. So lame, bro. How does he make everything look lame and corny? Done. What's good, bro? How we doing, gang? How we doing? Okay. There's no way I spilled my water. I need a napkin. What's good, bro? How we feeling? W Don, I saw you cooking up. We chilling, bro. Watching this super long documentary on Drake versus Kendrick. Finally doing a reaction to it. And eating this new French cookie while I look for some food on Uber Eats. What's good with you?
It's not a nigga on this earth that can ever fuck with me in my life.
It's like he's saying it, but when he's saying it, it sounds like he's trying to convince himself, though.
And that's how I want you to walk out of here tonight.
Ooh. But even with all this in mind, I don't think it's an accident that Drake responded 3 weeks later after a second Metro Boomin and Future album release called We Still Don't Trust You. And it didn't feature more disses from Drake, but it did get some disses from one A$AP Rocky. In the time since A$AP had toured with Drake in 2012, he went on to get together with Rihanna, one of the biggest pop stars.
Hey, that's what's up, bro. Bro. Oh my God. It's so crazy, like, looking back at this, bro. Like, wait. A$AP Rocky, I'm not gonna lie, though. If this man dissed your girlfriend, you should have came at him harder. I'm just thinking about that song he did with J. Cole, like, last week. He was doing some subliminals. But, like, he wasn't really saying that. It's like, bro, at this point, everybody know who we talking about. Yo, what you got planned for this weekend, Don? Yo, JJ, we can definitely play Minecraft today if you're still down to do it. You know, the other night I was yapping too much. I never got around to it.
Stars of the era and one of the most desirable women in all of pop.
That man Drake said, yeah, stay in your bed with your hot baby mama and have more babies. Yeah, that was crazy.
For hip hop culture.
That was crazy.
And one of the richest. And for Drake, the one woman who seems to have gotten away.
I'm actually writing for Rihanna right now.
Rihanna, yeah?
Yeah.
There's a lot of
you right, he did win.
About you was seen kissing her and stuff like that. So
I mean,
that boy was teasing
in the same vicinity before, you know.
Drake is weird with all his exes, like pretty much all of them. But specifically with Rihanna, they dated between 2016 and 2018. And it is well documented that after they broke up, he was very petty and bitter and would throw subliminal and not so subliminal shots at her, and then eventually A$AP Rocky, who she began dating after him. Except unlike Drake, A$AP was able to solidify that union, and they eventually had a child in 2020, and Drake publicly unfollowed her on social media. I'm not gonna say what that makes him look like to regular like.
I'll say he looked like a bitch. I didn't even know he unfollowed her, brother. Let it go.
A$AP, whose career hadn't been very significant in years, took a moment on this album to shoot back and defend himself after what felt like years of slights from Drake's petulant jealousy. The album also featured The Weeknd, who has been unhappy with Drake for years, ever since the aforementioned Take Care album that Drake won a Grammy for, that he said he wrote most of the music for.
Wait. Did The Weeknd win a Grammy for that album? Considering that he, you know, wrote half the songs or half the songs were his. Did he win a Grammy for Take Care? Like,
It also, I don't even know if it featured Rick Ross. Like, this may not have actually featured Rick Ross, but somehow Rick Ross also got in there. Like,
your nose fake, your stomach fake, you don't write raps, your biggest homies in foreclosure.
Big nose.
Come on, man.
Somehow Rick Ross was also taking shots. Rick Ross had beef with Drake because Drake messed up some business features for him, as well as like when they had beef, as is Drake's tradition, Drake flew Rick Ross's ex-girlfriend or baby mama out to a concert for some reason, and just, you know, genuinely being a messy, shitty guy.
Chat, help. What y'all think better, lo mein or fried rice? I low-key feel like I could make some fried rice myself, though. Oh, Keith.
So suddenly it wasn't just Kendrick taking shots at Drake's throne. It was an entire coalition of lesser houses. But this was very much a tactical mistake on their part because it gave Drake an easier way to respond, something that I think would backfire on him over the course of the beef, but it gave him a great starting point that he really didn't have if he would have just had to deal with Kendrick. See, Kendrick had for years been out of the spotlight. Further, Kendrick doesn't have a ton of dirt on him, or at least dirt that can be easily used against him. Most of Kendrick's known dirt, him cheating on his wife and sex addiction and depression and mental health struggles, that's stuff we know about from his own music. So
what can you use against him for
that, but it won't have the shock value that Drake is usually looking for. Which is unlike the rest of this coalition. Kendrick is highly successful, widely respected, and it arguably has better music, just less of it. So there's not a ton for Drake to say about Kendrick, except that he's short. But with all of these other figures in the mix, Drake had the benefit of spreading disses out to everyone at a time. He would be able to go an inch deep, but a mile wide. And because he was fighting so many people at once, it looked like he was doing a lot more than he actually was. He would look valiant for standing up.
He was stat padding, bro. He was stat padding. I told people, bro, the whole time, how can you, even as a Drake fan, say that he won when 70% of his diss tracks was about other people and not Kendrick? I'm not giving him extra credit for bringing other people into it. He didn't have enough to talk about with Kendrick to make the whole songs about him. So he did what he did.
For himself against so many people at once. You know how it is when a person's losing a fight, but they don't quit, and we tend to remember that a person didn't give up from their fight over the fact that the other person won the fight? That's kind of what Drake was working with here.
Fight back! Fight back!
So a day after We Still Don't Trust You dropped, 3 weeks since Like That dropped, remember that for later, Drake released Push-Ups, and a rap beef over a decade in the making was officially underway. Push-Ups is named to make fun of the viral video of Kendrick Lamar doing basically a prison workout in a park or something, listening to old R&B. Drake talks about Kendrick's perceived bad deals with his record label, a deal that means he must not be taking much money home, and that he's far less successful than Drake. And that's kind of it. He implies that this dynamic forces Kendrick to make music with people he know Kendrick doesn't like, such as pop acts like Maroon 5 and Taylor Swift, which is a good jab because for all of Kendrick's messiah quasi-revolutionary hip-hop aesthetic, him on a Taylor Swift song is odd and kind of corny. He also talks about Kendrick being short again. He's short. He's a little guy. He's a little guy. And I don't care how you feel about this. Short jokes are funny. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings.
We ain't gonna keep going back and forth with the nigga who too short to get on amusement park rides.
So yeah, like, the song is maybe, let me just check.
How do short people always catch strays? How do we don't even be doing nothing. We just be existing and people just be talking about our height. Like, what's up? I'm not gonna lie. You make short jokes, you're uncreative. I'm sorry.
Check real quick, because this is gonna be a running theme here. The song is almost 4 minutes long. We're 10 seconds in. See, don't tell me I don't like Drake. This is pretty good. He said some shit that's just completely not true, but whatever. All right, yeah. So we're less than 2 minutes into the song, and he's pretty much done talking about Kendrick, and he spends the rest of this 4-minute song dealing with everyone else. He even goes at, I guess, Ja Morant. I didn't even know that was a thing. Anyway, if I'm honest, I felt in my spirit that Drake was pretty much dead as soon as this was released, because this, for what I believed and imagined Kendrick to be at the time, which again was proven, would not be nearly enough for a rapper who could write as well as Kendrick. Kendrick isn't just the greatest lyricist or whatever.
Bro, I told y'all, I made a whole video telling y'all niggas what Kendrick was gonna say about Drake. I told y'all, I put a whole 40-minute video compiling everything, all the evidence of the underage stuff. I say, y'all, it's right here. Kendrick is gonna go for the jugular and expose this nigga for being a PDF file. I told y'all. Niggas didn't believe me. Drake fans in my comments, oh no, that's not true, that's not real. And Kendrick still didn't go as far into it as he could have.
But in terms of writing music, of coming through with thematic elements and like ideas and ways to get across a message, I don't think anybody in the history of hip hop is better than Kendrick Lamar. But I had been so used to seeing Drake win despite losing, despite himself, that I didn't trust that instinct. And so I just assumed that somehow, somewhere, this would still end up being an L for Kendrick. Still, this was not the same Drake from the Duppy Freestyle a few years ago. Drake barely even sounded confident. It was also suspicious that a leaked version of this song emerged hours earlier, and it was almost like it was a test run for the whole thing to make sure that people liked it. Drake had been rapping for years about too many pills, too much high life, and his health caused him to take a hiatus a year earlier. He hadn't been sleeping. So he wasn't the same man that he was when he still lost to Pusha T 6 years ago. And Kendrick is no Pusha T. Unlike Drake, Kendrick has spent the last 6 years healing, focusing, and getting healthy. Kendrick never really did drugs. He never drank. The video of him doing push-ups.
Okay, that's cap. I have to, you know what I'm saying? That's literally cap. Kendrick was literally an alcoholic. How do people be missing that Kendrick was an alcoholic? He talked about it in like every album. I'm gonna give OG a pass because he got everything right. He did a lot of research. You know, that's like one thing out of everything that he got wrong. But y'all, Kendrick was an alcoholic. He might not have done drugs and stuff. He told the story about when he first smoked weed and he had some type of reaction, allergic reaction. It was like foaming at the mouth or something. So like he don't smoke. Maybe he didn't do the other drugs, but he was definitely an alcoholic.
Wasn't just for promo, that was reflective of his health journey. As the Kendrick of 2023 and 2024 is a good 20, 30 pounds lighter probably than the one we met in 2013. And even though push-ups definitely hyped up Drake supporters, and even some people in the middle who were unbiased in the whole situation, like that, the original song was still #1 on the charts, being played at basketball stadiums. In my head, there was no way that Drake would be able to keep up with Kendrick unless he had some type of nuke. But at this time, the hip-hop world sat back and waited to see if and when Kendrick would respond. Drake alluded to some rumor that Kendrick had a song written about him from over 4 years ago in push-ups. Kendrick was the boogeyman. Surely he'd be ready by the following Friday when all new music was released, but instead, we got a new Taylor Swift album about slavery or something. I don't remember, but it was bad. And it was radio silence from Kendrick. Drake then released the tailor-made freestyle. This song was finally fully aimed at Kendrick, but it was rather light except for the gimmick of using AI voices for Snoop Dogg and the late great Tupac Shakur for the verses. And if we're being honest, on some level, this was a clever move by Drake because it inspired his weirdo internet brain fan base, but it definitely stoked a fire of negativity for the remaining traditional voices in hip hop that thought that
I hated it. I hated this song. I don't even think I put out a reaction to that, did I? Yo, what was that song called? I can't even. That's how trash it was. I can't even remember the name of the song. The song where Drake did the AI. Oh my god, I can't remember it. Did he say? Tailor-made. Yep, I did. And I hated it. I just talked about how I hated the song the whole time.
It's incredibly offensive to use AI to replicate the voice of a legend like Tupac, especially from someone like Drake. That was beyond the pale. So he ended up having to take this song down and got a lot of criticism for it. And all he did was call Kendrick short again and mention that maybe Kendrick might talk about him being a pedophile, which, I mean, they said he tried to 8 Mile himself here. That doesn't work outside the movies. But I think the real goal here was to needle and annoy Kendrick into making a quicker response. I imagine the silence was nerve-wracking. Kendrick, unlike Drake, doesn't use social media, so to hear nothing for a week when you know what he's capable of, that had to make Drake feel a type of way.
He was scared.
That said, it was also presented by many of Drake's water carriers that this was just a warning shot and he was saving his best shot for later. He was saving his nuke, his red button.
This is what Drake just told me. He said, Act, you know I was trying to come off tour and relax. Niggas done fucked up my whole feng shui. He said, now I gotta eat.
No way Drake said, I don't remember this. There's no way this man he said niggas fucked up my whole feng shui. He's so suburban. He's such a suburban white woman. I just don't know how else to explain it to y'all. Who says that?
Till this debate is done. You know what that means?
He's so for
He's
real.
locked in the studio. 10 songs a day. Barring up everybody. Ross, you gonna get it too, nigga.
But in the meantime, Kendrick fans had to endure another week of where Kendrick at comments from academics and others.
I wasn't worried one bit.
That Kendrick somehow had already lost just because he was taking a long time.
This is Kendrick fans. Well, listen, you gotta realize you gotta give Kendrick time while he's working on his album. Yo, I heard the craziest thing. This one nigga on Twitter, he said, y'all could keep having that microwavable shit. Cooked food takes time. Man, that boy just
that's
in the
true.
room just hitting his head with a number 2 pencil trying to figure out what to write, nigga. He writes slow, and we keep saying, I keep saying, he make moments, he don't make great disses. Drake on his head again, and I'm also here.
And this is stupid on so many levels. The only time that rap beef has ever had to have like immediate responses is when Drake did back-to-back. That was an unheard of thing to have happened. That's a scenario that he created, possibly because he had niggas writing his shit. But if you go back throughout the history of hip-hop and rap beef and battles, responses would take months, sometimes years to happen. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me in the comments with my lore, Jay-Z dissed Nas in like the summer of 2001 at a concert. And then Nas responded like 4 or 5 months later on a mixtape. And then Jay-Z responded like 8 months later with The Takeover. And then Nas responded 4 months after that with Ether. That's darn near 2 years worth of time between diss tracks. But we're acting like somehow hip-hop has always been about instant gratification. But no, that's just some new whack nigga shit. And what made it even sillier is that we were only 2 weeks into waiting for Kendrick to
lose. I'm sorry.
Respond.
Let's keep going.
And Drake took a whole 3 weeks to respond. But when that second week passed, I won't lie, I started to worry a little bit. I knew Kendrick would likely respond, but just how long would he wait? Because despite my views and the history of these things, it's impossible to argue this type of logic with like people who are, we'll just say, of this microwave generation of the microwave entertainer. I remember sitting down with my friend Sean and arguing with him that the amount of time wouldn't matter if the response was strong enough. In my head, I figured that if I understood Kendrick's music like I thought I did, if I knew Kendrick's views on hip hop and that they were close to my own, then Kendrick would know exactly what to say in response. I even tagged him on YouTube with my old video just in case he needed inspiration. But now it was Tuesday and still nothing, 17 days after push-ups. And then Euphoria.
I know.
I ain't thinking about no reaper, nigga. I'm reaping what I sow. Everybody wanna be demon till they get chipped by your throwaway.
Oh my God. I'm getting chills. I'm getting chills reliving this moment, chat. Chat, do y'all remember when Euphoria came out? Do y'all remember the moment that Kendrick finally responded? It was like the plane crashed into the first tower. And then what did he release after that? 616 in LA. That wasn't even the second plane. That was the plane hitting the Pentagon. Then he dropped Meet the Grams. And then the plane hit the second tower. It's like, bro, that is crazy to think that was like, what, 4, 5, 6 months ago already?
If I catch flight, it's gonna be direct. We hate the bitches you fuck.
They confuse themselves with real
women. Then notice I said we.
It's not just me. I'm with the culture feeling. Ah, bro.
Euphoria is the best
What a
song
time.
to come out of this beef.
Facts,
it's a
facts.
multi-layered
Best song.
thesis
Facts,
from Kendrick
facts.
that perfectly illustrates the difference between him and Drake on numerous levels. The fact that this was Kendrick's first response is indicative of his values as a hip-hop purist, but also, while I definitely believe that he always planned to take the battle to uglier places that he eventually would, and we'll get there, I think it was very purposeful and symbolic that he started the battle with this pure distillation of what hip-hop diss records traditionally were meant to be versus what they've devolved into in recent years. Lil Bill, my arch nemesis, made a great video that analyzed the nature of the diss track that you all should watch to kind of get the greater context there. Link will be in the description. But in it, he points out that historically diss tracks weren't meant to be TMZ style exposés on rappers' personal lives. They were supposed to be extensions of classical Black traditions of signifying and playing the dozens, literal rapping, oral traditions among Black people that can be traced all the way back to Africa, showcasing one's lyrical and analytical abilities while breaking down why their opponent is inherently inferior. This is why most hip-hop fans my age see Ether as a superior diss track to The Takeover. The Takeover is by far the superior and most listenable song, but Ether is far superior as a breakdown of everything wrong with Jay-Z as a man and an artist. So Euphoria exists in that framework, but also beyond it. I'm not going to go all lyric genius breakdown of any of these diss tracks, but I will spend a lot of time at least getting into the major themes where I just have to be there. I wasn't there, but I heard the song. There's a lot of crafting around major themes that would be relevant throughout this entire battle. Euphoria starts out with this smooth melodic Teddy Pendergrass sample and Kendrick slowly coasting over it in the jazzy fashion that he's been criticized for doing too much of since T-Pab.
Them superpowers getting neutralized. I can only watch in silence. The famous actor we once knew is looking paranoid and now spiraling.
Initially, people saw this first part as him just warming things up, but you'll realize later that this was Kendrick telegraphing everything that was going to happen in the battle. He calls Drake a paranoid degenerate that fabricates and manipulates things.
Feeling distasteful. Why calculate you're not as calculated? I can even predict your angle. Fabricating stories on the family front because you heard Mr. Morale.
He calls Drake an actor. He implies that Drake doesn't understand Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. He says his own music electrifies people while Drake's pacifies.
Tommy Hilfiger stood out, but FUBU never had been your collection. I make music that electrify 'em. You make music that pacify 'em.
Seemingly nothing special to say, but all super important telegraphs of future events. And the whole thing starts with a backward sample from The Wizard of Oz, where Richard Pryor, playing the Wizard of Oz, admits that the great story he had built up for himself is all lies, that he's a phony.
Everything they say about me is true. I'm a phony. I got no powers. I got no right to be pretending to be the Wiz. I got nothing. Hocus pocus.
So you see how we're already getting a certain narrative across in the song. He then ends that section with,
"But don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you."
Okay. Which is a recall from a song called The Heart Part 4, where Kendrick says the same thing. And it was suspected that this was also aimed at Drake way back in the day. But it becomes more prophetic at this point and at later points. And then the song really starts, and I know I said I won't break things down bar for bar, but don't mistake that for this song not having bars. The Park Your Son's bars.
Since daddy a killer, he wanna be junior. They must have forgot the shit that they done. Dementia must run in his family, but let it get Park your son. The very first time I shot me a Drake, the homie.
The flow switch up to Shade J. Cole is amazing. The YNW Melly bar was a haymaker, and its setup and payoff is probably the most impressive lyrical flourishes of the whole battle. An example of what sets Drake apart from Kendrick.
Cole and Nappy know I'm a selfish nigga. The crown is heavy. I pray they my real friends. If not, I'm YNW Melly. I don't like you shit that for real for you.
And there's also these little performance flourishes that Kendrick has always had. The fact that he's willing to play a character and do these unexpected things with his voice while rhyming. I'm sure I'm not the only person that's been yelling, "What is it, the braids?" and Pusha T for months now. My personal favorite is, "I don't give a fuck who you hang with." Like, that's just, it's like he's talking to his son. The voices that Kendrick uses are voices that if you've grown up in a certain black atmosphere, you've heard your whole life, and that's why they work on like multiple levels. But the true essence and value of this record as a diss track and a song comes in the middle, where Kendrick speaks to me his most honest truth and the guiding force of this battle for him. His intense hatred of Drake and everything he stands for.
Let me say I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate the way that you speak.
And if we want to like extrapolate what those things mean beyond the surface level, he's talking about the way Drake pretends to be something that he's not, pretends to be something that is hip hop that isn't hip hop, but has been so successful in this performance that he's changed hip hop into this fake facade that he created so that he couldn't be real. Kendrick is a disciple, a zealot of hip hop, its origins and principles. Drake is a pop star who's been allowed undue and harmful influence over hip hop for well over a decade. And the fact that this is even possible, that Drake can even exist, is an affront to Kendrick in his head and to hip hop culture as a whole. Kendrick goes on to engage with Drake's tragic mulatto nonsense and how he has complained that he's not been seen as black by his peers. This was a contentious point, partially because a lot of the less significant diss tracks by like Rick Ross, released weeks before this, had this habit of calling Drake white boy.
White boy, BBL Drizzy, I got a question.
But for the record, from my perspective, and I think most people would agree, this has never been about Drake's blackness. It's always been a critique about the way Drake responds to and weaponizes blackness in insidious and exploitative ways.
Yep.
When Kendrick says,
one point, I made this point when Drake responded, it was like, whatever song he released that had 3 different songs on it, or 3 beat switches, he was talking about how he always has, like, he could just go get another nigga off the street, you know, and have them do his dirty work. And it made me think about how, like, often Drake does this thing where, like, he will, how do I say it? He will flex that he has enough money and power to influence black men from bad circumstances or impoverished circumstances to do whatever dirty work to make him feel more manly, masculine, powerful, etc. And it gives, like, I'm gonna keep it a buck, it gives like slave master type vibes. That's all I'm gonna say about it. I noticed that in his music a lot. But like rappers do that thing where they're like, oh, I got somebody that'll do this, this, and this for me, but it's like the way he does it is like he weaponizes it. It's not normal when he says it. Like, I don't know, maybe because he's not coming from that background, it's a little more bothersome. But it's like, you know, he makes these songs like, oh yeah, I'm trying to lead my guys the right way, I'm trying to show them the right way, but they keep going back to the streets. Oh wait, but you're continuing to rap about having dudes that's from the streets that have nothing to lose, that's willing to do anything for you to make you feel better about yourself. How much do you really care about them? You know what I'm saying?
I even hate when you say the word nigga, but that's just me, I guess.
He's not explicitly saying Drake shouldn't be able to say the word nigga because he's not black. He's literally saying the way Drake says the word nigga and uses the word nigga is wrong. And we have video evidence for this, by the way.
Be like, yo, that's that nigga. You know what I'm saying? He's doing his thing. He open for Jay.
That hard ER. That's, yeah.
That's gotta be racist. There's no way. I'm gonna just keep it real. There's no way that is like of our culture.
That's y'all boy. That's y'all boy. That's y'all. I'm gonna say something controversial here. If Drake were a darker skinned black man, he'd probably have at best Ja Rule's career. And at worst, he might be that guy Mims. Remember Mims? Like 0203.
I don't know who that is.
This is why I'm hot. This is why.
That's him.
This is why I'm hot. That could have been Drake. You're lucky that it's not. Oh, that was bad. But you get the point. Drake has always made entertaining hit music. He's always been a good rapper. But what made him Drake, what made him transcend, was his ability as an actor to use specific angles of his persona and what his persona was even tenuously connected to, and use that to push him into spaces where he really didn't belong. Initially, as I mentioned earlier, Drake was this crooner and lover of black women. But then when he started to show his true colors, his proximity to whiteness, his lighter skin, his flashy and flamboyant personality actually make him the perfect figure, the perfect actor to present blackness to non-black fans.
Anita Max win.
It allows them to fixate on him as an avatar, cosplaying what they assume is the black experience. Drake, like,
I feel like that's true for a lot of rappers in general too. Like, that's why a lot of people like these rappers. Like, oh my God, look at what they represent. Oh my God, like I get to listen in on what their experience is as a black person. They become attached. It's kind of weird. It's weird.
Many white rappers, but again, not a white rapper, was in that category of, I don't listen to rap, but I really like blank.
Yeah.
So that
Eminem.
used to be that blank. That used to be Eminem.
Yep.
Yeah, this one seems nice. I like this one. This is a good one. Everyone knows it.
That's like his best song in my opinion.
I don't really like rap, but for the people who do, I recommend this.
But then it became Drake. And I think this is why
Starts at a young age.
Took this, I hate the way you say the word nigga, point all in the wrong direction, because they don't understand that it was or maybe they do understand that it was a direct critique of their presence in hip hop culture and how really nobody wants them there, but because they're invited there by Drake, it was like we had to put up with them. And this sudden critique or attack on Drake was also an attack on their presence and maybe signaled that they weren't going to be put up with anymore. So they called this racist. Even Drake called this shit racist. There's a reason why this nigga lost.
Calling a guy racist that is going to use the fact that you're not in the culture and you're a white boy, you're kind of proving them with this.
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Huge misstep. As a white guy, I was like, that is kind of racist. I kind of related to that the most of anything. That was the best diss I've ever seen.
Fellow Nebula member Volts Guys pointed out in his video about this battle that Drake has had minimal connection to the Black American experience, and thus he performs blackness based on his consumption of black culture from an.
He said Drake got surgery on his nose. What did y'all think about that? Yo, Rue, what's good, gang? How we feeling? How we feeling? Good to see you.
Outsider perspective. And you know who else does that? Like 75% of white hip hop fans. So to them, Drake has been a.
Wait, what did he say? I was talking.
American experience, and thus he performs blackness based on his consumption of black culture from an outsider perspective.
True. That's where he got them fake accents from. Yeah, and that's why I said he exposed himself when Control dropped and he got in his feelings and said, oh, he said harsh words. That's why I said that's how you know he studied hip-hop culture and wasn't part of hip-hop culture growing up, because that's like you like low-key self-reporting. Like all the other rappers who got shouted out said, oh yeah, I knew it was just some competitive type shit, and Drake said, oh, Kendrick said harsh words. It's like, come on, gang, come on. Yeah, that's true, because like they take hip-hop and how black people are represented in the media and they just try to copy that, or they think that represents the experience, and that's the difference. Yo, I'm doing good, Rude. I'm doing good. I'm trying to figure out what I'm about to order. Twan, what's good? What's good? W Twan. Both to W streamers. We're just watching this super long documentary about the Kendrick Drake beef.
And you know who else does that?
Say hey to YouTube.
75% of white hip hop fans. So to them, Drake has been a godsend because he makes their cosplaying of black aesthetics, their pretend fantasy of this must be what it feels like to be black and be cool and have swag and all that. He makes it real.
That's so true.
He validates that shit. He centers them in the world of hip hop so that they can be just as legitimate and relevant within the culture as anyone with a more genuine connection to the art form. It's no surprise to me that as we see the rise of Drake, we also see the emergence of Vlad TV. And
oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I hate all of them.
Keep that shit in. Fuck that dude. But also, black
I hate them,
Academics,
bro.
Who, for my money, is the worst of them all. All of these figures.
Nah, come on. I know we don't like Whackademics, but Trap Lord Ross is definitely the worst one. Or Vlad. That's a hard one. I don't know. All of them suck, but Whackademics is not the worst one though. It's either, damn, I'm not gonna lie. It's a 3-way tie between Adam 22, Trap Lord Ross, and Vlad. They all equally suck. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to rank them. Vlad is federal. Adam 22, I just don't even know how he got the comment on the culture. There are a lot of people getting Shake Shack. Yeah, we definitely don't have a Shake Shack around here. And I don't eat red meat either.
Their names in hip hop culture by consuming the black dysfunction around them and making a commodity from it to sell back to these largely white audiences, cashing in on the suffering of black people and not having them get any gain out of the equation. And the fact that
if that's the case, then we gotta say Vlad or Adam 22 are the worst ones. At least like Trap Lord Ross has to do some type of research and put some type of time and effort into it. But like the other two, like what is their function for real? Like I don't know, what is Vlad TV and Adam 22's real purpose for real? They're just leeches. I mean, Trap Lord Ross is a leech in his own way, but I don't know, the other two are just worse.
Fans, and surprisingly, Michael Eric Dyson's goofy ass doesn't recognize that this is what the argument is exactly why white sensibilities on hip hop and race should never be the focal point of hip hop.
No.
Kendrick goes on to take a few more shots.
I don't make the rules. If you're white, you have to recognize you're a guest in hip hop and hip hop conversations. Like, I don't know if like your feelings are hurt by that. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, it just, the minute we let them be authority on the culture, like, it's completely gone. And it's a shame. I've seen some white people make more sense on hip hop and shit than some black people. But they still not an authority on it though. But it's interesting. Like, a white person listening to and commenting on rap and hip hop music is always gonna get more attention than black people. Y'all tell me why that is. But if you put a white person, white mom, white dad listens to Pimp a Butterfly for the first time, they're gonna get more views than any black person that listens to the album. That's just facts, bro. For whatever reason, people love seeing what white people think about hip hop and rap.
Drake's ghostwriting history.
I don't know why.
Still going on to this day with no consequence.
Ain't 20v1, it's 1v20 if I gotta smack niggas that right with you. Yeah, bring them out too, I clean them out too.
That was such a good line. That was such a good line.
Culture born out of Black American struggle.
Yeah, OV-ho niggas is dick riders. Tell them run to America to imitate heritage. They can't imitate this violence. What I learned is niggas don't.
There's more I can say, but y'all got lyric genius. I don't want to, I ain't about to waste my time. My leg falling asleep. The point is that for me, all I wanted in this battle was this song. I wanted Euphoria as this perfect distillation of really the entire hour-long video I made, but also every critique that the purist, gatekeeper adjacent Drake haters have been making for a decade really came through in this 6.5 minute song. Yep. Further, I had no belief that Drake actually had the ability to break down and attack Kendrick in the way Kendrick had just did to him. He wouldn't be able to refute much of what Kendrick had just put out there either. In fact, that was the only criticism that many of Drake's peers would offer, is that Kendrick isn't saying anything new that people haven't heard. And that's true on some level, which is actually awful, because what it means is that Drake's fans have known all these awful things about him for...
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know about the underage girl stuff until this year. So, like, what do people be talking about? Oh, we knew this already. I did not know that. I remember something about Millie Bobby Brown, but it didn't really make it to the mainstream for real. I didn't know, like, they were friends and Millie went to a Netflix party with Drake and they was hanging out all night and Millie was on the yacht with Drake, and I didn't know that. So I don't know who these people were that just knew that he had a thing for underage girls. Nigga, I just figured out this shit recently. So all the people that's like, oh, who? Not me.
For years.
You talk about yeah, the Kylie Jenner stuff. He was kissing all on her when she turned 16. You were a sick individual to be kissing a 16-year-old. Man, They got Drake fans out here talking about, oh, well, technically he's not a PDF file because she's technically not prepubescent. Like, what? If it gets to the point where you gotta say, oh, it's not this file, it's the other type of file. Like, huh? Yeah, y'all got it.
That says something about them. It supports all that shit I was saying earlier. But that's also not really true either. Pusha T did touch briefly on the Tragic Mulatto bullshit. Meek spoke on the ghostwriting stuff. But everyone's always went the route of calling Drake soft and weak and that he's not a gangster, which is all true. But Kendrick left that mostly alone. The way Kendrick was able to weave in numerous levels of tributes to black artistry, analyze and break down the cancerous effect that Drake had on hip hop, preview all the ways that Drake would fuck up in this battle and have wrong-headed attacks against him, and all the ways that Kendrick would fuck Drake up in this battle, and still manage to make fun of him for getting liposuction and being a bad father. That's not only a top-tier diss track, it's also a meta commentary on the huge gap between them and
bro, why Drake be trying to put braids in that baby head, bro?
Battle itself before the battle had fully played out. And to hear this from Kendrick was significant because Meek wasn't that big. Pusha was basically a C-tier guy when he exposed Drake. None of them had the magnitude to spread this message at a wide scale, but Kendrick did. So to me, at this point, the battle was already over. But of course, we still had to allow Drake to respond. And I predicted that in the face of such a scathing critique, with Drake being essentially out of shape to do this type of battle, considering the lifestyle he had been living for the last few years, he would probably have to go low. And I wasn't the only one who saw this coming. A few days pass, and unlike Kendrick, Drake is posting cryptic tweets and memes on his Instagram account.
There was that moment where Drake went on IG stories and posted a clip from the movie 10 Things I Hate About You.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was the sassiest shit he ever did, bro.
Was that intentionally the whitest thing ever to post, sarcastically?
Yes.
Because
and also feeding talking points to academics.
Sure,
they're threatening
gonna
to hit
say
the red
it,
button
course.
and drop a nuke on Kendrick, and he's about to bury him. He posts a movie scene from The Equalizer where Denzel Washington's character says he's gonna kill everyone, and his only regret will be that he only gets to do it once. And I'll admit, as corny as all this shit is, I'm still a little worried because, as I said, in my head, I had seen all of this before. Drake has been counted out and underestimated many, many times, and for good reasons. And for most of those times, even when he loses, he still comes out on top. And this still has to be a big deal for Drake because he's fighting for his legacy as a rapper. He was never going to win over a large chunk of hardcore hip hop fans, ever. But if he was to defeat Kendrick in this beef, in this battle handily, they could never say anything about him again. New music drops at midnight on Friday. So Thursday night, we start hearing rumblings that Drake is dropping, the red button is about to be pushed, and then nothing. This isn't talked about a lot, but I remember it seemed like there were legitimate sources saying that something was going to drop, and then it didn't. But the source was academic, so it basically wasn't official, because all things
I can't remember.
Still, when you think about the way things played out over the next 48 hours, you have to wonder if something maybe spooked Drake into doing a pump fake that night. The next morning, everyone wakes up to another Kendrick diss track. Kendrick was suddenly doing
oh my God,
Drake
was it 616?
Drake
I can't remember.
This second shorter song, 616 in LA, is less scathing than the first,
song.
but it has some really interesting elements to it. Firstly, the cover image of the song is a picture of a black Maybach driving glove, and it seems weirdly purposeful. I theorize immediately that the picture itself is a subliminal message to Drake. Is meant to imply that Kendrick has the drop on him in a way that he doesn't realize. And the song itself conveys this over its two parts. The first part is really just a lyrical flourish by Kendrick. It's just him rapping his ass off.
Off-white Sunseeker at the marina. Fuck a phantom, I like to buy yachts when I get the fever. Wine cooler spill on my white t-shirt, the sightseer.
Drake is a good lyricist, he's a good rapper, but he can't do what Kendrick did in the
and
first
then
half
all the
of this song,
subliminals, all the subliminals in it too. We didn't even catch this at the time, but all that stuff he was saying, we thought he was just rapping. Turns out he was talking about all types of stuff. You would have had to watch the breakdown to it. If y'all want to, it's a channel called What's the Dirt, and it literally broke down every single thing, like every single detail. I did a reaction to it, so I mean y'all could check it out, but nah, the stuff he was talking about, even that line about the off-white Sunseeker at the marina, bruh, that line alone, Sunseeker is the name of like a yacht or something, right? Off-White, he was cool with, Drake was cool with Virgil Abloh. And then a marina, how about there's a picture of Drake and Millie Bobby Brown on a yacht that Millie Bobby Brown, y'all know Millie Bobby is the underage girl, well, she was at the time, that Drake was besties with from Stranger Things. There's a picture that Drake took of Millie Bobby Brown on a yacht at the marina. Y'all, we think he just rapping. Whole time he giving subliminal bars about the whole like relationship with them, bro. It was crazy.
Of even having that there, since it didn't have anything to do with Drake, but has everything to do with what Kendrick is versus what Drake is, or I should say what Drake isn't.
Tell me who gon' stop me. I come from love, Estelle, cover my heart, then open me up. Remember when picked up a pen, lyrics that I can trust.
But the second part of the song begins to paint a picture. Kendrick implies,
oh, I love this part,
that he has a mole inside of Drake.
Somebody lying, I can see the vibes on act.
Crew. He name drops academics and points out the folly of Drake having so many people on his team, insinuating that it's impossible to remain secure with so much at stake and that many people in your business.
100 niggas that you got on salary, and 20 of them want you as a casualty, and one of them is actually next to you, and 2 of them is practically tired of your lifestyle, just don't got the audacity to tell you, but let me tell you some game, cause
He also implies that Drake has been digging on dirt on him and finding nothing, almost as a warning to keep things above the belt or things would get ugly.
It was fun until you started to put money in the streets, then lost money cause they came back with no receipts. I'm sorry that I live a boring life. I love peace, but war ready if the world is ready to see him bleed.
Everyone paying attention ruminates on the real purpose of this song for the entire day, unsure of what to make of it.
Oh, I know what it was. He was warning Drake. Bro, it's so obvious, bro.
It wasn't really
he was telling him. He was literally telling him. He kept it cute. What? They're ginger. Bestie, are you in the chat? Did you dye your eyebrows? What the? Did you put like peroxide on your eyebrows or something?
Impactful attack by itself, it felt like a warning shot, and it was like, what exactly is this warning us of? By late Friday night, we're now hearing through Twitter and Instagram and whatnot that Drake is definitely responding that night. Unlike Kendrick, who is dropped randomly at every juncture now, Drake is making sure to have an audience of what he is about to do. He hypes it up on Instagram. He texts Kai Cenat being the biggest streamer in youth and urban culture right now, that he shouldn't end his stream early and to make sure that everybody's around to watch.
You bleach
Drake
your
has
eyebrows?
just text me.
What compelled you to do that?
Drake has said, stay on stream.
And thus, all of the influencer world associated with hip hop is on call. And
oh no, you're going through a quarter life crisis. Are you okay, Bess?
Paying attention for whatever it is Drake is about to do. This mysterious red button, this nuke, this thing that he's been hyping up to for days now. At around 11:30 Friday, May 3rd, Drake drops Family Matters. And for a split second, I was a little worried.
Nigga, fuck that shit. I don't care about this jigsaw. Have you ever played? Have you ever? Fuck that. Let's get to this.
Bro, didn't Kendrick drop Meet the Grams like right after? How long did he wait? Said, no, do you think I look ugly? No, I'm just wondering why you just dyed your eyebrows on a random Saturday. How could eyebrows make you look ugly?
I can't figure out a useful way to convey to you all the moment where everyone realized that within minutes of Drake dropping Family Matters, Kendrick had already responded.
Why y'all saying Kendrick dropped? No, he didn't.
Sean C.
Meet the Grams, 6 minutes. What the What's happening?
It was probably around 12 a.m. by then. I had just finished listening to Drake's Family Matters with my wife in bed, and I was immediately not all that impressed, but I couldn't lie that it wasn't a good, catchy song. It made me want to lift weights.
That means you don't like them? Wait, girl, text me. Stop typing in the chat. No, it doesn't.
But I immediately saw flaws that I'll get to in a moment. But still, I knew that it was strong enough that the battle couldn't be considered over, that it would be debatable until there was another round of music. My wife, who sadly is a bit of a Drake apologist, was just beginning to try to make an argument when I got a phone call from my frat brother, Sean.
I'm watching the video like you have my number.
Sean is also a bit of a Drake apologist. And I'm immediately starting to argue that I don't think this was a battle ender. And before I can...
No. Sean C is not a Drake apologist.
Get that sentence out of my mouth, I hear him say, Kendrick dropped. Again. Just now? I'll call you back. So me and my wife open the laptop back up and we go find it. And the first thing we see is the cover of the song. And my theory about 616 is confirmed because we see that same picture zoomed out with literal receipts for God knows what, along with various pills and prescription with Drake's name on it. Ozempic, Adderall, and Zolpidem something, which is a sleeping aid that's also well known to be used as a date rape drug. You might want to call bullshit on these items and whether they're valid, but Drake, who went on to try to deny a lot of what comes next, oh boy, just you wait. He never denies the validity of these items, and his sword swallower academics later confirms that they are real. I know most of the people watching this video weren't awake that night, or if they were awake, they weren't locked in. And I feel bad for you because as a musical event, for those who were invested at least, who had a reason to be up at 11:45, 12 o'clock at night, this was literally a once in a lifetime moment. Meet the Grams wasn't a song we all listened to. It was a song we survived.
Oh my God, what's going on? What is going on? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is actually insane. He didn't even let this nigga breathe.
You had to be there, bro. You had to be there. Why does academic skin look bleached right?
I think it's being underplayed how diabolical this was and how this to me.
Oh, no. I know how diabolical it was. I'm knowing.
Is evidence that this was a planned elimination of Drake that started well before Like That came out. And as we continue to the very end of this battle, you can't help but feel like Drake was on some supervillain or movie serial killer shit, putting things into place, staying multiple steps ahead of Drake the entire time. And all of this was coming into clarity
the art of
to
war.
A lot of people before we even press play at 12 a.m., before we even had the chance to digest what Drake had.
Bro, he literally wiped out Family Matters. Any opinion, any traction it was going to get, he literally stole this man's moment. This is the most craziest, you know what I'm saying? Like the craziest thing I've ever seen happen in rap. This man planned all this out who knows how long ago. Who is calling me?
To say from his song, Kendrick had been planning this and he left
for
no
years.
room for any other outcome outside of his victory. This wasn't a rap beef. This was a public execution. And the true wickedness of Meet the Grams.
Wait. What's that line Kendrick said? He said, I'm a blick niggas all in the coffee. He literally told us in the first song that he was gonna kill Drake and then still shoot at the corpse of his body while he was in the coffin at his funeral. Do you know how crazy you have to be to say that before all the other songs come out? You're like Kendrick Euphoria, he literally predicted every single thing that was gonna happen before it happened. He told us Drake was gonna be paranoid. That's why he was posting on socials. Oh, Kendrick, come outside. Oh, he don't have nothing. Tried to bait him with, what was that? Taylor made the AI song. Like all that, bro. It's like, bro, it's crazy. Yo, what's good, little baby?
Immediately apparent in its first haunting moment.
Dear Adonis, I'm sorry that man is your father.
Wait,
behind us.
This is definitely a skit. It's still crazy.
Letter to his son, bro.
Yo, what's good, Queen?
Kendrick starts out with the lines "Dear Adonis," directly
yeah, that was
Drake's
crazy.
son, and goes
That's
on
the
essentially
first line of the
apologizing
song
to Adonis for him having to have Drake as a dad. He doesn't spend a lot of time there, but mostly uses Adonis as a vector to attack Drake's manhood, his lack of discipline and conviction, his feebleness in his character. He tells Adonis not to take shortcuts like his dad, not to allow himself to be disrespected like his dad, alluding to the moment where Drake was peed on in public. That I've already talked about multiple times, but I can't not say that enough. This man got peed on in public and didn't do anything about it. And what this does further is imply the difference.
Look, I'm recording a video right now, but all I'm gonna say is that don't have nothing to do with me. Whatever issue y'all got don't have nothing to do with me. Not my problem. And what y'all not gonna do is y'all are not going to bring me into y'all's issues. Y'all take that up with each other. Once I got more context, you know what it sound like? Both of y'all, just like everybody else, both like all humans, made mistakes and got y'all own issues. So that ain't got nothing to do with me. None of y'all, neither one of y'all have done anything to me. That's not my problem. Don't talk about it in my chat. That's all I'm gonna say. We can talk about it off the record, but we're not gonna hash any of that out here.
Between Kendrick
Feel free to send me a message,
Drake,
though.
the ways that Kendrick has faced his demons and challenges versus Drake's perpetual boyhood and Peter Pan syndrome. Kendrick goes on to repeat this process with Drake's parents, where he accuses them of being partially responsible for Drake's degeneracy, finally bringing up in this song Drake's questionable behavior with women and young girls. He then writes a third letter to an alleged second child of Drake, who Kendrick's camp claims they fully know exists, but no proof has been found. And I'll stop there for now because for obvious reasons that I don't want to get too far into that. But he does imply that Drake has multiple other children. And with a little Googling, you will find stories of paternity tests and lawsuits and court cases around Drake from the previous decade regarding illegitimate children. Lastly, he writes a letter to Drake himself, and it's an almost sickening—
Hey, you know, it's all up, Queen. Look, bro, at the end of the day, it's one thing if it's like a real issue, you know, like outside of stuff, but it's like relationship issues. That's not my place to have an opinion on anything, because at the end of the day, that's private. You know, it's really not my business. If it's something public, like, okay, but relationship things doesn't really have anything to do with me. So, you know.
Read of Drake's entire facade. He brings up Drake's childhood wounds of never feeling like he belongs, never fitting in, not having his father around, not having confidence in himself, and how that feeds into his behavior today. And he ends with this haunting tirade emphasized by some clever musical flourishes about the many lies of Drake, but not the lies that he specifically tells through his mouth. It's the lie that exists at its very core. Ending in one of the most damning lines of the entire battle: fuck a rap battle. This is a long life battle with yourself. The song is haunting and almost hard to listen to because it digs so deep into this person. It feels like something you're not supposed to witness. And in that moment at 11:45.
Bro, I don't know like why Drake thought that this was gonna go like any other way. Kendrick is literally a fucking psychopath. He's literally a psychopath. Like, bro, I don't know why you would think that a nigga that would release like Euphoria would be someone to go back and forth with, but it's like he got way in too deep. He got into way too deep to like kind of go back. And it's like his fans was gassing him so much, but I feel like by the time Euphoria came out, well, no, I actually think Drake is just kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I'm realizing Drake is just kind of dumb because like he already, well, not completely, because like in Taylor Made the AI song, the nigga literally said, what did he say? He said, in Tupac's voice, telling that I'm interested in underage girls as a favor for me. So it's like you already knew that you had allegations of you being like a PDF file and weird relationships with minors, to the point where you tried to get ahead of it. So you already knew where he could go. But then Kendrick has the line, you make music to pacify him. I felt like that was like a little ding, 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 hello. Remember, I could go real deep on the underage girl stuff. Are you sure you want me to do that? But it's like Drake heard that and was like, nah, he not gonna do it. Let's keep going back and forth. I'll make a hit and it's gonna make everything go away. And it's like, this is the problem of having yes men around you. If you don't have anybody around that's gonna like keep it real and things like that, it's like, bro, at the end of the day, like somebody gotta be able to keep it honest and like I don't know how to say it, but like they gotta be able to like what's the word, not like trash you, but like give you realistic expectations. Okay, like say for example, my bestie, that's my best friend, right? She's gonna be on my side, but she's not gonna be like delusional with me. She's not gonna, what's the word, like if there's a point to be made that counters what I'm thinking, she will say it, right? Or she'll be like, are you sure you want to do that because of blah, 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 blah? Or did you consider this? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Did you consider this, or like how this could have an effect? If you do this, then this could happen. She's going to do that. That's what a real friend should do. But it's like people at this level, some of them, most of them don't be having real friends. They have people that's going to sit there and meet ride and da-da-da-da. Like, and it's like, bro, it's like, it can make you feel insulated and supported and like rise up, but it's like ultimately you gotta have people around that's gonna like keep it real with you on some shit, you know? So hey man, I just feel like if he had people that actually cared about him and wasn't yes men, then he would have known what he was getting himself into, but he didn't, and that's why things turned out how they did. And now we got this, and it's crazy because maybe Kendrick going to the depth that he did is why, but like Drake didn't fall out after the Pusha T beat. But like after this, I actually feel like he is falling off. I don't care what his Spotify numbers say. I don't care if he's still the most followed Spotify artist. I don't think that matters. Like it, or Spotify rap artist. I don't think that matters, bro. But like the music isn't hidden though. Like I just saw a stat the other day on Twitter where it was going over like Drake's numbers. I believe I gotta find it. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta find it. Wait, why are the words trending? Please tell me we didn't trade for Jimmy Butler. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. Don't worry, chat. I can't find it. Wait, what is this?
That's really Diddy, bro. Lying.
Oh my god.
Bitch, stop touching me.
They said niggas was saying no Diddy to Diddy. They said people were saying no Diddy to Diddy's face. I'm trying to find that tweet. Okay.
12 o'clock-ish,
I'ma
where the
find it for
entire
y'all.
world had been invited by Drake to hear his diss track. Everyone else was paying attention to what Kendrick had did to Drake and was shaken by the experience. Now, as of writing, the story about Drake's daughter has yet to been proven true. In any way, that's better than Twitter gossip and TikTok shorts. It's important to point out that this has not been proven true and could be a complete fabrication, but everything else in this song is not just plausible, but has evidence out there. Drake's father did abandon him and did come around later in his life asking for money in exchange for validating Drake's questionable connection to blackness. Drake did get peed on by a man in public and didn't do anything about it and just let it slide. Drake does do weird shit with young women. He did post hentai porn one time and had a dick pic of himself that was...
Hentai? Wait. Drake posted hentai? What do you mean, Drake? What do you mean, Drake? Hentai. See, it's like I want to look it up, but I don't want to see it though. In what context would he have done that?
Released through social media from some other group, but it's like, knowing how Drake moves, it's hard to feel like that was an innocent thing to happen. He even made a joke about...
No, his meat definitely did not leak. Me and Bestie said this at the time. Bestie, you remember when Drake meat leaked, and we both said, but there's no way it leaked. He posted that. He's the type of person to post it himself and say it leaked. Dead ass. And didn't he post? Wasn't it like some weird like timing at that point where like I don't remember what it was, but like it was something like. Was it when Meg dropped her song, or was it when, I don't remember what happened. Y'all gotta let me know. What was the context when Drake posted his meat? It was like some type of distraction tactic. I know that.
Out in the Family Matters, but most significantly,
yeah, he said there's only one. He said there's only Big D and there's video proof. And I was like, see, Bestie, we said this. We said Drake leaked his own stuff.
Drake does and has always felt like a facade that is now spiraling in the need of help and therapy and someone to save him
and
before he loses everything he worked for. Let's say you don't agree with most of that. There's plausible interpretations of those attacks that are maybe less negative. Maybe Drake just really likes to make friends with teenage girls and give them guidance. Maybe it wasn't a lot.
That is so weird. I know he's playing devil's advocate, but dude, if there's someone who actually makes that argument, they have to stay away from me. Like, you know, I see why some things happen to people's, like when people who shouldn't have kids end up having kids. I see why sometimes bad things happen to their kids and they're so shocked and like, oh my God, how could this happen? It's like, well, maybe because you're like really dumb and you like to give plausible deniability to people that shouldn't get plausible deniability. Maybe because you like to give people the benefit of the doubt when you should be erring on the side of caution when it comes to your kids. Let's see. If someone's grown and has a pattern of being around and dating and grooming underage girls, that's a red flag to anyone with 2 brain cells put together. So it's like, if you're literally looking at that and you're serious and you're an adult saying, oh, that's not suspicious at all. Oh, you gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. Please don't have kids. Please don't have kids. Because it's like, something might happen to your child and your child might get in a precarious situation and you are not even gonna be like aware of it because you're gonna be like giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. You have to be proactive. You don't wait till something happens and to be like, oh no, how does this happen? Oh, I gotta be more protective of my child. You look at information, you analyze it and use deductive reasoning, and if you are wrong, you know what the saying is? It's better to be safe than sorry. But I'm starting to see, as I get older, people don't think like that. It's like, no wonder they themselves and their kids get in bad situations because this is the logic that a lot of people that's grown have. And it's like so jarring to me. It's like, bro, I don't have kids, but if I did, I wouldn't wait for something to happen or wait for things to end up in a court document. You know, some of these people on the internet, they're like, oh, well, did it go to court? Oh, well, did the person win the court case? And that's their final conclusion on what happens. And it's like, dude, so much stuff doesn't go to court, doesn't reach any type of legal response. That does not mean that something didn't happen just because it didn't go to court. And then some people, it goes to court. They're like, oh, well, the victim is suing for money, so it can't be true. And it's like, oh my God, please. Y'all that make posts like that, y'all need to be like neutered. I don't know what the human version of like neutered is, but like y'all need to be castrated or your tubes tied, or what's the one for the woman when they like take away their what's the vasectomy? Y'all need all those things. Y'all need those. Hysterectomy, yeah, y'all need all those. Like, you literally should not be allowed to have a kid. I don't know. It's just, And it's like people are serious. That's the thing. They're serious. And it's like, it lets me know that if some of these people had kids, and as much as Drake meat writers they are, if they had kids and Drake was around their kid or their young sister, they would let them go off with Drake and, oh my God, yeah, Drake, you can take my little sister, you can take my little daughter. They would be like on board with that just because this is the dangers of D-writing. This is the dangers of D-writing, y'all. It's dangerous. People think that like, it's all about like being a pick me and being a meat writer. It's so much more than that. It causes like actual real life issues, especially when someone's like the parent of a child, because you would let your guard down just because you're a fan of somebody. Like, oh my God, it's crazy. I mean, it reminds me, there's this article of this one teenage girl who like was partying at Drake's mansion, and like she was in her mom's car bragging about it or talking about it. Her mom wasn't suspicious one bit. Like, why is this 30-plus-year-old star having my 16-year-old daughter at her house? The mom's quoted in the article just talking about it casually. And I'm like, are y'all stupid? Like, I don't know. Chat, I'm not being a hater about this. I'm actually just like, I care about kids. I care about them being protected. I care about people in general. But like, something about kids, I've taken care of my nieces and nephews since I was like 3 or 4 years old. Right? And like the vulnerability of kids is just so, people don't take it seriously enough. Like people don't even take like having kids seriously enough, let alone protecting kids, let alone if they're a meat writer or follower of a famous person, they will like offer up their kids on a silver platter. Look at R. Kelly. I mean, that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Look at R. Kelly. These people offering up their kids to this nigga. They knew he was a PDF file. And they still offering their kids up to him. Still, oh, I'm gonna take him to R. Kelly studio and leave him there. Like, what? Should be making me mad, bro. I'm gonna stop talking about this, bro. This actually makes me mad.
P that got on him. Either way, it's the strategy here that to me ended the entire battle for any reasonable person. But the worst thing, the most impressive and like shocking thing when you sit back and realize it, is that he stole Drake's momentum. They created scenes, they bought jewelry, and bought a van that looks like the van from the cover of Good Kid, Mad City, and rented out a construction site to destroy the van, showing up in multiple places in Toronto and LA. The whole thing seems, I mean, I don't know how expensive it is to shoot a music video, but it had to be tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to do in a couple of days. Drake's diss isn't a complete dud. It's not that great, and I'll get to in a second, but there's people who even today will say that's the best song out of the battle.
The best song.
It would have been a debate at least. It had a chance to be soaked in by the culture. Had all the different streamers had a chance to sit and react
best song
and hype up what they had just heard.
The best song when Euphoria came out? Okay, I'm gonna let y'all have it though. I'm gonna let y'all rap.
God knows how this battle might be looked at, but instead, all of those streamers and vloggers and tweeters and TikTokers, every person that Drake had invited for a front row seat for what he thought was his crowning moment in this battle, were turned against him. It's some legit 40 Laws of Power Machiavellian shit. And it only had one flaw. It kind of made everybody feel bad.
He said Drake and Weinstein should rot in jail.
Oh, I don't know. Y'all must have a little too much empathy in your heart for bad people, but I did not feel bad. Meek the Grams made me feel good. I felt great listening to that. I was like, oh my God, he finally taking them down. He finally brought up the point that I was talking about. Nobody was talking about it. He finally hit it on the head. I was like, oh my God, he just dismantled it. Maybe I'm sick. Maybe I'm the sick one for that. But I Meet the Grams amped me up because I was like, oh my God, we just watched Drake's funeral. It sounded like a funeral. It sounded like the opposite of a wedding.
Bruh, I literally was like, midway through the song, I was like, yo, I don't even know if I want to know this information.
The song was so dark and foreboding and heavy that nobody wanted to have any more parts of the battle. People just kind of was like, all right. We're good.
Oh, no, I wanted to keep going.
You scared us. We're the hoes now. You scared all of us off. We're good. You win. We're going to move on. I even made a video about how all I really wanted was Euphoria, and Meet the Grams was a bit more than I was really interested in dealing with, but I get why he did it. But if you go back to Euphoria, he telegraphs the whole thing. So by May 4th afternoon, everybody was pretty much calling it a wrap. And also at that time, people started to finally dig into Family Matters. And while it's a good, catchy song with some great moments, as a diss track to Kendrick Lamar, it kind of rings hollow and falls short.
Bro, 70% of the song was about other people, chat.
My perspective. Again, my biased perspective, but it's my video. The problem with Family Matters is two main problems. Problem number one, which I'll get to in a second, is that only about 65% of the song is actually about Kendrick Lamar. And the other problem is that Drake clearly did not understand who he was dealing with and used a similar strategy that he did in Back to Back, which is, I'm not going to make really the most scathing, powerful diss track. I'm just going to make something catchy that you really want to listen to, and people will love it and it'll be a hit. And that'll be enough to carry me over the finish line to win this battle. And it just shows in the lack of overall thought into a lot of his bars, or maybe his ghostwriter's bars, I don't know. He starts out by implying that Drake isn't a real gangster, which is well known. Like, it's funny that the people that support Drake in this battle, their constant critique early on before it got ugly was that, what's Kendrick gonna say that's new? Which is true, but also an indictment of how much bad shit we already know about Drake. But then Drake spends a lot of the early part of this track just saying stuff we already know about Kendrick that isn't even all that bad. Specifically, Kendrick isn't a real gangster, like I just said, which is well known, something Kendrick himself has said.
Bestie go. How's it going? How's the... I don't want to say it. That the WORK. I don't want to scare you. Thank you, bestie.
Set my nigga YG. He really bangs.
Oh, we about to play Hogwarts.
Yeah, black people.
Oh, we can still play Fortnite. You know, we got like 40 minutes left of this. Oh, it's not getting done today. Hey, it is what it is. You did what you could do, though.
Right? Is this right? Is this cool? Am I cool? Am I strong? Am I a man? Daddy, am I a man? Daddy, am I a man?
He then talks about Kendrick's wife being mixed like Drake is.
You the black messiah,
has it updated?
Queen,
oh no!
And hit vanilla cream to help out with your self-esteem.
Which I don't think is true. I'm pretty sure Whitney's mother is mixed, but her father is black. Please don't force me into some blood quantum nonsense. But I'm just saying, for all of you biracial isn't black people,
it's updated now.
I don't know what you would call that, but it still is just inaccurate. The biggest faux pas, which illustrates other problems, is Drake's line about Kendrick rapping like he's trying to free the slaves.
Always rapping like you about to get the slaves free.
Yeah, that was a crazy line. That is a crazy line to like this day. Like, it's the way he said he rapping like he about to get the slaves freed, as if that's a bad thing. Like, Drake, you're the only one that feel like him rapping like he about to get the slaves freed. Bro, if someone hypothetically could rap to free the slaves, that would be amazing. This is where his whiteness starts to show again. That's the type of diss a racist Nazi like hit someone with, like, bro.
Just acting like an activist is make believe.
For the argument that Drake is a part from the culture, it really shows to a bar like this. I can't imagine why Drake would feel like this was something that would land with most black Americans. And I imagine he probably wasn't thinking about us with it, because I mean, he don't be thinking about us in his music. And it's funny because he just got criticized about this.
Oh, for the whipped and chained like American slaves, bro. He had so many lines on that album. Y'all, I remember me and Bestie listening to that song with SZA. He said that line, it threw me soft. And he was singing it. Whipped and I'm chained like American slaves. Like, what? Why is that coming across your mind? Why is that anything remotely close to like your brain to where you're like, oh yeah, you know what's gonna hit when I tell this girl that I want to smash that she got me whipped and chained like American slaves? Like, what? Drake is a strange man, bro. He want to act black and all that, but it's like he says the whitest things, or not even white, bro. Even some of my white friends wouldn't say nothing like that. That's just racist.
For all the dogs, when he made a line about being whipped and chained like slaves with a girlfriend or something, I don't know. is weird. And then he ends this first part of the song with speculation that Kendrick's son with Whitney is not actually his, but the child of Kendrick's longtime friend and collaborator Dave Free.
Such a weird angle.
I heard that one of them little kids might be Dave Free.
Also more short jokes, which again, I appreciate the short jokes.
I sound like you want to be part of BDSM. Well, you know what? I mean, if someone wants to be a part of like BDSM, that's fine. I mean, look, I'm not gonna kink shame or fetish shame anybody, but like, why you gotta bring slaves in? Drake don't talk about nothing else, Black history, slave history, nothing. But the one time you bring it up is when you talk about American slaves gang. Okay.
Watching Martin, but like, even without Meet the Grams, when you're comparing the attacks that Kendrick was making in Euphoria about Drake's whole existence and Drake saying Kendrick is short. Yeah, so then we thankfully have a beat switch. After the beat switch, Drake spends 3 minutes of this 7-minute song going at all the other people involved with this beef. Future, The Weeknd, Metro Boomin, Rick Ross, ASAP Rocky. And I'm
telling y'all, he was patting his stats.
Spend any time talking about this part of the song because it's not a real part of the battle. It really shouldn't have been there. By this time in the beef, a month into this entire conflict, all of those other figures had really been rendered pointless. None of them except Rick Ross had really said anything after the first initial conflict. It was a waste of time that I think really occurred to distract from the fact that Drake didn't really have a strong angle of attack on Kendrick. It was basically filler. I'm just keeping it real. It's the beach episode of battle rap. Finally, we get another beat switch and we get to the last part. And my favorite line of the whole song, the only area where Drake was like onto something, but he just didn't know how to land that plane. It starts with Kendrick has opened his mouth. Somebody hand him a Pulitzer now or a Grammy right now or something. And I really love that line. That's just clever and petty in a really good way. It's a solid jab because it shows some actual analysis of the flaws and conflicts within Kendrick, him being this golden boy darling to the high art community in a way that's a little weird and kind of contradicting. Whether warranted or purposeful or not, Kendrick has this persona of being this massive, like Black, almost radical figure. And you can't do that, but also get a Pulitzer Prize and get several Grammy Awards for your stuff. It's a paradox of sorts. But I don't think Drake had the capacity to truly break down that.
Bro, there were so many angles. Bro, as a Kendrick fan, I can tell y'all there's multiple angles Drake could have took. But I wasn't worried because I knew Drake wasn't capable of doing it. He could have talked about Kodak Black being on this album, who is literally a convicted great-ist. There's so many angles he could have taken. How you are pro-Black and hyper-capitalist. You know, it's so many angles. You know, cheating on a Black woman. You know, he kind of went there. You know, he's like, you wiping up a mixed cream and hit vanilla cream to help out with your self-esteem. I mean, he kind of went there, but he didn't go all the way there. It's just so much he could have said, but he didn't because he just don't know how to do it.
Analysis to make it useful for him in this battle. There's some other good shots in this verse.
He's just not smart enough.
It's not more impactful than the first 2 minutes of the song, but it ends mostly focused on accusations that Kendrick beats his wife.
When you put your hands on your girl, is it self-defense because she bigger than you?
The response to this has caused a lot of controversy because, just as I mentioned ago, Kendrick also implies a bombastic story about Drake having a daughter that is also greatly uncorroborated. The first thing I want to put out there is that there is an ugliness to the fact that both Kendrick and Drake resort to using women, Black women specifically, as tools of war to get at each other. It's not good, it's not ideal, but it's also not the focus of this video. I'll leave some videos in the description that do get into that, but I want to move on. In terms of this battle and evaluating whether or not this was a good attack upon Kendrick, it really doesn't work without proof. And this isn't a like believe victim situation, which by the way, Drake is not a person that's like that. He spent many a moment in the previous year implying that Meg Thee Stallion was a liar for saying she got shot by his friend Tory Lanez. So it's not like he actually cares about the safety of women. More specifically, this is the first time we've ever heard of any of this stuff about Kendrick. I don't
Great minds think alike.
Anything past any dude in the public. I grew up watching The Cosby Show and listening to R. Kelly in Chicago. In the time since I first written this script, we found out a whole lot of ugly shit about Puff Daddy. So sadly, none of these dudes are exempt from suspicion. Further, Kendrick is on the Hotep spectrum. Possibly a Hebrew Israelite, it's hard to say. But from my personal experiences, being on that Hotep spectrum increases the possibility that you might have put hands on a woman by at least 15%. Lastly, Kendrick has definitely implied in the past that he's had a hard and ugly relationship with Whitney, and they've been together since high school. So there's no telling what could have happened. But without receipts and this being the alleged red button, it's hard to make these accusations land effectively as an attack on Kendrick when we don't have any reason to believe them other than Drake said it. And like, literally, after everything I've told you about this man, why the fuck would you believe him? Now, of course, the Drake stands in the audience are going to say, well, why should you believe any of this stuff about Drake? Because we have Google, because we know so much about Drake, because he's been caught red-handed on so many occasions that y'all said, what new could we say about Drake? We know this shit. You see the difference? So being as fair as possible to Family Matters, it's a really catchy song. That shit goes in the gym. If I need to push a sled or get through a last set of curls or something, Family Matters goes. That as much as I make fun of it,
I'm dead because he put the wrong song.
It's in my head because it's catchy. As a diss track, it's not very good. I'm sorry, if you think Family Matters is a really strong diss track against Kendrick Lamar, not Rick Ross or A$AP Rocky, Kendrick Lamar, you have to have not ever heard battle diss tracks before now. You can't have watched any type of battle rap, to be honest with you. And don't tell me that the battle rappers are all taking Drake's side because it was so good. Drake has paid a lot of them niggas in the past. They know what they're doing. No, when you...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like Daylight. Daylight's a battle rapper. And also on Kendrick's side, and he was a ghostwriter for Drake. I think he said he wrote one of the diss tracks for Drake. Actually, I can't remember which one, but Daylight literally said he ghostwrote that, and he did a diss track to Drake himself. So yeah, he writes he pays the battle rappers because they ghostwrite songs for him, and they're not as well known. So it's like, and battle rappers are well known for being good at like being creative and shit. So if you're looking for someone to be a ghostwriter that's not already a big artist, you would really go to the battle rap scene. I don't know, bro. These people don't love hip hop like that. I grew up watching battle raps all the time.
People
don't even be watching. No, there's still a small crowd, but like at a younger generation, they don't be watching battle raps these days.
As far as you analyze the angles,
I love battle raps.
What was really done and said, and you compare it to what Kendrick did and said, it's not close. I'm sorry. So we really could have called it in the late afternoon in May after everybody had settled in and recognized what had happened. But Kendrick clearly was not finished. I remember going on a date with my wife, and on the way to the restaurant, she asked if I thought like the battle was over. And I said probably. But if for whatever reason Kendrick did drop again, it'd probably be something that was like a victory lap. We get to our restaurant and had just ordered food when my phone started blowing up with the news that Kendrick was doing his victory lap. And I remembered holding the phone up to my ear in a relatively nice restaurant. And I immediately knew from what I was hearing that it was different from my phone's little speaker, but I didn't realize how different this last diss track was till I got to my car.
I see dead people.
Ah, shit. The song of the year.
Monster Hunter Pete Ho, D-O-P rap nigga, he a freak throw. Man down, call like Ember Lambs, tell him breathe, bro. Nail a nigga to the cross, he walk around like Tizo.
Not Like Us, unlike everything up to this point, is a trunk rattling, ass shaking,
I know, right? That was a good transition.
The type of song that really hasn't been done in hip hop for like at least half a decade, if not longer. Kendrick often criticized for being too complex, too inaccessible, hated for the fact that you have to sit and listen to him a bunch of times to catch all the layers. That's not the Kendrick we got here. Here he makes everything catchy and impactful and not just easy to digest, but really easy for a crowd of people who are probably dancing along with it to join in on the fun. With the most damaging part of the song being a bar with an A minor double entendre, I don't have to repeat it, you already know. The song further implicates Drake's concerning behavior with teenage girls, but also again at the end returns to his exploitative behavior regarding hip hop in general, pointing out how Drake has constantly used Atlanta artists in particular to siphon credibility and clout off of.
You run to Atlanta when you need a few dollars. No, you're not a colleague, you're a fucking colonizer.
If there is a sound that is on the radio and making the people move, it probably is coming from Atlanta since basically the late 90s into the now, essentially. And Kendrick called Drake out for colonizing that sound for his own gain because the OVO...
You know what? Let's talk about it. Lotto's definitely has Drake as a ghostwriter. I said it. Y'all know the new female rapper, you know, she likes getting mixed just like Drake. Oh my God, I forgot she mixed too. So they probably got that mixed connection, just like Drake and J. Cole. But no. Here's the difference though. Drake's good at writing from women's perspectives. So it's like he really living his best life writing for Lotto. And she's a fan too. Oh, I forgot. Lotto's dating 21 Savage too, who's also besties with Drake. I'm noticing.
Sound, the Toronto
noticing the
sound,
pattern.
If you could call it that. It hits every once in a while, but like it's not universal like what we're getting from Atlanta. But if we're honest,
Atlanta runs the culture. There, I said it.
Type of analysis of Not Like Us isn't really significant. What's important here is the nature and timing of this record. After most of the hip hop world spent all of this day tired and emotionally drained from the events of the previous night, this song dropped just in time for people to shake their ass to in the club. It was a guaranteed club banger from the moment the DJ
it was in the morning, wasn't it?
Tag hits, adding yet another perceived prominent enemy to the coalition against Drake. Like just watching the reaction videos shows you everything that this song really was.
Hey, let me say OV-ho. Say OV-ho. Then stab this way, stab that way, then stab this way, stab that way.
It was on a Sunday? Wow.
Within a couple of hours, there were already tons of videos of people dancing outside to the song and people playing it at Cubs, yelling that Drake is a pedophile. Drake's behavior with young girls, which even I as a Drake hater was only partially aware of, was suddenly universally understood and inescapable. He is now on the Mount Rushmore of pedos. This song spent weeks at #1 on the Billboard Top 100, like the first rap song to do that in a while. It's currently, as of recording, still #2 on the Top 100. All kinds of records for hip hop streams. I think several of those records were actually Drake's records to begin with. And it did something that everybody was expecting Drake to do. It made a cultural moment out of dissing another rapper. Kendrick had back-to-back the person that invented the back-to-back, and he low-key did it twice. For anyone on the fence, even some of the hardcore Drake stans, this was the L that they were trying to deny. They could not deny it anymore at this point. Drake had been outplayed and outmatched in every way. People for the rest of the summer, and yes, Button is right, going into HBCU fall, which is coming soon, will be playing this song, marching to it, strolling to it. We'll be singing the A minor line.
It's
Drake will never be
started.
able to escape these allegations. Kendrick had, without a doubt, won the battle.
Oh God, and here come this sad excuse of a song. This was horrible. The Heart Part 6 was actually pathetic. Like, I mean, horrible is not even good enough. It was pathetic, bro.
There was one more song released Sunday night of that weekend by Drake called The Heart Part 6. And
this is
really
so bad.
The nadir of this battle. In The Heart Part 6, names such as a play on...
He might as well Kendrick's can't even
Heart,
say it. He might as well kept this in the draft.
Heart series of songs. Drake basically gives up. You can hear it in his voice. It sounds like you know when like your older cousins do something wrong to you and they have to come apologize in front of your grandma. That's the energy Drake has, except I don't think Drake's ever had that experience, so it sounds even worse. everything in the bars and what he chooses to actually talk about or address in this, it's really...
I ain't never had no conversations with a teenager. But wait, Drake, who said that? Who said that? I ain't never have no weird relations with Millie Bobby Brown. Wait, nobody brought up Millie Bobby Brown. I ain't no damn Epstein. Wait, no one said Epstein, bro. He said Weinstein. Epstein's the one that had the sex cult island with the minors. Nobody even compared you to that nigga. Yo, Abby, thank you so much for the alert.
A dispirited response that reveals the lack of depth that he has as a writer. Not as a lyricist or a rapper, but as a writer. This is why he has ghostwriters. I feel like he wrote this shit himself.
Nah, he did.
In The Heart Part 6, Drake presents the highly illogical theory that is eventually disproven that he and his team don't have a mole and that they purposely planted all the previous information about his drug use, his Ozempic use, his long-lost daughter, etc., which makes no sense at all. Firstly, there's no way possible they planted false information that would be that damning, and then also didn't document the process that they did this.
And also didn't have a good defense, like, hello?
Prove it and score points for it. We literally have more evidence for Drake using drugs than we do of Drake faking his drug use. They don't have any pictures. They didn't release any text exchanges, film it, any of it. And anybody, no shade, that thought that this was legit upon hearing it is pretty fucking stupid. It's probably why you like Drake in the first place. This whole angle came from Drake's fans on Reddit and Twitter. Like, they just made this shit up as a coping mechanism. For the days after this battle, what really was happening, Drake's fans started entering into QAnon mode. They were like, everything is a code. Everything is, oh, he's dropping again. He's not giving up. The boy is back. And it's like, nah, the nigga wasn't. He wasn't back, y'all. It was sad. Then after that, he basically just plays defense, saying that he's too rich and famous to be a PDF file. That is the worst already if he was. And
that is the worst defense I've ever heard.
I don't know, maybe Drake hasn't watched the news at all in the last 10 to 15 years and knows how being rich is one of the best ways to get away with being a PDF file. But, you know, again, I think he wrote this. No ghosts were involved in the writing of The Heart Part 6. I'm pretty sure about that. And then he returns to shit he had already said. Like, he didn't think of anything new to say in this second song. To be fair, maybe the whole Kendrick beats his wife angle would have had an impact if Family Matters would have been able to cook for a second. But when it didn't, returning back to it to say it again, like people didn't hear you the first time and didn't care. And then the saddest part is at the end, like, you know a diss track is bad when the last 30, 45 seconds of it is just a person talking and just saying the things that they're feeling.
He did his Nicki Minaj thing on here.
Instead of spending the time to put it in a rap.
Literally, Nicki.
Like, Drake has this moment where he says, this was good exercise, and then sniffs. It's like either it was coke and he's trying to hold back tears.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, this shit was some good exercise. Like, it's good to get out, get the pen working. You would be a worthy competitor if I was really a predator.
It's like, why did y'all leave that in? What did y'all think that would sound like to people in the moment? This is a bottom
the dangers of having meat riders around.
5 diss track of all time. It's down there with Meek Mill's I Just Want to Know. So the battle was over, and that's how things stood for a month or so. Drake made a few cryptic Instagram posts, put out some embarrassing music, and mostly laid low.
Walk on Delilah, no, I'm late 'cause there's bad traffic.
Only thing Kendrick did was speak out of college, and then maybe late May, early June, he announced the Pop Out, a concert event that he would hold in Inglewood, California on June 19th, so legendary. AKA Juneteenth. Juneteenth, for those who don't know, was a previously unofficial holiday that I really wish would have stayed that way, which celebrates the day where the news of emancipation for American slaves reached the last holdout slave owners in Texas. I have a lot of thoughts on this holiday and how it's become a federal holiday, resulting in problems. But the point here is that Kendrick wanted to use this moment as a symbolic victory lap now that the battle was officially pretty much over. The pop-out featured a bunch of local underground rappers from California, a few bigger stars from the West Coast, including relatively surprising appearances from Steve Lacy and Tyler, the Creator, a reunion of many of Kendrick's early career peers, a few West Coast local and major legends, and of course, Kendrick himself. And once again, this managed to serve as a meta thesis on the difference between Kendrick and Drake. It doesn't take much to make the connection between that cringe Free the Slaves bar and the symbolic significance of Juneteenth. Drake also name dropped YG in Family Matters, only to have YG and come perform at the show and dap up Kendrick on stage. Drake loves LeBron James and even has a tattoo of him. Yet here's LeBron in the crowd singing Not Like Us to the beat. Drake made all these allegations about Kendrick and his wife and kids and how they're not together, but there they are in the crowd cheering along. Drake even said he had more love in LA than Kendrick, yet here's a whole arena in unison singing about Drake being a PDF file downloader 5 times.
5 times, man. That is so legendary. 5 times. This man performed 5 times. Watching this was like a movie, bro. You just have to be there, bro. You just have to be there.
But the biggest part was the way that this event showcased the difference in values between Drake and Kendrick. Drake took darn near a decade to even attempt to bring more attention to Toronto, his hometown, during his rap career. And since then, has mostly just coordinated all power and resources that he has access to for his own needs. His record label, OVO Sound,
OVO Sweatshop,
barely has put out any music that isn't his from the artists that he's found, and half his artists haven't released anything at all.
But they all write it for him, though.
Many jokingly refer to OVO Sound as a sweatshop. Today, Toronto is more relevant than it used to be as a musical force for Black people in hip hop in general, but it's not nearly where it should be, considering that the biggest rapper in the world for the last 15 years was from there. Meanwhile, Kendrick literally got Amazon to live stream for free while he had a gang truce ceremony on stage, unifying the whole of the country's biggest, most diverse state, at least for one moment, making his crowning moment not just about him, but about the culture. As a final nail in the coffin, or really celebration of hip hop winning, it couldn't be any better than that. This last image of all these Black men and women and children on stage from a variety of different standpoints, unified for this photo, it's pretty damn powerful. It's a beautiful thing that the culture is able to give us when the culture is at its best. And that's where the whole of the beast stands today, as the most significant, entertaining, demonstrably one-sided rap battle, or even public feud in history, probably. Never could anyone have imagined that Drake would lose so handily, considering how big—
I did. Me and all the Kendrick fans thought so. I mean, I felt like, okay, he was going to lose the battle and probably still be able to drop hits. That's the only part where my prediction failed. Because this nigga has not been able to drop hits. I'm not going to lie. All the songs that he dropped after have been completely irrelevant. So I low-key, it's like, low-key, Kendrick did neutralize his superpowers. His superpowers was like, no matter what happened, he could drop a hit song. But it's like, now, Drake can't even drop a hit song. He's washed. He was already on the decline. It was already looking washed, but now he's like even more washed.
Big and popular he's been this entire time. But that's what happened. So now what? As I collected my thoughts about this battle, even in the immediate aftermath, me and many others noticed one glaring thing. Drake never called Kendrick a hotep. Did y'all notice that?
Nope.
Because he doesn't know what a hotep is. He doesn't know what a Hebrew Israelite is. Do you know, like the weird dudes yelling at white people in the park in any given major city in the country? That's someone who Kendrick Lamar associates with. These dudes from the Eric Andre video.
Aaron Ron Hubbard is the true God. Black, there is no hell.
There is no. Is that what?
Is that part of my belief?
This is cringe. There's so much meat to pick at here if you know any better. But Drake wouldn't know, because Drake doesn't have a strong connection to Black American culture. He hasn't even tried to get it in the 10 years he's been here. When Kendrick released Not Like Us, the victory
and that's
lap
what's
song,
crazy, because it's not just that. That means he doesn't have anybody around that could even point him in the right direction.
It wasn't effective just because it was a banger. It also illustrated an important point that many others have also mentioned in response videos about this. The title of the song, Not Like Us, is the whole point. It implies how Drake persistently does this colonizing behavior. You see this in the weirdo nonsense of him buying Pharrell's chain or Tupac's ring, the way he's always showed up to show everybody else that they're his favorite rapper, his extremely cynical responses to pretty much everything in hip hop just to save face or to make it look like he's a good guy, to make it so we never know who he is. That is the problem here. That is how Drake is not like us.
Bro literally showed up to Kendrick Lamar's concert in Toronto, like just in the crowd also spitting shit.
Because hip hop, one of its core essence factors has been realness, and that is literally the weakest part of Drake for most of his career. It's showing how Cali has a sound, and Atlanta has a sound, and New York has a sound, and even the UK has a sound. What is Canada's sound? Is it Scorpion? Is that what y'all are offering to us? The fact that that's a joke shows the problem and like the failure of Drake as a like figure within hip hop. After 10, 15 years in the game at his level, we should know the OVO Canada Toronto sound. That should be just as relevant. People should be going to Toronto.
I guess like Canada sound is like The Weeknd
to get juice, just like they go to the Midwest or go to Atlanta and go to New York. Just like everybody right now has one drill beat, one Afro beat, one Atlanta beat, something else. Everybody should be getting at least something from OVO, something from 40. Is 40 making beats for anybody else? If he's not, like that's what Drake should have been doing. Worker. But no, he was too busy fighting for that #1 spot. He didn't want his legacy to be what he brought to the culture. He wanted his legacy to be his own career.
Yep, domination.
In the beginning,
type
Drake
shit.
thought that if he acted well enough, rapped well enough, and made enough hits that he would be undeniable. And kind of that worked, but the culture as a whole, the purists still rejected him. So he smiled in everyone's face and he told everyone that they were his favorite. He put on the nice guy facade, but also acted like he was tough. He did songs with everyone who wanted one so they could siphon off his star power, and that still wasn't enough. A lot of Drake's fans will say, how dare all these people in the rap game use Drake to siphon clout off of and then diss him at this point in his career. Well. And yeah, they're actually right. It's kind of shitty that so many people took advantage of Drake's eagerness to please to make...
Plus, I'm going to counter that. I don't think this is his final argument, but I'm going to counter it anyway. I think the way that these artists was looking at it, they saw the pattern of Drake latching onto everybody, what they did, using them. So they're like, you know what? Okay, we see he's not real. I don't hate him. So you know what? If he wants to collab, let me at least get something out of it so that I can elevate my career. If he's going to elevate his career off of me, why don't I elevate my career off of him? And to that, I would say, you know what? You're right. If he's going to use it, you might as well get something out of it.
Make money off.
That's the least he could do if he's not authentic and doesn't care about the culture.
But let's not forget that this was a quid pro quo. Yep. Drake was so eager to please because he wanted to be accepted. He clearly knew that this was the dynamic he needed to enter into so he could actually get on in the industry. And he's been making songs about not having any real friends since 2015, if not earlier. I think Drake truly felt that if he was good enough, that if he acted well enough and played his role, that he would eventually be accepted because he becomes so significant in the culture that he no longer have to take that type of treatment, that people would accept him for who he was and what he accomplished, and they still didn't. And when I look at the fact that so many artists rejected Drake initially, allowed themselves to be won over in the middle of his career and are now again rejecting him, I can't help but side with a lot of Drake's fans there. Because when you think about it, going back to Kid and Play, I think a lot of people hated Drake because Drake reflected the same fakeness that they already had. So many of these rappers we know are acting, we know are putting on a facade, are performing this imaginary mythological black thug image for white audiences for the most part. And that makes you think that maybe the hatred of Drake on some level was just the hatred of the fact that he had mastered a role that they didn't want to play in the first place and was doing so good at it that it made their impersonation of this same thing not as effective. And there's some logic behind that, of course, because at least theirs was more authentic and Drake's was just this silly thing that he had done that never looked right to people that had any connection to it, but to white audiences, it looked offensive enough. And I've already talked about that. But it still does speak to how this is not just a reflection of Drake's fakeness, but the fakeness of hip hop in general.
For the fans of hip hop who feel like, man, Drake's not really hip hop, it's like, well, in this world, like, I'm the closest thing you're probably gonna get to hip hop, you know? So just let me infiltrate.
Joe Budden has never liked Drake. Charlemagne has never liked Drake. Funk Flex, Ebro, Jay-Z, Nas, DMX. Hell, I doubt Baby and Jay Prince ever liked Drake. All these rappers, all these black men that Drake wanted to be like, that Drake helped make hits for, that Drake took pictures with, they didn't mean that shit. Truth be told, low-key, a lot of them dudes are as fake as Drake was because they just wanted Drake's clout. Because if they really cared
to make
and
money
liked
off of him.
Drake, if Jay Prince really liked Drake, he'd have said, hey, don't come to Houston and then run to New Orleans like you really from New Orleans. And then Baby would have said, hey, don't come to New Orleans.
You know what? Okay, if we going by this logic, the only person that liked Drake was Lil Wayne. Because Lil Wayne did tell him, don't come down here to the United States acting like you're a thug or whatever. Stick to what you're good at. You know what? Hold on. I'm about to see if I can find that clip for y'all because he deadass said that shit.
And then run to Miami like you're really from Miami. And Ross would have said, don't come from Miami and then run to Atlanta like you're really from Atlanta. And Future would have told him the same thing and so on. But they watched this dude make a clown of himself for the last 10 years. Yes, Drake was super successful, to be honest, in the eyes of people who hip hop has little respect or regard for. But so many real hip hop artists, real purists, and people that actually cared about the culture, or even just people that.
There you go. Oh, wait. I gotta find the original. There you go.
Canadian is now my new favorite thing.
Exactly. I was the one to tell him, don't change anything. Don't think because you're coming over here by me that you got to start rapping about the things I rap about. Don't do none of that. Please rap about your little TV show, whatever you want to rap about. Rap about girls. Do that. That's what you're good at. I was like, don't come because, you know, of course, it's only natural for you to come over and just think, you know, if I'm with Wayne, then I'm gonna rock like Wayne, you know. And so I rap about what I rap about, and you know, so that was one of the main things I had to tell him from the jump. Like, hey, don't change anything. Don't start singing about killing nobody. Don't start singing about the streets.
Yeah, talk about what you know. Yeah.
Yeah, like keep it.
This
Canadian.
is so crazy hearing this.
Canadian, man.
Keep it Canadian is now my new favorite thing to say.
Listen to the words that people say in their lyrics and tell me if that's some real if that's real.
See what I'm saying, chat? His own mentor. So we going by FD's logic. Pretty much the only person that rocked with him for real was you know who.
Didn't care much about the culture, but cared about making money. They saw Drake as a clown, even as they ate off his plate. Like, did anyone ever get the feeling while watching Drake do this album with 21 Savage that 21 Savage was looking at him side eye the whole time? Like, the whole meme, 21, can you do something for me? Like, that's, like, Drake was tolerated. He was never loved. They were never his friends. When this battle was going on, so many other rappers and industry figures clearly expressed support for Kendrick, JPEG Mafia, Denzel Curry, Joe Buttons, let alone the many people actually dissing Drake. But for Drake, like, his first cosign was Uma Thurman. And then when it was halfway over, it was Tom McDonald.
Yes.
Half his OVO artists didn't say anything. This man worked so hard to try to be accepted. That's been his whole life. A biracial kid with an American father and in a Caribbean community in Canada. And then a Canadian biracial kid in Black American culture. Drake has rarely ever been accepted wherever he goes.
Since he won't say it, I'll say it. With the white Jewish mom on top of it. I think he cut it out. I'll say it for real.
At least not by those whose acceptance he really cares about. And regardless of him being a snake, regardless of my dislike for what he represents in hip hop, I feel bad about that for him. Just from a human standpoint, I can't imagine working so hard and doing so much to give him his credit for the completely wrong reason in a completely wrong way. Drake wanted to be loved and respected, and instead of earning that by being a genuine person or artist and connecting to the culture in a real way, in a way that he could, as himself, have laid claim to, instead he acted. But he was not as good of an actor as he might think he is. Y'all hear him say nigga with the hard ER in those interviews. Y'all see this goofy shit he used to do in his shows. And then you see these old videos of him being his true anti-black self.
Oh, the clip at the dinner. I was gonna bring it up. He beat me. He beat me.
Kind of funky and weird. The guys at our school, instead of addressing people like the group, like saying like, what are you guys doing? Say man's like you. It's really weird. Yeah, so man's like you are going to that, and then this means like the group.
Crew.
That's interesting. It's not. It's really ignorant.
A good actor would have done their
That's
research.
crazy. That's crazy how the white girl at the table is saying that urban slang is interesting and he's saying, no, it's not. Bro, that looks crazy on the record.
In preparation. Because if there's one thing of hip hop culture that folks usually know, it's a poser. It's a fake.
Yes.
Drake was never a student of hip hop. He was never a true lover of it.
Not
he was
for
just
real.
good at it.
Not for real. He would have known about rap beefs and rap battles and rap just being friendly competition at times. He would have known that. From the moment he responded to Control the way he did, we already knew what it was.
And this is why he was rejected initially, but allowed to stay around. He wasn't meant to be the centerpiece of hip hop, just a tool to make money for other people. And he accepted that deal. Those folks never trusted him, but they appreciated what he brought to the table. There was a segment where Whack 100 is talking to academics about who had more love in LA, because academics in his infinite wisdom really thought that Drake had more love in LA than Kendrick Lamar. And Whack said the following.
He might get more love in LA than Kendrick, not because...
Here's the difference. Drake comes out and costs Drake about $50,000, right? A day to move around LA. This is what he chooses to do. Kendrick can get in his car with his 501s, his white tee, and his Cortez and drive wherever he wants. Beverly Hills, Hollywood, Compton, Watts, South Central, Inglewood, wherever he wants. By his motherfucking self. Stop, get gas, go through the Jack in the Box drive-through, and all that. And the only thing he spent is the gas that he burned. That's it. So I don't know who gets more love, the nigga that need all the security or the nigga that can roam the man as he wants.
And that's the essence of what happened here. Is it love if you gotta pay? If you gotta lie to kick it, if you gotta try so hard to pretend to be something you're not in order to be accepted, how is that real love? That's what makes the last verse on Meet the Gram so powerful, because it spoke the truth that I don't even think Drake was ready to hear.
Cause you lied about religious views, you lied about your surgery, you lied about your accent and your past tense, all is perjury. You lied about your ghostwriters, you lied about your crew members, they all pussy, you lied on them, I know they all got you in them. You lied about your son, you lied about your daughter, huh? You lied about them other kids that's out there hoping that you come. You lied about the only artist that can offer you some help. Fuck a rap battle, this a long life battle with yourself.
Is that real? All the time you pretended to be my friend. You made me do this.
His acting job never worked. The culture and the industry just played along to get some good.
He's right.
Jams out of him. It's why when Kendrick emerged, they quickly moved him to the side. And had Kendrick never left, it would have never been a moment where Drake seriously was seen as the GOAT of his era, at least not by the culture. And when Kendrick returned, probably years after everyone was tired of Drake's shit, 2 years later, now we're here.
Yep. It was just a delay.
And as much as I'm happy to see Drake fall, as much as I'm hopeful for what happens next with hip hop as we reduce the influence of Drake, as we cut off the tumor that he represents, I feel bad for him, because if he had just been real and honest, maybe he wouldn't have won Artist of the Decade, maybe he wouldn't have sold so many records, but he'd have the thing that he really actually wanted. He'd have the love and respect of the culture. Low key, he'd have been like J. Cole. I've avoided talking J. Cole in this because, again, the video's long enough, but let's look at the parallels here.
Biracial.
Two biracial kids from regions without big hip-hop influence. Both come out with more poppy and commercially viable music. Both are looked at with a sense of otherness because they're not quite right in the eyes of hip-hop initially. But for Cole, instead of chasing clout and collabs, he literally went multiple albums with no features. He just kept doing him. He became one of the most honest and believable rappers in the game, to his detriment, because I personally have never been a huge J. Cole fan, because whatever he was giving for most of his career, I wasn't interested in, and he didn't care because he most was concerned with what it was that he was doing.
Yep.
People clown J. Cole for apologizing and bowing out of this beef before it really got started. But I said at the time, before seeing all this happen, that was some of the realest shit I had ever seen a rapper do. And for better or worse, that has been Cole's character almost from the jump.
Yep.
Honest, introspective, looking to truly help and leave a mark on his own terms, not by the terms of everyone else.
Yep.
Drake's record label, OVO, their artists have all been stagnant for years, and we have literally no clue what's happening with most of them. Meanwhile, J. Cole's artists on Dreamville are moving the culture forward and making amazing music that even surpasses his own. When Drake does a guest verse, it's for the stimulus package. When Cole does a guest verse, it's for the culture. Cole is everything Drake wanted to be. Today, Cole is respected as one of the best in the game and one of the best to ever do it. And he didn't get that from making the biggest hits. He didn't get that from even having classic albums. He did that just for showing who he truly was and us embracing that. But Drake could never be Cole because Drake is fake and Cole is real. And nothing exposed this more than how this whole beef ended. The Sunday morning after Not Like Us dropped, I was feeling amazing. Not just on some hater shit, but on some hopeful shit. I had just watched one of hip hop's biggest false idols be openly rejected by the culture. I saw people who hadn't even bothered to sit down and actually listen to lyrics, people that said Kendrick is boring without ever actually hearing any of his music, sit down and analyze just how great he's been for the last several years, and opened up the door for that to continue with other artists that they've been overlooking for this entire time. Shout out to Jay Smooth. He said in his video that a reality where the core elements of hip hop, where people are looking through rap lyrics with a fine tooth comb to analyze them, where hip hop has become an art form again and not just a vibe, that's any rap nerd's dream. I also watched Talib Kweli on Math Hoffa's podcast, and he talked about how after Kanye, paradoxically but pointedly, made conscious hip hop mainstream and big in the early 2000s, we saw a wave of conscious hip hop that carried a lot of rappers into stardom that maybe wouldn't have had it otherwise. But that in and of itself is why right now I'm not as enthusiastic. After the elation faded, for me, I came back to that line, that's what the culture feeling. And I think about that concept, the culture, or to be honest, what's left of it. Or to be real, was there ever really one to begin with? A little while back, I did a video on Kid and Play, and I pointed out that the rise of gangster rap and the erasure of more fun and poppy groups like Kid and Play wasn't exactly some big win for real hip hop. Yes, the foundation of gangster rap made way for the art form of hip hop to move forward and be better as more complex and talented and dynamic artists with a lot to say entered the hip hop world. But I don't know if it was fair to say that this form of hip hop, gangster rap, whether it was NWA way back then on to Nas and Jay-Z in hip hop's, heyday in the late 90s and early 2000s, were they actually any more real? All of those figures were very much putting on a fake act in their lyrics, rapping about things they didn't really do. NWA, Jay-Z, Nas, all of those people. What is real if the real hip hop is people rapping about a life that they don't live for the sake of being pop and commercially viable? People thought that pop and commercial rap would hold hip hop back in the late 80s and early 90s, but was gangster rap not commercial? Were these rappers not signed to record labels? Were they not greatly seeking financial gain through their art? Were they not just as beholden to the corporations and capitalism as the pop rappers we derided for not being real? In my heyday, the highly revered 90s era of hip hop, we got some of the most amazing music hip hop has ever produced. Illmatic, Philadelphia Half-Life, The Diary, the No Limit era, Reasonable Doubt, AT Aliens. I could go on for days, obviously. I feel blessed that I was alive during that era to consume that music, but that was art under duress, under commerce, under capitalism. The wildest thing is that many of those artists barely made a dime off of the timeless music they created. Like, it should be well known, and if it's not, understand, rappers then and now are mostly broke because they're being exploited by a corrupt system. And worst of all, many artists realized that the best way to truly get rich was to become the exploiter themselves. So you have the tradition since the 90s of rappers becoming record label executives and signing other artists so that they could exploit them, leading many a rapper to be signed to a rapper complaining to this day about missing funds. And what were the gatekeepers doing during that whole time too? Were they advocating for more power to the artists? Were they looking to tear down the structure that controlled hip hop?
They were trying to become the executive. Yeah.
In the industry? Were they looking to uplift the best and most beneficial art for Black people? No. They were protecting their own power and making sure they got their piece of the cut. They turned a blind eye to atrocity after atrocity happening to artists on their watch as rappers got screwed out of their money, as old rappers lived in poor health and decline, and as predators created trails of victims that we're just now finding out about. The gatekeepers kept the gates for their masters, not for the culture. And that's why, despite the fact that they might have wanted to stop a guy like Drake before he got started, the truth was the way the culture was functioning, Drake was inevitable. Hip hop purists and the culture and the gatekeepers act like Drake snuck in, but the reality is Drake was let in. They just didn't realize they wouldn't be able to control what he would bring into the game when he got there. If by chance Drake's time in the spotlight does end here, which I doubt, a different version is on the horizon. Maybe it's a white guy who raps just like him and doesn't care about Black people at all because he's inheriting an audience built by Drake. Maybe it's a Black woman who clearly hates much of hip hop's core audience and the men who make it, but knows how to perform its tricks for a white audience. Maybe it's someone we don't see coming at all. I don't know what it might look like, but if you're looking at this battle as the end of the reign of Drake, I want to show you this clip from a movie from my era called New Jack City and think about its message.
I'm not guilty. You're the one who's guilty. The lawmakers, the politicians, the Colombian drug lords, you're the one who's guilty. I mean, come on, let's kick the ballistics here. Ain't no Uzis made in Harlem. I mean, not one of us in here owns a poppy field. This thing is bigger than Nino Brown. This is big business. This is the American way.
Yeah.
So here it is, a possibly 3-hour-long anti-Drake video. And I couldn't be more happy that it's done. And the only reason that it was able to get done is because of my streaming service, Nebula. So right now, you might be saying to yourself, did I just watch a whole
Nebula.
3-hour
Yes,
video about a rap battle? Yes. Yes, you did. Welcome to the club. You're officially a video essayist enjoyer. You might be wondering what that means. Maybe it means that you'll enjoy this near 4-hour video made by, probably most would say, one of the best video essayists.
What's the comment saying? First time. I love that J. Cole someone kind of lit the fuse and was entirely unscathed. Yeah. That was a good ending. Drake doesn't call Kendrick a hotep. Looking back, it's safe to say the Big Three line was most offensive to Kendrick because it made him realize people could not tell the difference between him and Drake. True. The fact that Drake's most critically acclaimed album is predominantly the work of The Weeknd speaks volumes. Exactly. It said a minor was a triple entendre because a minor is the only minor key with no black notes on a piano. If that's true, that's insane. I can't thank you enough for, as someone from Toronto, can't thank you enough for mentioning how weird Drake's invented accent is to us. He uses our slang from time, mandem, cheese, alley. It says it like he's from the non-existent Boston part of Atlanta. One thing people are lit is that Drake literally called Whitney a bitch for no reason and told her to shake his ass for him for free. True. Wow. Megan Thee Stallion, his gets lost in all of this. Facts. This was a W video, obviously. If you made it to the end, type I don't know, type something in the comments. I'm gonna follow to the Twitch. This was very in-depth. I gave you all my thoughts, but if you want more like in-depth thoughts on this, like definitely check out the reactions to the songs. Go to Kendrick Lamar reactions. All the songs for the beefs is there. That's it for me though, y'all. Make sure y'all leave a like, comment, and sub. My longest video to date. How long is this? 5 hours. Oh my god. Yapathon. We're out of here though, y'all.